because since both the teams are really strong, and when it comes to Onic, I mean, their first priority is possibly to make sure they ban the high, let's say the high mobility junglers from DFYG, to make sure they don't come up ahead and steal the buffs of Onic. But yeah, we got something cool coming up next year.
Yeah, we're definitely cool coming up next year. But let's actually would like to show you guys a quick video of our history of about the games of the future, and let's take a look.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34, a younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started.
Oh, thank you for the video here. That was a good history between about actually the game of the future here. Also like to mention about we haven't talked about the groups, right?
Yeah.
The groups that Onic, they haven't lost a single game.
Wow, I mean, absolute champions. I would say.
They haven't lost a single game. That was 2-0 from their group of D, and that was a great performance by them. Whereas DFYJ, they have been constantly losing one game, but they were winning, and they lost to Falcons, I believe, at the group A, and they made it through on the second on their group A.
Right.
So now they're actually facing here. DFYJ now also hyped up after winning their series against Team Ramos. Yesterday we got to see that games. It would be exciting to take a look, because on the other hand, you see there's always 3 games for the team of DFYJ, right? And now on Onic, they haven't lost a single game so far here at the Games of the Future. There might be an upset, you never know. There's logically, if you want to say they're going to be an easy 2-0 for Onic, but there's not a chance, because there's always might be an upset moments, just like we have had with the team spirit, right? And moving forward, it would be interesting to take a look how they're going to do, right? Because everybody's looking at them right now, and Onic, it's going to be a really interesting to take a look, but it's going to be a rough challenge match for the DianFengYaoGuai.
Both different different kinds of play styles that we're talking about, because as you said, like a DFYZ likes to take the 50-50 smite fights with the turtles. Even if you're not sure you're gonna get it completely with the turtles, they're just still gonna go for it and then figure out if they're gonna get that last hit and get the turtles down. But when it comes to Onic, they really like their guaranteed setups. Like, they love to get the vision and get the setup done and then take down the objective. So we still have to see how all this gonna turn out. in terms of the drafting, and if they are gonna get their strong heroes which they are used to, or are we gonna met up with some surprises as well? I mean, when it comes to Onic, I mean, we're gonna have to look for heroes like Minotaur or Tigreal even to see if they're gonna pick them, because they're gonna have to ban the high mobility heroes for DFYG. I mean, they cannot risk DFYG coming to them and then stealing the buff. So we still don't know. We have no idea.
Of course it is. Partially, it's just one of the things. Nobody would like to give the turtle for free, and I'm pretty sure Onic is the type of the team that they are taking those objectives, such as turtles, such as the towers, such as the experience and everything. They take it very seriously. So same could be said about the team DFYJ. I mean, they played the game against Team Vamas also exceptionally well, and we're hearing now teams are getting almost already ready, and the people are getting happy hype. And we'd like to give our words to beautiful casters, Niso and Wolf. Please take it away. And thank you, guys. Let's watch our beautiful match of number 2. Let's take a look at.
Here we are, second series of the day. Thank you so much, Elias, and of course, Lady, for the wonderful breakdown of the two teams that are about to eliminate each other. They said that it was dominant performance for Onic Indonesia for the past few games. In fact, it was 4-0 when it comes to their game score. They have not lost a game yet. For DFYG, we saw them perform really well yesterday, but there were some times that they had to stumble in the group stages. Yet here they are in the playoffs, facing the defending champions of Games of the Future. Naisu, does DFYG have anything against Onic Indonesia right now?
That's a good question, man, because Onic, like you mentioned, I think in all their matches, there's been nothing that's gone past the 15-minute mark. They've won their previous matches very, very quickly. They are a team that understands the meta really well right now currently. Even again, their reputation, what can I not say it? The repetitions? Wow, I can't speak, man. It's not like I don't go to the gym, but the reps that they got from the international recently, I think really helps a team like Onic coming into this. And again, for DFYG, this is something that we kind of looked at yesterday, even casting their games up against Team Vamos. And one thing's for sure is that DFYG has gotten them here, in Games of the Future 2026. And I think that's what matters here, because they're going to have to really dig deep in this best of 3 against the previous Games of the Future 2025 champions. And even in that case, you got to remember, if you guys missed it last year, Onic swept that grand final. They were playing that against Aurora Gaming. And that's why you heard in the interview yesterday, Aurora Gaming wants that rematch. They want to hopefully see Onic at least somewhere along the way through this, and that could potentially happen for the grand finals here. Let's see. But Wolf, to answer your question too, DFYG, I think they've really got to improve on what worked for them yesterday. Taking 2 games against a team like Team Vamos can be useful here against Onic.
Yeah, I wonder what will happen for the side of Onic and how they will approach this game, because we saw that they have just, remember, they were put in their 3rd place match, right? And they looked like they were lost until then. But when they played the Falcons in the 3rd place match of MSC, it seems like they have figured something out, and it seems like something turned on in them. And then when we see them perform in the group stages, I think that they were just riding that kind of momentum. And that momentum is fast gameplay, draft your Melissa, draft your Pakita for Kelra, draft your strong side laners, and then just focus on winning the early stages and snowball from then on. And they look really good when they play like that. And it seems like this could be the approach for DFYG. However, DFYG, that's also their approach to this game. So this could be like a lot of explosions in the early stages that we might just see teams prioritize heroes that are strong in the early game.
Yeah, I guess this is what we're going to find out here as we jump into draft number 1 in this best of 3. DFYG is going to be on that blue side, so they're going to have priority. I think you'll see some different bans here just because of the nature of the way that Onic likes to play. As you can see, they're already going to take out that Fanny. Again, just covering the grounds here for Kyrie. Also, the Paquito being banned out. We'll actually see the Melissa being banned out, so not picked up here. I feel like it's just been this continuous pick, in our previous matches, all the way from yesterday alone. Again, and the Freya, there goes the Harley. So what is this going to leave us for the jungle, I would say? And is this just going to be a Barrett priority stolen by DFYG?
Yeah, Barrett is an important piece of the puzzle for Onic Indonesia. Every time that they get their hands on it, they will go for it, especially if there's no Paquito that they have to worry about. There's no Fanny that they have to think of. So that also means that DFYG should be the ones to take it away from them. However, the threat of the Marcel is also looming in the corner. So maybe if you're DFYG, you're thinking between Marcel as well as the Barretts. I think it will be foolish to give away both of those heroes to Onic. So DFYG gonna be better off if taking one or the other.
I think that's the hard choice to make, There's been so many good heroes that are picked up priority-wise here. I think Barrett's is probably their better chance, but they go with the Hirara instead. So they're going to go ahead and lock this in. Again, I got to go back to, Zhao's performance yesterday. Hopefully that he can play this Hirara to a high level against Kyrie, because that's what he's going to need. In their wins that they had yesterday against Team Vamos, he was playing the Suyo, and if I remember right, the Akai. He went with some utility. So what they do is they trade up, because they went with the Harara, they trade up the Barretts plus the Marcel. And that's why there were so many options, that you mentioned. Like, there's so many good picks that you can take on that first pick.
That's literally what I said. They could not give away both these heroes. Of course, they do get the Hirara, which is not a bad trade at all things considered. But there are so many alternatives to the Hirara. You can go pick up the Harley if you are Onic, but it's not available. Maybe the Nolan. They do secure this Claude, which they like to play for Long. And Long actually plays it well. So all things considered, it's okay. But I still feel like Onic has got the big two heroes of the patch, and they will just maybe choose their assassin jungler in third pick, or maybe a Valentina actually, so that they will have the mid lane intact. Especially you already have the Cho on the other side.
Okay. So you have the Cho. This is one of the things, too, that we're seeing more often now, too, Wolf. You know, if it's the Suyo or if it's the Hirara, this seems to be what they like to do, where it's like we want to just kick into, like, a kill, you know? Like, we have enough burst damage off that kick, but I think one of the hard things to do, especially up against a Marcel, man, is making that Cho work, you know, like, efficiently, just because you got to deal with so many things, not just the golden hour. There's the snapshots that you have, too. And then, of course, the Barrett. So I really feel like you got to be cautious here if you're Zed, just because of, again, we've already seen it, man. And that's why the Barretts is always just snagged right away if it's open, just because you cover so much ground. You're threat enough. Like, even if you don't use the ultimate, people should just be weary, right? Like, because there's like, oh, I could just get Daytona welcomed, thrown into the team. But then you put a Marcel with that, and there's just so much that Onic can do already with those two heroes.
Yeah. Expected it will be the Nolan. This could be Clinton Brody ban coming out from DFYG. But with the Nolan getting picked up, I think that there is an option for Onic to go for Harith as their last pick, because that is a strong lane hero for almost a marksman. It's still a mage. I think it still counts as a mage. But yeah, a strong gold laner option here for Kelra. At the same time, you can go for fighters like Ruby that we saw before, right? So there's so many things that could be available here for Kelra. And I like how they are managing the XP lane. They banned the Alice, which is a good hero for a Fish God, actually. When we saw him play with the Alice, is also scary. Well, he is a good player in general, so yeah. When given the right hero in the right circumstance, he can actually turn it around for the FYG.
Yeah, the Alice, the Yuzhong. There's some other impactful XP laners that he could pick too, but since it's already banned out, I mean, the Uranus is gone. You know you're up against the Barretts. Not sure what Fish God's going to end up bringing out here, but we're on red 4 right now for Onic. They've already got their roam, their XP, their jungle. They can pick up a mid right now too, and then just sit on the gold lane unless they want to go ahead and pick up gold lane. They already know they're going against Claude, so it's like one of those things where, again, you just let Kelra do what he wants to do in that lane. There was good ground coverage, though, because you can see the Harith and Clint were banned out, and Melissa was gone, so it might just be a Brody or what's left for Kelra to play here. It is going to be a Eudora, though, that goes through. So the burst potential is kind of insane, man, between having the Nolan plus the Eudora. And the setup to do that is what makes that even scarier, just because of your Marcel and Barrett. So even without seeing the gold lane pick here for Kelra, I think Onic already has this first game draft at least favoring them.
Yep, well, totally. And the reason why I will totally agree with that is because they have the strongest heroes in the meta game. Yeah, it's just a very standard one. I mean, they don't have the Hirara, but they do have a counterpart to it, which is the Nolan. And teams are starting to utilize the Nolan as well as the Harley to counter this Hirara. And they have the Eudora to go with it. The Marcel, almost an auto-ban hero in most cases. There's the Valentina as well as the Sora. Really like how the FYG is approaching this. They want to go for team fights. They want to go for explosions as well from their end. Now Onic, when they see this composition from the FYG, they can go for a marksman now that is independent. I feel like so. Somewhere along the lines of a Brody or Brody's level, the Harith has been banned. This is a hero that we also talked about earlier. There is some merit picking up the Ruby in the gold lane, but yeah, they will just go for something standard. No need to complicate things. We'll just go for this Brody.
Okay, we expected the Brody. This is just going to solidify my thoughts more. Onic won this draft for game 1. Let's see if DianFengYaoGuai can actually execute this draft. They've got to... I mean, we're not saying there's not a good hero composition here. It's more so of how much they have to do to make it work. Now, part of this, I would say, maybe Valentina, depending on what you're able to do with it, might help that alleviate some of that pressure a little bit more. But man, they're going to have to work for this if they can beat Onic in these team fights. especially if they get to a later game. But remember, Onic has not had a game go past, I think it's 14-11 is their longest game so far. They're very quick to get to the victory if they have an upper hand, and that is exactly what DFYG has to watch out for and stop it from happening.
Well, it's a tricky scenario for DFYG, but they do have the tools. I always feel like if you have a team fighting tool, you will always have a way to actually win the game. And they do have the Sora, and eventually this Valentina will be able to copy perhaps the Marcel ultimate. So there are ways, or there are ways around it. This is not looking impossible, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, it starts here. Start of the game going through. DFYG looking for what they can. Again, as Kyrie gets his purple buff, he's just got to be protected by Keyboy. And they will trade out, securing that buff for the Lith Wanderer. So that's secured. Let's take a look at the emblems quick.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, my feet actually lagged a bit. There's nothing really... Okay, there you go. There's nothing really out of the ordinary. So unsafe coming up from the emblems.
Oh, whoa. What is going on here?
No. That's a flicker and a stomp, but I think Suns was able to dodge out there, and a weird flicker from Suns. Yep, that was very ambitious for him to go for that flicker play, and he ends up wasting his own flicker for this early game.
Yeah, at least he, well, as we say, better not having the flicker than a death, even though Zed uses as well. So, nonetheless, pretty much even across the board. We got to wait for this first turtle for something to happen with this one. And that's just the nature of DFYG's composition. They try to set something up with a G Kundo if they have it, but it's more playing into the kick once it's available, or again, having that Sora crowd control there too. They're going to force Zhao out of that bush. Loopy's kind of low here, but he's got the Daytona's welcome. He's going to get the stacks that he can. Kyrie's going to poke it. There's the flicker. Daytona's welcome as we expected into the wall, and the burst is going to come through, but E1 will be able to survive. Flickers on out. There's Zed falling, and now crashing down. Fish got out, takes out one. He's looking for another if he can. He goes in, has the crowd control and damage, but just not enough. Does make it happen. It's easier for Zhao now. Low health bars, but it's a double for Suns on the Eudora.
Already would have been really good for the side of DFYG, as they started with a fight on utilizing their shifting skies, which we said that whenever you have a team fighting tool like that, something really good as the Sora, you can actually turn the game around no matter what happens, because all you have to do is to look for an opening. And they were able to find an opening out there, but they overextended, and eventually Onic, despite losing their Nolan very early to that fight, managed to win it because Suns was outputting the damage from the start of the fight up until the end. So that will eventually favor Onic, and they're going to be very happy about this early game that they built after punishing the FYG's overextension.
Now the fight for the turtle here was rather ignored for that team fight. Neither team pulling the trigger just yet. E1's holding on to his own golden hour. Kyrie will make his way. One thing is Kyrie maintains a bit of a level lead against Zhao just because of the nature of how things went. Zhao's dealing with the green camp. Turtle's already going to be started up, though, so let's see. DFYG looking for a fight. Shifting Skies comes through. Zed on the zone. Goes with the kick on Sans. He pops the flicker again. They're going to fight for this. Turtle's in the golden hour. There's the stun, and Zhao will be able to secure the objective. But one falls, and it's Fish God. So Onic trading a kill for the objective.
I think that's Onyx always a team that likes trading kills for the first turtles, right? They're going to be happy with it, but that three-man collapse onto top lane. Can they take out Kelra? Seems like it's promising that Terrify is there, but Kelra survives, gets an HP with the help of Keyboy. That is the Marcel giving shields to Kelra.
Oh my goodness, the shield came in clutch for Kelra. Able to go ahead and rely on Keyboy there. He's actually going to stay in lane, clear out this wave, and then go for the reset. But man, the timing impeccable from Onic right now. DFYG falling a little bit further behind now. 1,000-ish gold. Make it 2 behind Onic.
God, Onic just finding some scraps and some clutch moments. And if you're DFYG, you're really, really hopeful that you are positive, you're optimistic that you can get the kill onto Kelra because you committed 3 of your heroes. I mean, in any other case, that would have worked. And now they will lose their Q1 as Mlbb is able to find a kill with that flicker. And Daytona's welcome.
Well, DFYG got Kelra finally. They knew his flicker was down, so they're able to go ahead and punish the gold laner of Onic. But it was a trade once again, set up in the mid, so 1-for-1 across the board. Meanwhile, Kyrie just continues to farm up here. At least this time, Zhao is actually maintaining levels. It's more so, can they do what Onic has been doing, setting things up? They're not going to go for the kill here on Mlbb. They don't want to go ahead and waste a kick here. Turtle's coming up here in a couple seconds. You can see Onic is already going for position. Kyrie will grab his buff and then rotate forward. So they just might go for a delay here as Keyboy is already around that turtle. Again, broken walls is the map. They've got an extra wall to work with. Shifting Sky's going to bring him back. Trapped in the golden hour, but now Kyrie's going to go ahead and join this fight. He's already smashing down. A lot of ultimates already used. There's Daytona's welcome. Golden hour used and expended again. Now Zed couldn't find the opening. Gonna get lightning balled here. He jukendo's out, and now Kelra could have joined the fight, but Onic fought for the space, and they'll take the turtle. They'll start it up. DFYG is here. They're gonna pop the conceal. They're going for the blazing duet. Kyrie's able to secure the turtle, but the fight goes over to Onic still, looking for more. Torn apart memory. Gonna send Lung back, and Kelra is the one to get punished. So it's a trade for kills and objectives again.
I'm actually surprised that they still extended out there. Oh, shifting Skies onto the back lines. They do have the damage. This time comes the jump, and that's a shutdown onto Sans. Onic getting punished after, again, their overextension. And they stayed in the middle, and they are giving free gold for DFYG. There still is the lead for Onic, but if you're Onic, you gotta be careful. You cannot give free stuff to DFYG because they can easily come back from this game with this Aurora.
As you mentioned, Wolf in the draft, and you know, when we got there, one of the main key players for DFYG is Fish God, and he's making things work, and this potential is here for DFYG. A kick's going to be used on Keyboy, but Mlbb was there. Kyrie sees Fish God. I'm not sure if they're going to go ahead and go for this. Daytona's welcome, but whoa, the golden hour is going to freeze him in. There's the Daytona's welcome into the wall, and then Fish God is taken out, and now Lung could be in trouble. Had to pop the defensive blazing duet. A couple marks here on U1. He could be in trouble. Kelra seeing if he can get another mark off, but not just yet. Now they're going to go for the tier 1 turret, and they shred through Zed and take the turret next.
To the bottom, there we go. Moving as a unit. They want to push the bottom lane to get more control of the map. 31 seconds before the first Lord. Fortunately for DFYG, Zhao Shui's Hirara was able to split push a little bit. Keyboy will not get there in time to cancel the teleport, but it's more than enough. And you can see that Onic taking advantage of situation. Again, they just have to not overextend, I feel like, because that has been their problem throughout this game. Mlbb in the middle of the mid lane. You gotta be careful out there, but it seems like there will be some reactions from the FYG. Onic, when they find this out, they will react too.
Here goes Zed with a kick right on target, but Zed's going to be the one to get punished. Golden Hour are going to be used, and again, Sans' burst with Kelra will find it too. Now Zhao trying to run away. The marks are already on him. Golden Hour on the defense, but this is now an open to take the Lord. Kyrie alone will go ahead and start it up.
On the FYG, they tried to go for that play. I mean, yeah, you're right. He's on the mark. He found the target, but there wasn't any follow-up. Well, to be fair, Onic reacted accordingly. When they saw the kick, they did not overreact to the Cho. They looked where the help is coming from, and they stopped that from happening, eventually taking out Fish God. 2, 4, and 3, unfortunately, on this Sora. The FYG has to figure out a way to make it so that Fish God will then be activated.
If they want to allow Fish God to continue to be activated, someone else has to supplement him, man, on these. And it's been Zed, you know, trying to set things up with a kick, trying to make it happen. Oh, look at that. This is why every single time the Eudora goes over to Onic, whether it was Sans or whether it was, you know, the likes of Sunset Lover back on Team Spirit before they got eliminated, you just see how dominant they are with it, how strong of a, you know, the poke is. Just, you can't even defend against this base turret push. The Lord is working on the mid, and Onic, they might still actually get this base turret off this wave. They can't do anything up top. Golden Hour going to be used. Keeping them in trapped. And now turret, couple hits away. They're not going to go for it. There's the shifting skies. Kairi waiting patiently. This is what they wanted. They wanted DFYG to try to fight, and they're able to find more. Lung goes in with a blazing duet. He can't find the target he's looking for. He's trapped. He's zoned out. E1 could be in trouble next. Kairi and Keyboy are still there as they run him down. Now it's just Lung, but there's too much damage and too much health bars for Lutpi, and now Onic will go ahead and take the first game in this best of 3 against DFYG.
And Onic spent so much of the game they're trying to lure in a DFYG to this point where they will team fight. And you're right, they invited them into their box and they were able to win it because of that. Perfect execution at last. They had to sacrifice Kara for it, but they did end the game as the Nolan coming out from Kairi was just too much to handle. That's just game 1 of this best of 3 series, a commanding victory for Onic Indonesia. Can they pull through in the end? Let's watch out after this break.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
And we are here back after the Onic versus DFYG first round, and that was a very quick game. That was like 10 minutes 30 seconds or approximately, and then Kairi at the end, he smashed it down to the base of DFYG. That was a very quick game. Onic takes the win for this one.
Yeah, definitely was a very quick ending, I would put it that way. You couldn't really tell who is exactly leading because the game was 6-9 and it was pretty close game overall around the minute 6, I believe, and then within the past 4 minutes, everything went drastically towards the favor of Team Onic.
That's true. I mean, at the end, it was we ended with I believe 6-18 or 6-18. So it's going to be interesting to see the stats very soon.
Yeah. Before that, I would like to remind about one big sponsor name is Samro Kazna. Thank you very much, Samro Kazna, for making and sponsoring the tournament of Phygital fighting, Phygital football. Phygital football. Thank you very much for sponsoring that, and because of that, it wouldn't be possible without you. And thank you very much for making this tournament happen and making this game of the future happen here at beautiful Kazakhstan, Astana. And yeah, let's get back to the game.
Yeah.
Which part do you like the most during the game?
I think towards the end that was a very clean win, because we were talking about at the end there was a fight they took way from near the river to all the way till DFYG's base, and at the end when they entered the base for DFYG, they didn't have any players for DFYG. I mean, that was crazy. At the end, we can see the highlights up on the screen right now. We have the teams getting ready just before the last match. And I mean, this was their first match today, so they didn't have any expectations or any predictions whatsoever. And this is how the game started. I mean, after 2 minutes, we had a 1-1. I mean, everything was going equal, I would say.
That's just like what I said here, Heidi. You couldn't really tell exactly who is leading, who is not, because the game was relatively equal until minute 6, and then from minute 6, like, let's put it, okay, let's give it minute 5. From minute 5 to 10, like, the game was swiftly, drastically moved towards the team of Onic. I mean, they were the clear favorites. They were nominated as the champions of the last year here at the Game of the Future. I mean, that's the reason why they're here and they're competing here. I mean, DianFengYaoGuai, big shout out to them. It wasn't easy per se. It wasn't a clean victory, but the last 4 minutes of the game, I mean, the DianFengYaoGuai couldn't really do much to Team Onic. After minute 6 here, as we can see the team fight, from this kind of team fight, Onic got the slight advantages, and from minutes 7 to 8, that's where everything shifts. Yeah. This team fight will take over Onic, and just look at constant pressure from them. And I mean, like we were saying about Kyrie, this player, he was giving on the interview that we're watching on a video. He was saying that they would like to do well on this tournament, and they were champions for the reason, and this is the reason. I mean, they're taking over the map, taking the control, and the control leads it to the victory.
That's true. I mean, as you said, after 6 minutes, I think that was a very fast pace for Onic, but it was very slow that went for DFYG. I mean, here we are nearing the end of the game. This is where they took out almost everyone from DFYG. I mean, Kyrie shut down Zhao Shi, and then they had 2 players left, and then they finally got Lung as well, before they just marched right into the base, as you can see on the screen now. That was 8-16. That was double the kill points. And very interesting game.
Yeah, I would like to also mention, if you were paying attention on minute 8, there was a 5k gold advantage, and by the time they were ending the game, the gold advantage swing was on actually more than 7,000 gold. Right. It's just way too much. And as you can see here, the scoreboard 8-16. They're twice of their kill scoreboard done by Team Onic, and Keyboy, I mean, he's been participating on mostly all the kills. One kill and 14 assists there. I mean, what an absolute goat for being there, always supporting this team, just like Lutpi is. Lutpi is closer with the 2 kills and 12 assists. Pretty much they've been all participating at every kill there against the team of DianFengYaoGuai.
Yeah, I mean, the Onic, Kyrie and also Kelra both played really well. I think Kelra had more deaths compared to Kyrie, but both really played well. I should say the whole team actually really played well, because after the, let's say, the 6-7 minute mark, it was more of an ambush where the team completely were on the DFYG. I mean, Onic completely smashed Onic. They were behind them. But before the next one, let's give a big shout out to Yandex Go for being one of the sponsors for this Games for the Future 2026 in Astana. Make sure you scan the QR code right up on the screen and download the app, because it's got everything you need. It's gonna make your life a lot easier. So do not forget Yandex Go. Download it from the QR code right up on your screen. And we move on to back to the game, and we are just 1 round done. But that was a very quick game. If this goes the same way, I think the next game, we don't know, because we have the history of the DFYG getting beaten, but they're coming back up again in the next game, that like how we saw in the last one. But again, as Steelborker said, I mean, Onic never had a fail. I mean, they'd never lost 1 game in this tournament, right? So that's a huge advantage. That comes with a lot of confidence as well when it comes to this tournament and Onic as a team, and they've got the star players on their on the desk as well. What do you think about the next game? Any expectations?
And there's nothing to be said. It just will be Onic just played extremely well. There's a as we speak, there is a comparison between Kyrie and Zhao Shu, and as we can see, the hero damage here is almost a half of that, like 1.5 hero damage difference. 35k damage into 20k damage of Zhao Shu, and the gold differences in almost 2k, more than 2k, and KDA 13.00 to 330. It's just way too much. It's more than 4 times actually.
Right.
He has a KDA differences. Really good performance from the Kirai.
Yeah,
and he's been doing awesome. I believe he's the captain of the team and the leader of his team, and he does it very well. And they just proved that with their results that they are potentially are the a big nominee for the championship here at beautiful Astana and Jack Arena, because the way how they played, it was exceptional well. As I was saying earlier, Keyboy is an MVP for me. That's what I agree. Our beloved broadcast team as well here. 94%. He hasn't participated in 1 kill out of all the kills. He has been missed only 1 kill, and 94% of kill participation. I think this is the most highest kill participation I have honestly with this Keyboy.
Great
really awesome awesome play, and also Lutpi there was also 1 kill below than the Keyboy is.
That's true. That's very true.
It was very clean game. I think it will be actually a 2-0 towards the Onic. Onic are the clear favorites. DFYJ, I believe they are them the best, and hopefully their strategy will work out on the second game. Maybe they'll adjust some drafts and pick more heroes that have more victors. Maybe we'll get to see Barrett's, or maybe we get to see Harley again with a combination of Melissa, because those two heroes have been playing before from the team of other last game, and they were doing it actually very well.
Yeah, of course. Let's give a big shout out to Freedom for being the general partner for Mlbb right here in Games of the Future 2026 right here in Arena. And let's not forget, this wouldn't be possible without the sponsors who are supporting us to bring all this right here. And talking about the MVP, Keyboy, he actually had 14 assists. That's a huge number when you are looking at the contribution to the team. Instead of, he only got 1 kill, 1 death, and 14 assists. He really didn't pay attention to getting kills all by himself, because all he wanted was to get the kills for the team, and then he just went for it. He actually really deserved that one, the MVP.
Definitely is. It just shows how great supporters the player is, because he hasn't stole any kill from their carry players, aka junglers, and the XP and gold laners, and for sure that's the result that we have. And what I was saying earlier, SRG had picked Melissa and Harley the last 2 games before our game, right, as we're seeing. Maybe we'll get to see Harley with a combination of with Melissa, or maybe get to see Barras, or maybe there'll be another heroes such as Atlas and other OP heroes, overpowered heroes that there is at the game of Mobile Legends.
True. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for Ruby in the next draft, but we don't know. Maybe they're going to stick with the same if the other team doesn't ban them. But Onic might secure a strong first pick meta hero that can be flexed between, let's say, mid roam or the EXP lane. So we're yet to see what happens. But I thought they might go for Minotaur, which they actually did not, I believe, in the last one. But we are yet to see. They proved. Their picks were they proved it really well in the last game. They had a really good win, and that too pretty quick win, I would say. But that's said how it happens after that one. But we got something up on the screen coming up, right?
Yeah, we're about to take a look at our beautiful mascots, the heroes that we're here at the Games of the Future. Let's take a look.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and Mlbb to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
We're back here once again at our Jack Arena. Thank you very much for this introducement of our beautiful symbols here at the Games of the Future. Have you seen actually them being appearing on those actual digital games on soccer and on soccer, football?
Yeah.
And they were actually doing it very funny, walking on the crowd and saying hello to the crowd. It was actually fun.
It was very cool because it keeps everything really entertaining because we have the real mascots coming out in the arenas, all the games. I mean, we have one mascot assigned to multiple games, so which is really cool. And also, I believe these mascots are assigned on the basis of what kind of games they are, because as we look at the wolf, it's for the PUBG and also the shooter, which basically both are kind of shooters. So I think really cool concepts, right?
Yeah, and there's also physical mascot is for the sports, and for the other ones are the actually the esports. And we'll take a look at how it's going to be. Seems like the games are about to start and the players are getting ready. And let's get to game number 2 and see who is going to be winner. And good luck to both the teams. Let's pass the words to the Niso and Wolf. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Elias, as well as Haiti. Game number 1 went by so quick. You don't even recall that it was a one-sided affair now. But DFYG, can they turn it around is always going to be the question. There were some moments in this particular game that I thought that they can actually fight and trade against Onic, but Onic were just too good with it. They're just too good at forcing the errors of the FYG. Nice. What should be the adjustments now? I mean, on the top of your head, what do you feel like should they do against their opponents right now?
I feel like there's a lot that DFYG actually has to kind of adjust here, Wolf, just because, you know, I feel like I said this even before we got into when we were in the draft for game 1. I was like, you know, one of the main things, if lesson learned from yesterday too, was, you know, Zed. Zed needs to be able to go ahead and find those setups that he was looking for. And, you know, unfortunately, we kind of pointed that out when the draft did come through, and it was like, you're going to pick up this Cho, you're fighting against the Barretts across from you, plus Keyboy on that golden hour, right? Having that Marcel. And so your job is super difficult to try to get those kicks off. And Fishgod did a great job on the Sora. Actually, I think Fishgod has been the most consistent throughout the matches of DFYG. You know, he's been very good at going and setting things up, even pumping out some pretty good damage on the Sora. But unfortunately, once he was done and once his ultimate was expended, then what was left, you know? And Lung never had the opportunity on the Claude to get that power spike that he was looking for. And that's what I was saying about how Onic, so far, they've been playing this meta so well that they end games very quickly. So if you're going to go ahead and lean towards, you know, some of those marksmen that are a little more late game centric, like the Claude has been so far for a lot of people, especially when the Melissa's banned out, you know, you have to make things happen elsewhere across the map. And even for Zhao, they prioritized the Harara, but then you really didn't see them do anything with it. You know what I mean? So it's like, I hate to keep going back to it, but it's all the draft, right? What are you going to trade through the draft, even though the bans are different? And I think focusing on getting that Harara for Zhao just wasn't it wasn't enough to trade out right away that Barrett's pick over, and even the Eudora was a big problem that Sans had.
Yeah. There's also this factor of they just gave away too much, you know. So the Melissa was banned out, but they still gave away the Barretts as well as eventually the Eudora in the end. There was that Marcel, which is also a problem. There's so many meta picks that they gave out, and they just settled for a Claude, which is already a hero that most of the teams will veer away from intentionally because they feel like it's not the strongest hero in the meta game. Anyway, so a lot of problems that we've seen so far, but of course it's not the end of the world. There's still a way for DFYG, and this time they start with a good one. They pick up the Barretts. Onic are quick to trade with the Harley and the Atlas.
Okay, I think that's good. You know, get the Barretts at least. This was one of the main things that we were wondering about in the previous game, and so at least you secure yourself. Is Barrett's the best? Is he the best hero right now? Like, do you think value-wise?
Yep. I feel like...
Who would be second to Barrett's, or like even with Barrett's?
Hirara for sure.
Aurora.
I feel like... And then the Paquito might be third, but the Paquito, you know, its strength diminishes when there's a Barrett's, but if they're together, oh, there's no way to go around it. It's just the strongest hero combination. So Onic, they gave away that Barrett's, but they got 3 good ones in the end. DFYG still settled with this Claude. I don't like that they are putting a lot of emphasis in this hero, but I guess this is what they wanted to. This is what they wanted, anyways. It's like their lineup, and I feel like the problem I have with that is they probably have trained with this way too much.
Yeah.
They might have overcooked with this, and the problem with it is that you just pick the Uranus and then you're done, right? There is a lot of problem now that the FRG has to solve between the Atlas as well as the Uranus.
So Barrett's is the way to go, and I think DFYG locked it in. They're gonna go. They're gonna go again for Lung on the Claude. I'm really wondering what they're going to go ahead and put in the jungle here, just against this Harley. You know, you've got to deal with Kyrie and the Harley, and because of the bans already on the Aurora, plus the potential Paquito, Fanny, you know, going in the jungle. There's a lot. I feel like that needs to be seen from Zhao. Maybe they want to go for a Guinevere? At least a little more crowd control or something to work with. Something utility-wise, maybe.
Maybe not. Maybe the Gwyn.
Oh, it's banned out. That's what I was thinking. You know, it's the last ban that comes out from Onic.
Yeah. We're running out of options here for DFYG, but we'll see there. It's not the end of the world again. It could be a way. I'm thinking about maybe an Akai actually, and then they go for damage EXP. So,
but they've already got the Barretts.
All right. I think they have no choice. They have to go assassin now. So that leaves Nolan for them to use, and then maybe
pick up the Nolan, and then you go for your Rome.
Sure. Maybe a Badang actually. They might not have any choice. If they can play that, actually. But for Onic, World is your ocean. They still have the Harith, but it's not the best paired up with the Harley. They might just go for maybe a Ruby, actually.
More crowd control if they want to. Again, Onyx, like you said, they have so many options already that they left open on this red 4. We'll see if they block in what's going to go in the mid lane. Either they still need the mid, and they also need the gold lane. Again, they usually hold on to that Caldra pick for the end here. So, and you know, you're already against Claude, so you don't have to rush it. I think this is one of the things, though, is what do they want to pick up for DFYG for their last 2 picks to round this out? I like their first 3 picks they already have. Can they give some time to Lung to build up on the Claude? one of the main things. A lot of Kyrie fans out there, of course, to watch Kyrie make those moves in the jungle. Even in the last game that he performed really well, obviously, being activated on that Nolan. We'll see if this is going to be up to the take here for Zhao. It looks like heroes are being locked in. We just can't see it because even the red 4 was already locked in. So I'm not sure what those last 2 picks were from because they're not popping up with the graphics, but I know they're locked in, right? It's Keyboy's pick now.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, because it's been a while since the 4th to the 5th ban, so
there it is. They're rolling with the Farset and the Leo Mord for DFYG.
Okay. I understand it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think it has some ways to go about it. I think Onic now will just go for a strong marksman, maybe a carry actually, or a Granger, and close it out with. And they're going to be fine with that.
I would like to see what they pick, but it looks like we're going to have to wait till we get in the game, Wolf. But yes, it makes sense with what I feel like it makes sense with where DFYG wanted to go with their draft. Again, prioritizing the Barretts. It's like I don't know. I don't know, especially about the Leo Mord, man. We saw this yesterday. It was shut down really hard, and that was in the hands of Rune Eaters when they brought it out in game 1 or 2. One of those, but the same thing. It was shut down really hard, and so Zhao's gonna have to make some magic happen. I almost would have rather seen him maybe pick up utility, like an Akai or something, at least compete into the objectives, but that doesn't happen here. Let's see if this is going to be good enough. I think regardless of whatever Calra picked, those first 4 picks already that Onic had should give them a good time going into game 2.
Yeah. Overall, I want to say something smart, but I don't know what the last pick is. The composition and our judgment of the composition of Onic will always be dependent on that last pick, as well as the Leo Mord. Thinking about the Leo Mord, already dealing with the Atlas is already a problem, but I guess the idea is you have someone else to tank and soak the damage soak the stun before you go in, soak the frigid breath. Maybe force out the fatal links before you go in, and then when you do go in, you have so much damage. But what is the hero that can force that out? They only have the Barretts, which I feel like is a very strong hero, very tanky hero, but will not be able to tank on its own. It has to have a backup with it. What did they go for their roam? The roamer was it
for DFYG?
Yeah. They went in for the Farsa Mord.
Yeah, Farsa Mord, the last 2 picks. They had the Barretts. And they had the...
Can I remember their...
I'm not sure if they were thrown... If they were mixed up or not, just because the draft.
You're right.
Yeah, that's why I don't know, because I don't know if...
You're right.
If that was a roam... a roam Barretts or something because it didn't make sense, right? They had Farsa Valentina is what showed.
Oh yeah. So
I'm not sure if that's correct. Yeah, that's why.
So I have to wait for it for sure. So
because I don't even think the switches happen. So I just don't know. I don't think it'd be unless they're trying something new, you know what I mean? Unless they're trying something with a Rome Valentino or something else. But that's probably why we're taking a little bit of taking a minute here to get to this game, just because I don't know. It shouldn't be a redraft or anything, but I think we'll actually see what the entire draft was, because even as Onyx last pick, we weren't able to see it just yet. So we'll wait till we jump into the game and see what happens here. But yeah, I think nonetheless, if you just kind of go back to what DFYG needs to change, it would still be that concept no matter what was picked. It was just, not letting Onic kind of take this away, because they start so strong and fast, and then they take it out of the opponent's hands here, and that's what Onic has done really well.
If Onic eventually picked up the Jushin, I think that makes sense. I think it's a hero that they really like to play, and it has good synergy with the Atlas, because there's just so much slows, so much stuns, and eventual control in the middle that you have. So I think that's actually a good way to
here we go.
deal with it. Okay, we are indeed going, so we do see the farce.
Wait, it is a Rome Valentina, man. They're doing a Rome Valentina with a Farsa. So it was right. They're just trying something new from DFYG. And counter on the Granger.
Yeah, they do pick up the Granger, so we did call it, but oh my, DFYG. I hope you're cooking. I hope we are wrong.
Let them cook, man. Let them cook.
I hope
I don't know how cooked they're going to be.
Brother. Yeah, I hope I will be wrong here. But I would say that this is impossible to win against Onic.
It might be impossible enough, Wolf, and cooked enough that somehow it gets them to a Game 3. I don't know, but I think that's what DFYG is hoping for, and that's what everybody rooting for them is hoping for here. It's just one of those things where it's a cheese strat. It's essentially that, and it can get punished really hard to the point where this is just going to be one of the fastest games that we see here in Games of the Future, because it's still up to the point of what is Leomore going to be able to do for Zhao? You can see this, right? They're going to fast rotate, but it's to Loopy. Even with the Rockets here, Loopy, even without level 4, it doesn't matter. He is a Uranus. This is not a lane that's going to be easy to gank.
I don't like what I'm seeing, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I'm thinking about so many things. Wow, how this could work. There was a time where the Jushin was put in the Rome. I wanted to recall the time where Valentina was valid in the Rome, because there was a meta game where we can actually put mages in the Rome, like your Kadita, your Novaria, your Selena, your Rafaela at a certain point. Well, this is possible in that regard. Look at this, they initiate and Sans will fall.
Sans is going to fall. He even popped the Purify, so that's a good start for DFYG. They pick the kill mid. This should be a turtle for them too, so, you know, the turning the fire on, man. They're slowly cooking at this point. The turtle's secured. Meanwhile, in the gold lane too, Kalra could be in trouble here. Feathered Airstrike dropped down. Also a fight in the jungle. Kalra looks like he's still able to survive so far with a sliver of health, but finally, Lung gets the kill. Onic down 2 deaths.
Yeah. Okay. We're seeing a lot of promise here for DFYG, but it's mainly based on their movements. And I would credit FishGod for this. And what I feel like about for DFYG is that FishGod has been pivotal to their success. And I feel like if you are DFYG, you should look to utilizing DFYG FishGod more.
Wow. They just deleted Kyrie too. It looks like they're going to keep on going to the pressure. There's the Fatal Links being used. Lung right on target. And man, DFYG is making it happen. Forget what we said earlier on. It's working for now. I think the main question is, can DFYG continue putting the pressure this way to Onic with this unique lineup?
Yeah. Well, they should. And that's the thing with the Leomore. They can snowball really hard in the early stages, especially if you're backed up with the Barretts that's confident. Again, FishGod, really good player, pivotal to the wins of DFYG. DFYG looks good when FishGod is looking good, and I feel like if it's given this kind of hero, very strong in the meta, can actually facilitate for early game team fights, you're gonna have a good time with your DFYG.
Couple pokes happening here in the mid lane. Keyboy's there. Now that Onic has felt what DFYG can throw at them, they're going to go ahead and be a little more calculated on this. I feel like stolen Fatal Links here for Zed. A couple first items now being picked up too. The Glowing Wand picked up for E1. You've seen how devastating these feathered airstrikes can be when they set it up right away, and there's been, you know, good synergy already with the stolen Fatal Links. And so, again, that might have been a part of the plan here. They saw an Atlas be picked up. Well, we want our own Fatal Links. So Loopy up on that front side. This turtle's going to be worked on, but they don't care. They're just going to give this up. They were looking elsewhere, and they just look to farm up what they can for Onic.
Yeah. Moving towards the bottom lane. Onic, if there is a hero that they can look towards when they are down in this rate is the Granger. And I'm not talking about just how good Kelra can be, but it's mainly because the Granger in general is a hero that if you just give him a Sky Piercer, is going to be able to participate in the second and the third turtle, which if you are playing correctly and if you're getting the kills, you can get the game back to your favor. But it seems like the FYG are not gonna let that happen. Zed, Rome, Valentina 1-0-2, making us eat our words about this Valentina.
At least for now, Loopy gives some information. He's going to go ahead and pop the Consecration. Could be in trouble, though. Might even get caught here. Daytona's welcome to the Feather Airstrike. When he pops the Purify. So Loopy, can he survive this? A couple shots, the rockets in there, and he bobs and weaves through. Meanwhile, down to the bottom side, some action in the bottom lane. It looks like Lung burned his Blazing Duet. Lung goes down bottom lane. There's a bunch happening. And here we go. Zed now going to be in trouble. They feed the kills over to this bottom side. Kelra gets one, and also Kyrie. So that was the trade across the map.
Yeah. At the middle. Maybe defense for Lutpi. A kill onto Lung is so important because that's a kill onto Kelra. I'm not sure what items he has, but the FYG. Now the Sky Piercer indeed was available before, so they do have a positive turret there, Onic. Although they will lose their turret, so it's a turret for turret. The fact that the kill and an assist was given to Kelra, so everything that Onic needs in this abysmal early game that they have. They're down 2,000. It's going to be the third turtle. It feels like, just judging from the movements of Onic, they kind of want to contest this upcoming turtle.
Purify burnt by Sans. Seems to be a responsive mid lane. Kyrie goes in with the deadly magic right on Yi1. Yi1, even with the wings by wings, will be blasted anyway. Kelra joined the fight. The rest of the team here too. Another trade though happening as Lootbeat goes down. Zhao able to pick up one, and Keyboy has to disengage right now. Zhao, nice flicker burned here. Really good initiation from Zed, but they do get the turret. They're going to bring him back. Keyboy looking for a potential angle just to slow them down. He doesn't have a Fatal Lynx. Now he's going to get lined up and shot down. It's a killing spree for the Leomord of Zhao.
Oh, messy fight there for Onic. They already gave away the turtle. They got a kill onto Yi1, but then they fed one more kill. And I think it was onto Lutpi, who overstayed in the middle, tried to defend. And they did try to defend, only to lose again. Whoa. Kyrie, oh, what a shot from Yi1. Not going to be played by the mind games of Kyrie with some of the stutter steps. Gets the kill. 7-3 in favor of the FYG, and my oh my, this Rome Valentina that we said was impossible is now winning by 4,000 gold in the first 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, you know, some Kyrie fans in the audience there felt that one, seeing him get feathered airstrike down, and that's a tier 2 that falls, and the orange buff most likely going to be stolen here unless they can stop this from happening. Fish God going up at the front side. Feathered airstrike dropping down. It's going to be on Loopy. He pops the Consecrate, but there's the final Fatal Lynx, and now they're trying to get away. But the Phantom Steed comes through, and he's going to clean up Kelra. They're looking for more, and DFYG continues to put the pressure on Onic.
Ooh. What do you do now if you're Onic? Well, especially if you lost your Skypers, your stacks already. That's just a disaster. And Onic, this is now in a way difficult spot than before because you have a death, a death on your Kelra Granger after the Sky Piercer was bought. And at this point, Lutpi is not as survivable as he is. Going for the Chastise Pauldron. It's good versus both the Leomord as well as the Claude, but I think they also have to worry about the damage output of E1 as well as Zed. Onic, they really need some magic defense soon, but they won't have it in this first Lord.
Yeah, Loopy's just getting shredded down here. Lord's going to go for a bit of a reset. Kelra's just still trying to farm up. This should just be an easy Lord take for DFYG. They can't stumble it here. They're going to be zoned out, and Kyrie gets the Lord, though. A feathered airstrike going to drop down. He tries to get away. Loon goes in with a blazing duet. He's just out of reach, but finally Yi1 will be able to get the kill. Meanwhile, Kelra pushing down that bottom side. Somehow, Onic finds a glimmer of hope off the retreat from Kairi.
Somehow, some way. And again, Yi1 unchecked by Kairi. Kairi tried to go for another stutter step play once again to kind of dodge some of the fair dare strike, but Yi1 was just on point in the zone. They do get a kill. I think that the FYG still got the better end of the stick after taking down Kairi and pushing some lanes. Unfortunately for Onic though, they have stolen that Lord with Kairi, and Kelra was able to find a push down the bottom lane. So Onic will not lose further control of their own jungle unless the FYG's push in the bottom lane is successful.
Now Steed used, trying to go for Sans. Sans already popping the beacon here. Still has his Purified. Daytona's Welcome charged up. Could be in trouble. A push up top though. So Onic has resulted into just playing the map. They know they cannot fight DFYG because of the deficit that they're facing against. And so they have to just go and get what they can. Open up the map here and there, and they've been playing that split push really well. So for DFYG, still maintaining a lead, about 5,000 gold ahead. They have to make sure that it doesn't slip through. They can't let the next Lord get stolen that way. And if they want to adjust something, you saw it earlier, Keyboy just kind of went forward towards Zhao just to push him off enough so that Kairi had an opening. I don't think that's going to happen twice. So right now, but Onic has bought themselves a couple more minutes to farm up and try to catch up here.
Gonna be good there for Onic a little bit, but the FYG still managed to control this game. They almost have they almost have that Trinity on to Long. I don't know if I saw that incorrectly, but at 11 minutes 40 with the lead that they have, they should have the Trinity already for them. But anyways, they are poised to take this game. Look at this. Long wants to go for the Rose Gold Meteor, which is, I feel like a good reaction towards what Onic wants to do, because what can really mess up their late game? It is when Long the Flood is taken out, and the main threat for that one will be Kairi. And if you do secure that item, it means that Kairi will not be able to get you easily, which generally means that, the idea here for Onic is for the FYGs to make sure that their win conditions are intact.
Yeah, that's one of the things, again, just staying alive, you know, in these fights. So crucial for DFYG not to let this one slip out of their hands. They're very close to getting Onic to a game 3 here. This Lord is up. DFYG will go ahead and start it up. Kairi over here on this other side. They're handling that bottom lane pushing. Zhao is there too. Waiting for the Phantom Seed if he can go ahead and make this happen. Again, Loopy very low. There it is. Keyboy's going to go ahead and spot that out. Fish God. Zed has the Fatal Links. Neither team committing to this Lord take just yet.
Good now. DFYG. What are they planning? The push up top is really good for them. Kelra will be the one to answer that. Actually, just using the Death Sonata.
Oh, whoa. Let's do it.
Calculated.
Let's do it. Going for Sans, low health. Kelra now joining the fight. They're going to go for it anyway. Kairi joining them in this jungle. They're going for it. Feathered Airstrike's going to be dropping down. There's a Fatal Links. Keyboy is gone, but Kelra gets the shutdown on the jungler. He's going to get a double. That's 2 stacks for his Sky Piercer. And Onic wins that fight by taking out the jungler of DFYG. They're going to go reset and recalibrate before they decide to go ahead and try to take this Lord if they do.
Kelra playing with their minds. Long lane getting pushed heavily. Kelra went there, just popped the Death Sonata. And you think, if you're DFYG, you saw the icon for the Granger and you automatically default to, okay, let's fight. But Kelra just popped one ultimate, and now the outplay's coming up from Kelra, almost taking him out, forcing the figure as well.
Oh, he forces E1 back. That was so good with the Wings by Wings, but now Keyboy joining. They need the opening here. Lung with the Blazing Duet. Loopy jumps in. He wants to kill him, but Kairi will get the Lord. And now he's shooting down Fish God, taking the Rhapsody shots, and another stack for Kelra. DFYG losing back-to-back Lords.
It's just way too good at it. Oh, and in the entirety of Onic, they're back in the game because of those Lord fights. The DFYG are inexperienced for that one. And even taking out Zhao Shui back-to-back deaths for the jungler who is just roaming around giving away himself to Onic, giving another Sky Piercer stack 5, 2, and 3 for Kelra right now. Starting to be a disaster. Now they're back in the game.
Yeah, that's so tough, man. Back-to-back Lords. The first one, a Lord steal from Kyrie. The second one, a fight that didn't go their way, resulting into Onic now getting the space to move around the map here. And yes, you mentioned it, a couple stacks on the Sky Piercer for Kelra. Even more deadly. He's already got a Wind of Nature too. See Halbert locked in. He's got the defensive items that he needs, and that's going to be a problem now, trying to take out Kelra. Divine Glaive for Kyrie. They play to catch up, and now they're ahead. Onic knocking down some of these base turrets here. That bottom one more swing from the Lord will take that out, and they're looking for mid. Here they go, approaching this base. So you're going to go for this top side turret, still going to be worked on, but a feathered airstrike keeps Onic at bay, and they'll back off from there. So once again, Onic turning it over, gets one base. Turret down. Now DFYG still chasing. They don't want to get it over. They don't want to overstep. But here they are, still in this game.
Onic, quite disciplined out there, but you gotta commend DFYG for the defense for a little bit. At this point, there is a world where if you learn what Onic did in that previous game, you'll understand that DFYG, all they have to do is to be patient. I think that they are still pretty strong in stake because their goal is there as well.
Oh, look at Kyrie. Look at his positioning. He's going to go in from this backside, potentially take the purple too, but he sees this feathered airstrike's already down. Is he going to try to burst down Lung? He's waiting patiently. They have that midway pushing in. Conceal was used. They're trying to slow them down here. Kyrie's just going to make his way to that mid turret, push that down further. DFYG is getting scrambled as the base turret goes down. Onic is just delaying them from going back to the base. Zed holding on to these Fatal Links. Are they going to go for it? Already, Kelra gets the space he needs. A reaction of what we've seen before. And now he loads up. Zed's gone. Gets a double on Fish. He's looking for more. DFYG once again in scrambles as Zhao can't do anything. And it's only Lung versus the full force of Onic. They're in the base. They have a wave down bot. They're looking to end it here. Looking to take out Lung if they can. And they will, as it's a legendary for Kelra. And Onic will go ahead and work on the crystal, and they will sweep DFYG in this Games of the Future 2026.
When DFYG were leading, Kelra was 0-1. It ended up at 9-2-3 for the Granger, the gold standard of Onic. With all that Onic members have done all throughout this game, the patience that they played, and that Lord Dance that was wonderfully orchestrated by Onic, they have. And we're able to outplay DFYG. Big props for DFYG for starting strong in this game number 2. After being down 0-1, you'd think that they already have it, but then again, Onic were just too good at the game and they were more experienced. Props to DFYG. Unfortunately, that is the end of the line. We're going to be talking to the members of Onic and celebrate their victory here for now. But before that, we're going to be hopping into a quick break.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
еместер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And welcome back here once again. My name is Ilyas Kokem, aka Steel Borko, and I'm here joined with Haiti. And we just witnessed a game between Onic versus a team of DianFengYaoGuai. 2-0. Another 2-0 for Team Onic. They've been unstoppable and they haven't lost any single game.
Not at all. The whole tournament.
Yeah, for the whole tournament. And we're excited to tell you guys that we have a wonderful guest here from Team Onic. His name is Kyrie. Kyrie, how are you?
Hello.
Welcome.
Doing good. Hello, thank you.
Welcome to our panelist desk, and just welcome to the Kazakhstan overall. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels nice in Kazakhstan, especially. There's a lot of welcoming people here when I got to Kazakhstan. Yeah, and a lot of people actually have a lot of knowledge about Mlbb.
Definitely, there is a lot of knowledge about Mlbb. Also, was a team of Rune Eaters before from Kazakhstan, and sadly they're not on the turn. But nonetheless, tell us, how are you feeling? You've been, guys, unstoppable. Nobody can take a single map from you.
Yeah, it feels nice that we haven't lost a single game. But again, we're here to get the championship, not just to not lose any game. We're here to get the championship.
For the second time, right? I mean, last year you took the championship once, and now you're here come for the second time. We got your runner-ups here as well. We had them yesterday, so they are also really looking forward to facing your Aurora Gaming.
Yes.
What do you feel? Do you think you're going to be facing them again, or does it really matter? All you need is championship.
We actually want to have a rematch again versus Aurora, since they are very good, very strong team, and hopefully we can meet them again.
Of course.
It's interesting that you're saying that, Kyrie, because Aurora Pagu was saying that they want to see you guys in the finals. Have you heard of that?
I haven't, but we're also looking forward to meet them. Anywhere in the tournament, we just want to beat them again.
Beat them again. I love that. And of course, the last game, I mean, the first game went really quick. I mean, we had a very quick game in the first one, and then the second game, it was kind of long, I would say, comparatively. Did you go into the second game a bit more cautious, because the game started a bit on their side? The FYG was slightly, powered at first, but I think towards the end, when it went to the end, you actually flipped the whole script the other way around. So were you a bit careful when you came to the second game, or were you like, okay, we got this?
We actually got surprised by their pick, the Valentina.
Yeah.
We thought it was a mid lane, but they flexed it to our room. So we actually got a hard game in the early, especially we had 4 magic heroes, and all we had to do was delay the game until we get our items.
Yeah, but I think that move where you the load steal by you, that was like one of the first steps that you just actually got control of the game back to your side, and then you got the second one as well. I mean, the load, that was good move right there.
Yeah, it was also props to my teammates. They zoned the enemy's jungler really well.
Yeah, really good play.
Definitely, yeah. That's what I was about to say. On the second game, it was good draft from both of the teams, from you guys and especially from the DFYJ. I have a question. You guys were losing up around 5 to 6k gold, and how you guys managed to come back through? You're mentioning you guys needed your items. Were you guys having any nervousness, even you guys lose the early game?
We didn't. We were not nervous. It's just that the enemy played really well in the early stage of the game, and yeah, we just didn't know how to. We're not really familiar with the Valentina room, so we just tried to get our items and try to deal a lot of damage late in the game.
Yeah. Did you find any unexpected picks or bans in the second game? Something you didn't really expect?
Yeah, two of them actually, the Leomord and the Valentina. Especially the Valentina was a roamer, right? So we didn't really expect it. And the Leomord, the last time it was picked, I think it was in the many months ago.
Okay.
So we didn't expect it.
I have now a question to you, a little bit different type of a question. So you guys are from Southeastern Asia, the whole region. How does it feel to play at the LAN with the different regions, and was a difference in terms of the style and how you guys quickly adapt into it?
Actually, with my team, Onic, and my teammates, we already had a lot of experience in international stage, and yeah, whenever we fly across any country, we just play our best. We just always try to do our best to get the championship.
That's good.
So the place doesn't really matter to us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's really true. That's really true.
I have another question. I personally have no more questions. You have any questions to SCA fans and to your personal fans and anyone that you mentioned earlier you would like to see Aurora, but is there any other teams that you want to see beside Aurora? For example, SRG.
The team that we actually wanted to face was TL. Oh no, not TL. Sorry, TS. Team Spirit.
Yeah.
But they didn't get to the playoffs. So yeah, any team works.
Right. That's true. I mean, great. Congrats again. Thank you so much, Kyrie, for being here.
Thank you.
Looking forward for your second championship, hopefully.
Thank you very much once again for your time. I appreciate your time and good luck tomorrow for the semifinals. That was Kyrie from the team Onic. Thank you very much, Kyrie.
Thank you.
You can go if you have any questions, any last words for the fans.
How do you say thank you in Kazakhstan?
Rahmet.
Wonderful.
Thank you,
Rahmet and Rahmet to you,
Khairotan.
Khairotan. Yeah, nice. Here we go. Khairotan.
Thank you.
Khairotan to you as well. And thank you very much for your being nice and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. And that was Kyrie from Team Onic. What an awesome dude. I mean, all the players here are just very energetic, very, I would say, humble and very, how to say, confident.
Yes, of course.
I like the confidence from their eyes, and it's just amazing to witness so many players here from all around the world here in Astana and at the Game of the Future. Meanwhile, let's look at the highlights. Like as we were saying earlier, DianFengYaoGuai, they definitely were owning this game. Let's put it that way, because they were up on a 5 to 6K gold and they were just dominating the first early game. But unfortunately, they couldn't make it to the victory.
Yeah, I think we are looking at around 9 to 10 minutes mark, and that was a huge lead for DFYZ, like 9-4. And then I think the Onic completely turned it around towards the end, and they actually pushed the game time as well because they finished it pretty quick in the first one. But the second game they took both the loads, and I mean the first one was really cool where Kyrie had the load steal and then moved to the second load as well. I mean. Second load, I don't think DFYZ had a good fight right there with the second load. So, but the first load was really tricky. But I mean, good play by Kyrie and of course the whole team as well. Great team play for Onic, right?
Speaking of Kyrie, now he's making a highlight here again, killing Lord. Meanwhile, I would like to mention again, he's been playing on a hero called Harley, and again, once we see. Harley has been winning once again, and we see the whole screen here, scoreboard. The Kyrie is Killera actually has more the gold than Kyrie. I was thinking Kyrie has the more gold, but actually no, Killera was doing it really well. He was actually getting more kills, and I would like to also mention Sanzi because of his assists always on point. He hasn't died much, just the same as Lutpi. I mean, Lutpi against standout player as well on the game number 1 and game number 2 here at the Jack the Drake Arena. And I'd like to also mention our Zhao Chung, the player from the DianFengYaoGuai. They played phenomenal. Fish God, on the other hand, was playing on the best hero of the meta currently at here at the Game of the Future, Barrett, and unfortunately he has been eliminated and lost the series. But man, you guys lost to the champions of the current tournament, and they haven't lost any single game and have been unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean it has been a very non-stop win for this tournament for Onic, to be honest. But let's not forget Freedom. Give shout out to Freedom, as they brought the whole Mlbb here to Astana. They brought the Mlbb, made it happen for Games of the Future here 2026. So a huge shout out to Freedom for making all this happen. But again, congrats to Onic, and of course good fights by DFYG, I would say. I really thought DFYG is going to take it to the end for the second game, and we might have a third one, but we did not. And we have the stats of the teams right here up front. What do you think, Steelboy?
I think that's kind of surprising.
Yeah.
That Long has more damage than actually the winning team, Keller, and Keller has more kills than Long, for example, because he has 2 kills into the kills of 9, and he has more damage input from the player of Long from the team, DianFengYaoGuai.
I think even the damage taken, the scale of the damage taken had a really big difference, right? When you compare both the sides.
Of course, definitely, yes. And also like to appreciate DFYJ for their participation here at beautiful Game of the Future. Unfortunately, they are out of the tournament, and now the teams who have won the team. But before that, let's focus on MVP Kellera. Yes, almost 86% of the kill participation. He's been killing mostly everyone here. Coming back, just doing great performance overall with a GPM of slightly more than 830, and true MVP, carried the game. They stayed strong up until the last moment and came back through. They haven't lost the game number 2, meaning they still be unstoppable.
Right.
That's as you heard them. They were saying they want to be a champions.
Yeah.
And it'd be quite interesting to take a look at them and the teams that are here, like Selangor Red Giants.
Of course, I mean, let's not forget, make sure you grab the tickets, because we are nearing, every hour we are nearing the finals, and then the rest of the days as well. We only got a couple more days to go. Make sure you scan the QR code up on the screen and grab the tickets from ticketon.com, because do not miss this action. You have a lot of disciplines running here at Digital Games for the Future. So make sure you scan the QR, get the tickets from ticketon.com. Do not forget that. Do not miss that chance. But great game, great play. Just as always, both the teams did really well. Onic is currently still unstoppable as we speak about it. I mean, they are going on and on without nobody stopping it.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen SRG earlier before the series of Onic and the team of the DFYJ. What I can tell from 2 players that they were here at the panel desk, 2 of them are very confident. I like the confidence of their players, and they're very being humble as well. Also, before that, they have secured now their spot in semifinals. But before that, now we're going to match number 3, meaning we're gonna watch actually a good video about Team Falcons. Let's take a look.
We are coming to you live from the Kazakhstan Athletic Complex, a place where a new kind of sport is emerging, combining 2 realities together, both cybersports and real sports. The phygital format is defining athletes of the future generations, the ultimate warriors who wield real drive, power, strategic reasoning, and cooperation. Today, we are lucky to interview a Mobile Legends Bang Bang team, which represents Team Falcons on the international stage. Ever since starting their journey in 2017, Team Falcons is famous for being a cultural force, redefining excellence in gaming. Let's get to know our athletes. Please, team, could you introduce yourselves?
Hello, I'm Ogwen. I'm the roamer in Team Falcons.
Hi, I'm Flap, EXP laner for Team Falcons.
Thank you so much. Please tell us, is this your first time in Kazakhstan?
It's our second time. We've been here to Almaty at the other tournaments, so it's good here.
Wow, that's awesome. Tell us, do you like being in Astana?
when we got here, our first time, it's snow. But right now, so it's warm. So
We are glad that you like it here. Next question. When did you guys realize you became more than just players?
It feels good because we're not just a player anymore, but we always do our best to play our game, and we don't really care about the others. So yes, we're focusing on ourselves.
What separates a champion's mindset from an ordinary player's mindset?
I think the champion's mindset is that we do a lot of sacrifices, normal ones, like we sacrifice our time with our family, friends, just to play games. And yeah, I think that's what separates us from the normal people.
Does your family approve of your career and support you from the sidelines?
yeah, our family knows we're here and they're really rooting for us and supporting us from our country.
This is very touching. Next, can you please share what is harder, becoming a champion or staying a champion?
I think the hardest part is staying to be a champion. It's hard to stay to be a high level.
For me, it's hard becoming a champion because all of the team wants to become a champion and you must fight them with all your strength.
Interesting answers. Every champion needs a rival. Which team pushes the Team Falcons to become better?
I think in this tournament, team vitality pushes us to our strongest potential.
Vitality does have a very strong roster of athletes. If your team's playstyle was a hero in Mobile Legends, which hero would it be?
Chip. Always wants a shortcut.
That's awesome. We love Chip. Final question. What can you say to your fans?
To our fans here in Astana, thank you so much for supporting us, and I hope that you'll continue on supporting us in the upcoming games. And to our supporters in our country, Philippines, please keep on supporting us. We'll do our best here in Astana.
Thank you, Team Falcons. We wish you the best of luck in the tournament. You guys rock.
Thank you very much here, background for this video, and it was Team Falcons. I mean, it was surprising. They actually been here in Kazakhstan before, and as they were mentioning, they were here in Almaty, in the southern region, and now they're here in Astana, so they get to explore this Kazakhstan. Nonetheless, a great team, and they're going to face another great team, Aurora Gaming. And many people were saying about Aurora, but I think this is by far is going to be the most closest match that there is.
Yeah.
We have had the 2-0, and once again, my name is still Borko, joined by Heidi here. Yeah, what do you expect from those two teams? I mean, I feel they're fairly equal in terms of skill level, and they won. I think there won't be 2 games, to be honest.
Yeah, true. That's true. I mean, so far we have only got 2-0, like first 2 matches. We still got 2 more to go. So, I mean, if it keeps repeating, we're going to have very less games today. But, I mean, we are talking about all the good teams now. Like, everybody's who's remaining are really good teams. And we are talking about Aurora, which we actually saw how they performed yesterday. I mean, really good performance yesterday. Falcons also not bad a team. So it's going to be a really good fight between these 2 teams. And I mean, I'm really thrilled to see the next one.
I think it's going to be by far the closest match between each other. And so far, what I've seen, people are expecting Aurora to be at the grand finals as well against the team of. Against the team of Onic. I mean, we see now SRG is going to face off the Onic, and they'll play tomorrow. And they won't be eliminated though, because they will be playing as a match for the 3rd place and the 4th place. But now we're at the bottom of the bracket, seeing Falcon versus Aurora Gaming, and there's a BTR against the Pro team, Pro Esports. And for that we'll move later, but it's going to be very close, tight series. I would imagine maybe around 20 minutes from all 3 games all along. I feel it's going to be most drive, energetic, most very fire game. And also would like to mention one more thing, which is very fire, is our great sponsor freedom. I would like to appreciate them so much because they are hosting this event. They are sponsoring MoMA, Mlbb. Without you guys, it won't be possible. Thank you very much for hosting this wonderful event, and thank you for very much everybody for being here at Jack Pejak Arena with us and making this tournament, making this wonderful tournament, Tier S tournament, here in beautiful country of Kazakhstan in Astana.
Indeed, of course. A big shout out to the sponsors, and of course we are talking about two giants, two big teams playing up next, coming up, Falcons and Aurora Gaming. I mean, we saw Aurora's performance yesterday. Falcons also a really good team, and when it comes to Falcons, I mean, they're really good. From what we have seen, they are in a good way. I mean, absorbing. I mean, initially they absorb the damages, but then they wipe you out later on. So
100%.
that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out against Aurora Gaming, which I have a different. I mean, they're really good, known for 2v2 skirmishes.
Oh yeah, it's definitely is. You know, yesterday I haven't mentioned that part, which is quite also very interesting because in Aurora Gaming there is a 4 Turkish player and 1 Polish player, and that Polish player was Pagu. I didn't get to ask that question to him directly, but would be there a communication barrier? I don't really think there would be any communication barrier.
Yeah.
But when you have, as I'm saying, as a coach perspective, when there is a 4 players from one country and then another player from a different country, might be a little bit confusion in the communication, and it's just easier to say it in your native tongue rather than saying it, for example, in English. Do you think that would be a case because Falcons they speak in their language, which is Tagalog, and they would be communicating very quickly, very swiftly, which might be a case actually of Falcons' victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, it's all the team chemistry, and of course the language is a very good factor. But I think most of the cases they're going to be, in cases of 2 different origins of players, I mean, they might be sticking with a language that's easy for all of them. And also, 100%. At the end of the day, language plus the chemistry that they have on their team is going to be crucial.
Yeah, and before that, we'll also like to mention to you guys that you can watch all our beautiful games at the Game of the Future. Every game that you can watch, and it's accessible at phygital-plus.com. All games that are necessary over there. It could be, if you're into sports, you could watch the Phygital football. There's a Phygital basketball. There's also Phygital shooter actually, and much more. It's going to be Just Dance, for example. It's going to be, I believe, today or tomorrow. And yeah, all the games are available over there, and take a look. Moving forward, now I have a thing. What I noticed, there's 2 different regions from Europe and Asia. They're going to fight toe-to-toe, so it'd be interesting. This would be interesting games because European and the Asian, the chemistry, the draft would be different for sure, and would be exciting match to take a look at.
Yep. It's very true. I mean, it's going to be interesting because, as we say, every single team and every single player might have a different style of playing. They have their own strengths and weaknesses. So when it comes to the Falcons or Aurora Gaming, they're going to be sticking for the most part with the strategy that they already have in mind. But there can be chances, just like how Foot Esports did in the first one. I mean, they might be making live adjustments on the fly because at the end of the day, I mean, you have to make adjustments when unexpected surprises that comes in. But for the most part, I believe both of the teams might be running with a runner mid lane, roamer mid lane combo. So, I mean, we are yet to find out, actually. We still have to see.
100%, because they want to fight for the turtles, and they don't want to give the bonus that they're getting from the creep over there. And it would be interesting to take a look at which approach the teams are going to take.
Yeah.
And it would be interesting to take a look how they're going to advance moving forward.
Yeah.
Now, come to think of it, do you think it's going to be a 2-0 from both of the teams?
I don't know. I mean, we will get to know possibly a 2-0 or maybe like 1-1 and then leading to the second round. If it gets to a point where 1-1, that's going to be the first one today. Because so far we only had 2-0.
2-0s, yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the 2-0s were from the teams with the lesser experience, let's put it that way. And there was a clear favorites. And now it's relatively similar level,
right?
Or even Aurora is slightly above because they were as the grand finalists, and the Onic wants to play against them. And it would be interesting to take a look at what they do.
Indeed, indeed. And let's not forget, make sure you grab the tickets from the QR code on the screen. Huge shout out to Freedom for being the ticketing sponsors. So make sure you log into ticketon.com or scan the QR code on the screen and grab your tickets, and do not miss any games, because we only got a couple of games to go. But yeah, I mean, we are getting geared up for the next match, which is Team Falcons versus Aurora Gaming. And it's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. The drafting phase is going to come up really soon. We got two incredible casters which are going to explain to us everything, walk us through the drafting phase, of course. We have the team Falcons on the screen right now. We are in quarterfinals at the moment. We have Flap, Kylie, Hadji, Ogwin, and Super Marco in of Team Falcons. And they are pretty much getting ready right behind us on the desks. And of course, the team Aurora and Falcons getting warmed up for the batch, right?
Yeah, definitely is. And also they surprised me with the fact that it's not the first time with them visiting Kazakhstan. They've been in this country and they've visited Almaty. Now moving forward, let's take a look at the Aurora Gaming, as you were saying. So Sigubum over there, Pagu, Rosa, TNZ, and Lunar. I mean, TNZ was showing an incredible performance all this games throughout yesterday, and he's been always popping off on the scoreboard, always making so many beautiful kills and being on the top. So is Sigubum, and it was just clearly amazing. Oh, and moreover, I would like to appreciate the Center Credit Bank for sponsoring the mobile PC that actually has happened. And please download the app, online banking app, and manage your finances as well, because we just appreciate you, Center Credit, for being an incredible sponsors for this tournament.
Of course, we will be heading to the drafting phase pretty soon, and we're gonna yet to see how the next games unfold, because we don't know if there's gonna be a third one. We don't know if there's gonna be a 2-0 or 1-1. We are yet to find out. But the drafting phase is going to be interesting to see how that turns out, because as we know, Falcons have a style of moving and taking in the damage initially, but then wiping the teams out, which means they're going to need the heroes with strong shields or healing, or more like CC. So let's see how that goes. But let's give a big shout out to Sven for sponsoring us for the physical games of the future, and also something really cool, because Sven is actually gifting all the players from the finalists of all the teams something really cool from their side. So make sure you do that. And of course, we're talking about the drafting for the game, and yeah, for as we said, they're gonna need strong shields, heals, or CC, and we might be seeing Terizla or Ruby for the Falcons, but we never know. I mean, we might jump into surprises.
True.
Yeah.
So far, what I said, there are top three nominees so far with a humongous win rate. There is Baras, Melissa, and Harley.
Yeah.
Baras lost the game today, but it's still at the top. He's 19 wins and 8 losses, whereas the Harley has been winning 3 times in a row, and Melissa has been winning 2 times in a row. And so far, we'll see. And as you can see, they were behind us. So there were our beautiful symbols at the Game of the Future there, and at the big screen. Yeah, so far we're waiting for the players to get ready, and every headset making sure that there is to work, and making sure everything runs smooth and without any delays.
Of course. I mean, they are all getting ready. They are checking the devices. They are getting prepared to put us a great show, because let's face it, I mean, it's only 3 more days. I mean, today and 2 more days until we get to the finals. And of course, Aurora is actually waiting to see if they're gonna get to face Onic again, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we'll definitely take a look how they do. And reminder for everybody, it's tomorrow. They are not getting eliminated, because they are a secured place for the semifinals, because we have a single elimination bracket here in a beautiful the Game of the Future. And yeah, they will be playing for either for the finals, or they're going to go to directly grand finals, or they're going to play for the 3rd place here, just like in traditional sports.
Yes, I mean, we're talking about 2 big teams. We are nearing to the start of the game, but let's give a big shout out to the Physical Games of the Future itself for bringing this incredible games to us, because we are having a great fun here for the last couple of days, and we are nearing to the end of the whole Digital Games of the Future, and we are yet to see who's going to be the winners for Mlbb specifically. But at the same time, we have other disciplines happening right now in other arenas as well. So make sure you check out the website and stuff for all the details. And also, this is going to be, since it's going to be the last few days, I mean, for once this is finished, we're going to have to wait a year to see what we have coming up in the next year, right?
For sure, yes. Thank you for that, Haji. And it will be interesting to take a look at how teams are prepared, because Aurora Gaming is quite interesting team, because they have been playing it very well, but they managed to come on the second for the groups, and they've been playing on the round of 16, and they managed to pull it through on the round of 1 and 8. And now they're gonna face off one of the strong teams here at the arena, which is Falcons.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the TNZ is gonna pull off the play today, because he has put a really good performance yesterday in yesterday's game of Aurora and taking them to the victory. I mean, all the players are equally competent, and we are yet to see who's gonna come on top after each round on who's gonna be the MVP for each round, and also the winner. And if we are ending up with a 1-1, that's going to be the first one today after 2 matches. Yeah.
I mean, let's not predict. It's just hard to say anything, but I honestly think it's going to be 3 games of for both 20 minutes. But you never know. Maybe there will be an upset day, just like the match of the day was at day 1 when the Spirit have lost, and but there might be Onic just cleaning off the teams left and right. So we'll definitely take a look how they're gonna do the Falcons and Aurora soon, and especially they're both from different regions. It would be interesting to see the two complete play styles, and the bans and the draft, and overall the combination of the heroes, how they're gonna manage it up. And I like how you brought up about the TNZ. TNZ have been showing exceptional performance from the team Aurora Gaming. I mean, that guy was killing people left and right, and I believe he was the one who made 18 kills within 18 minutes, right? So like getting a kill per minute, which is insane for me. And I mean, but for him, it's not that insane, because for him, it's a piece of cake. I mean, he feels himself like a bread and butter, so he's doing it well. Yep.
And when it comes to Falcons also, I mean, Falcons had really had a 1-day break, I believe, 1 or 2 days break now. So they're coming back at it again today, and they are known for picking some heavy tanks from of the heroes. So and also drafting is usually, we can predict to a limit, but then after that it's up to them, and also the limitation that the banning can pose. And we are yet to see if we run into any surprises, any pocket picks, or all the respect bans. So still to find out, right?
Yeah, definitely is. And after that, we'll be seeing another team, so BTR versus Pro. That will be happening after the game that we're about to see against Falcons and Aurora Gaming. Yeah, there's quite interesting what strategy both teams is going to go, if they're going to check any of the heroes, Baras, Melissa, or Harley, the most meta heroes here at the game of the future.
Yep.
And or maybe they chose a different route and just play their game.
Yeah, true. I mean, let's not forget the huge prize money that everybody is working towards, which is $900,000 and that's a huge money to work towards too. I mean, that's a huge contribution from the sponsors, and also the Digital Games of the Future bringing the Mlbb with a huge prize pool. But we are yet to see who finds that. But let's take a step back and then look at the Digital Games of the Future as a whole, because we've been going for a couple of days now with different disciplines happening on. So let's see how it goes, but we have something coming up, cool, right?
Yeah, we do have something coming up, and it's a good video about Aurora Gaming to get to know the people, and let's take a look.
We're still at the Games of the Future, and now it's time to meet a team that's become one of the biggest names in the cyber sports field over the past few years. Aurora Gaming is known for their aggressive playstyle, insane team fights, and the ability to turn even the toughest games around. The roster brings together experienced players from Southeast Asia, and they've already proved they can compete with the best teams in the world. Whether it's a regional league or an international stage, Aurora always comes ready to fight. Today, we've got a chance to ask the guys a couple of questions and find out what's going on behind the screens. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm Lunar from Aurora Gaming.
Welcome to the Games of the Future. How would you describe Aurora Gaming in one word?
Aggressive.
That's impressive. Next, the hero that represents you?
Benedetta. She's like solo. She's like solo. Yeah.
Interesting. That teammate you would trust in a 1v5 situation?
In a 1v5 situation, I would trust Pago for sure.
So, we have a shoulder to rely on. That's awesome! What is your biggest strength as a player?
Aggressiveness.
That's so cool. Name one team you always want to beat?
Right, currently Onic, Indonesia, because they beat us last MSC.
They better be aware. And when you face a strong opponent, do you focus more on their weaknesses or on improving your own game?
No, when we are facing good enemy, we're just playing normal. We don't care who the enemy is.
We see you guys are tough. What is the hardest challenge a professional player has to overcome that fans don't see?
I think the hardest part is not the gameplay, the mental part. Like maintaining your mentality is the hardest part.
Thanks for the answer. Finally, do you have a message to Aurora fans around the world?
Thanks for all of the Aurora fans that's supporting us. Keep supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. As we can see, Aurora Gaming did not come here to lose. The team is a true example of dedication and fierce spirit. Let's see where it will take them. Good luck to Aurora team.
Thank you very much, Aurora Gaming. It was incredible performance and incredible introduction of the team to get to know them exactly. Also, I would like to remember they were playing at the Group A. In the Group A, they actually, first game they played, Aurora Gaming, they lost 2-0 to SRG.
Okay.
And moving forward, they won after their series, and they have qualified as a nominee. And the Falcons, however, in their hand, they got a free buy of a victory on the Team Spirit, because Team Spirit have failed to come on time to Astana because they were flying from the different tournaments. Moving forward, Falcons actually won the game 2-1 to DianFengYaoGuai that have just now been eliminated.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to take a look at. The teams are getting ready and the players are getting ready here at the stage. We're excited to tell you guys to give our words to our beloved casters, Naiso and Wolf. Do you have any final words before we go?
Oh, good luck with both teams.
Good luck for both teams and good luck for the casters. And take you away. Thank you.
Harmony between worlds rests on a fragile balance. Legends of the Great Step tell of the sun-headed man who helped maintaining the connection between the worlds for centuries. But sometimes, the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Attention. Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the sun-headed man's artifact has awakened.
So, the chosen ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
Hey, I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore the sun-headed man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the two worlds will keep drifting apart. So no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
Oh, here we are, series number 3. You know, we've seen 2 stumps so far, Naisu, but I'm pretty sure that this is the series that everybody is looking forward to, and that might mean that this might not be a stump. This might not be a 2-0, or if it will be a 2-0, it will be closer the most. Your casters, Wolf and Naisu, about to bring you the action of Team Falcons from the Philippines going up against Aurora Gaming from Turkey.
Yep, this one, if any of these series goes 3 games, I think this is going to be the one to go ahead and do that. Again, for Falcons Philippines, you know, I think they obviously want to go ahead and make some international redemption if they can, if you will put it that way. Even for Aurora Gaming, you know, they started strong in the last international leading into this for Games of the Future, and now they want to get to a grand final position again. I mean, they already went there last year for Games of the Future 2025. They unfortunately got swept by Onic, and the way that Onic showed us in the last series against DFYG, and Kyrie's interview, by the way, if you guys missed that, you know, they're looking forward to a lot of teams. Kyrie did mention he wished they could have faced off against Team Spirit. Well, unfortunately for all the teams that were hoping to go against Team Spirit, they were knocked out early on, and so we're left to this, you know, still teams need to go home up to this point. We've already sent 2 out, Wolf, and 2 more, and eventually, or unfortunately, one of these powerhouse teams today in the series in a best of 3 will be sent out of Games of the Future.
But by the way, apparently we are getting heard in the stadium right now, in the hall right now. So if you are supporting Aurora Gaming right now, maybe you can make some noise. And if you're supporting Team Falcons, maybe you can make some noise too. All right.
I wish we could hear them, man. But you know, if they can hear us, hey, that's great. We appreciate you guys all coming out to support your teams. You know, Wolf, we've seen that. I've seen some of the fans, you know, with these. I don't know if they're their own printed out paper forms or if they're handing them out there. But I've seen through the stories of the players and some of the coaches that they've all had some of these like meet and greets going on out there. I mean, that's amazing to have out there in Astana, of course, for the fans. And, you know, that's why I was wondering, too. You know, yesterday we got to see Ruin Eaters. That was the hometown team competing there. And we talked about how, you know, they've been getting some of the reps in and everything else. But unfortunately, they got knocked out yesterday. Imagine if they would have been able to go towards today and compete again. But hopefully we get to see more of them. And, you know, we're left with these teams fighting out for that prize pool money. Again, we talked about this, too. Just the massive prize pool, the prestige that there is to say you were the champions of Gamers of the Future, and we'll see what's ending up between these two teams. You know, Team Falcons, Aurora Gaming, both powerhouses.
And the most recent tournament have shown us that they are really, really, really good at Mobile Legends. Unfortunate for Team Falcons to have dropped down their third place match when everybody is expecting them to be the eventual champions of the tournament. But at the same time, they still are pretty good, right? In every tournament, there is always going to be a lot of surprises, and this dominance coming out from Aurora Gaming is a welcome surprise, especially from the region that they came in, and especially because they have one of our good friends, Midnight, as their coaches. If you don't know, Coach Midnight is also a caster here in the MPL Philippines, but right now he's out there in Kazakhstan coaching a Turkish team and vying for a lot of US dollars.
Hey man, Coach Midnight, he's been all over the place. You know, he's gone with the players from one country to the next, competing to go ahead and grab as much as he can alongside these boys from Aurora Gaming. And, you know, over the course of it all, I think you can really look at it as going from international to international. Because imagine, after this, after the Games of the Future concludes, we all know that all the regions are going to be competing again in their own regional formats and their own regional tournaments, and all looking to qualify for the next international. And, you know, it never stops, man. Mlbb, it's a year-round, and it all starts here. This first draft that we're going to be going to, you already see this, you know, the Paquito, the Atlas going to be banned out. Over on the flip side, we've got the Freya, Barrett's, Fanny goes out. So some of these big takeaways here. And if the Hararo is going to be left open, we kind of just expect the potential for that to go in the hands of Kyle here. If not, what else do we see? Is there a potential just to go for a Eudora or a Belric?
Yeah, no, I think because the Fanny has been banned and teams, especially for Falcons, have showed us that they put a lot of emphasis on the Fanny versus Hirara matchup. I think they will prioritize the Hirara here. In case they don't, I think the best scenario, the best hero to take away is probably the Eudora, because Rosa is just too scary to.
What a picture, dude!
And of course, was that Rosa? Okay, so they do.
That was Rosa on the Rafaela, man.
Yeah, that's Rosa on the Rafaela. Yeah, so they do pick this up, and that's an immediate Beleric for Aurora and the Melissa. Pretty standard stuff. Falcons, they typically answer with the Clint, but I think this time might be more incentivized picking up the Brody instead, because they're facing against Beleric.
Yeah, facing against that Belric. Belric's, it's been funny because today he's been banned out a lot. You know, we haven't seen too much Belric, whereas in comparison, yesterday we saw Belric pop up multiple times throughout the 4 series that we got to witness. So now Team Falcons might have to adjust a little bit here on their approach. So far, too, Wolf, the Harara gameplays that we've seen, I would say more so for today, just haven't been it, you know? And again, in this case, like you mentioned, the Clint's going to come through for Super Marco, and then you get Haji on the Selena. Probably, I want to argue that he is the best Selena player. There's another close tie there with Moreno. I would say who we'll see in action later. But yes, the Selena comes through. Big power comfort picks for Team Falcons in the first three.
Yeah. And yeah, I really like the idea here for both teams. In fact, actually, this is a pretty even draft. As expected in the meta game, they have their power picks, they have their meta game picks, and eventually the last two picks is where they will kind of scramble with this. This is where the tech picks will appear. For example, Team Falcons might consider foregoing the glue and might just go for damage on the flap. And for Aurora, might be looking at a different hero here for Rosa. I doubt that Rosa will ever get his hands on the on a Rafaela, especially because of how notorious it was. Oh, and then the glue from Aurora. Good find, actually. I would have said that this will be a good hero for Ogwin.
Yeah, really good bans come out here. Respect pretty much across the board in terms of what so far these teams have showed us. Now, last ban for Team Falcons. Let's see what we end up getting here. If they still go for one of Rosa's picks, since that mid lane is usually one of the main focuses that Aurora Gaming plays around. Not to mention, you know, TNZs are going to be moving on this Harley quite a bit. Again, TNZ, one of the very mechanically gifted junglers when he's allowed to be activated. We've seen it before, though, where Harleys, you can kind of get shut down early on, you know, and you're left to your own whims or you're left to your own devices while the team has to find elsewhere. And it will be another Rosa ban, as the Eudora will be banned out. Really interesting for this Eudora to be the last ban and then slip through the first phase of the draft like this.
Yeah. Well, what do you now pick if you are Rosa? They will go to Valentina. Do not overcomplicate it. They will just last pick the hero that could be the EXP or the Roam, because this better can be flexed anyways. Team Falcons. What is your flap hero? You need a lot of tankiness here. Maybe a Lapu-Lapu for flap. And I feel like they will combo that up with probably maybe a Hilda, actually, or even a Frank, or they go for the Cho. I don't like the Cho at all in this game for Falcons, but because of this, they will no longer go for the Lapu-Lapu. They might just go for Alice or anything that's tanky. Maybe a Hilda, actually. They're feeling a little bit, oh yeah, there you go. It's going to be the Alice, but I still don't like the Cho.
You've hated on the Cho ever since it popped up, man.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, sometimes you just got to go with what you think is going to work. And Ogwin picking up the Cho. They have, I guess, it's more so of in line with let's go ahead and play around the arrows, go play around the kicks. You know, Alice seems to be the cause of case there for Team Falcons, just because, again, you can set up, you can kind of give space to the rest of this lineup of Team Falcons. So if they don't necessarily get a kick, they're leading with that Throne of Ruin flicker combo from Flap. Now, this last pick is going to be what rounds out Aurora Gaming. It's going to be the XP lane here for Lunar, who I would say more often than not gets to play the Barretts. Well, since they banned it out, he's going to go ahead and grab at the Ruby. So this is a lineup with a whole lot of crowd control. And whatever Rosa decides to take here with the Valentina.
Yeah. Regardless of what I feel like about the show, this is still a good lineup for Team Falcons, and also a great one for Aurora Gaming. I really like this Ruby. Last pick, it answers a lot of heroes from Team Falcons, including this Hirara. But it's going to be a skills matchup. I think it's a pretty even draft that we're seeing from both teams, both having their own strengths and weaknesses, which will generally tell us that it's going to be up to executions. Entirely on execution. Who is going to take this series?
Well, it's going to come down to execution here. We got two powerhouse teams going to battle it out in this third series of the day here at the Games of the Future 2026. Again, moving forward is all they're focused on, because the team that loses in this best of three will be sent on out alongside the other two teams. We said goodbye today. Let's jump into the land of dawn. It's game one in this best of three between Team Falcons and Aurora Gaming.
Starting with the middle part. where you can see Ogwen just scouting out where TNZ will be. Pagu is there for some defense. And with the Season Hunter that you're seeing now for Haji on this arena, it generally means that you can easily take the purple buff as Kyle is already in the middle, just poking in here. Important damage that they've dealt. But that means that TNZ will have a little bit of a leeway, as every second that you waste not hitting onto creeps means that your opposing jungler might have a level ahead of you.
How's this matchup work, Wolf? You know, the Ruby and the Alice, just because we saw Ruby earlier on, but it wasn't necessarily up against an Alice.
Yeah, well, it's a nothing. It's a nothing matchup where nobody will die. So they both, you know, Ruby sustains by lifesteal in the physical form, whereas it's magical form now for the Alice, where you can go for the lifesteal. They both have AoE stunts that is casted on themselves.
Yeah. So it's more just do your thing, I'll do mine.
Exactly. So that's a nothing matchup.
It seems like XP lane, you know, it depends obviously on the heroes picked up, but there are certain situations and matchups where it's just that. It's just going to be a dead lane until it's not, fighting around the objectives, which is going to come up here in a couple seconds. This first turtle for the taking, both teams crowding up around here. There's some poking happen here in the mid lane, but it's nothing that we're used to seeing where some of the battle spells are burnt out. But Turtle's already started up. It's going really quick, but TNZ gets in there with the Retribution. He's able to go ahead and get the Turtle secured. It looks like Aurora Gaming will play the discipline route. They'll back off. An arrow's going to be able to land. Are they going to follow through? A big burst of damage as Ogwen picks up the first blood. Throne of Ruin going to be used. And now there's the initiation on Team Falcons. Onto the turret. Flap will be the one to get punished.
So that's, I believe, the way of the dragon copied by the Valentina of Rosa, and with the commitment of the Flicker, that also allowed them to isolate a good target, which is Flap. So I think the traits will now favor Aurora Gaming. It's even the jungler, TNZ, to take that kill onto an XP laner, Flap. So overall, that's a really good trade favoring Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, good trades there in the mid. Got a 1-for-1. Pretty much even across in terms of gold, but an objective secured by Aurora Gaming. And now that they have their level 4s to play around with, I wonder how many times we'll see Rosa choose this way of the dragon, that ultimate of the Cho to take. Oh, they do burn the flicker out from Ogwen. He saw TNZ show up and he's like, nope, I'm not dealing with that.
Almost an even trade for both teams, I feel like. But there's a little bit of advantage for Aurora.
Flat, there's the kick. They're going to go ahead and mark the target, and it's Pagu. Well, might as well be the tree that you go for. So they get one down. A kill for Team Falcons. But you're seeing it. It's got to be so coordinated. If you want to get a pick off for now from Team Falcons, they continue to put pressure on this side of the jungle, and Ogwen should be able to get away. Flap ate the deadly magics, but he's going to be fine. And now they got to reset because 10 seconds for that turtle to come up.
Set up now for Aurora Gaming. I'm not seeing properly the ultimates. They do have almost all of their ultimates in deck, including this Melissa. And of course, the good thing for both teams is that they can activate their gold laner now because it's near this turtle.
I'm offended already uses on Ogwen. Ogwen goes down. He has no crowd control to work with, and Flap has to get out too. Aurora Gaming really winning these team fights. They win the space control around the turtle. Yep. They get the second one of the game.
Yeah, it's pretty easy there for Aurora Gaming. It's because the Throne of Ruin wasn't available. That's the ultimate that they used to take out Pagu, the fight prior to that. Understanding that, Aurora Gaming just blitzed the turtle and the Cho. It's already having a lot of troubles just facing the Beleric. And if you think about it, the Ruby is one of the traditional ways to counter the Cho because you have that instant cancel, actually, is what they would call it. And the way to cancel that is the second skill of the Ruby, which is the Don't Run Wolf King. So immediately when there's a kick, you pop your second skill and you're already canceling the combo of the Cho. And all of a sudden, as long as the Ruby is there, there is not a legitimate way for Team Falcons to initiate with this Cho.
Yeah, this is maybe one of the reasons why you don't like the Cho that much, you know? even in the hands of someone like Ogwin, who you consider basically a specialist on it, one of the specialists to be able to make it happen. You can see it is difficult when you're trying to weave through this, and that's why that Belric was such a strong pick in the current meta.
Yeah.
You know, usually even if you get a kick, you still get the lockdown with the Wrath of the Dryad, and you kind of just set up this choke point for the Cho. And yes, you can kind of G-Kundo around and try to get away, but it could backfire on you.
Yeah. And there's the setups. I would feel like the Hirara needs to go for pickups right now, but it seems like the bottom lane that they chose, it's not the easiest target. They were able to force the ultimate though, so that's still an important trade. Lunar onto the top lane. Flap has to answer this. And you're gonna feel now that Lunar is much faster than Flap. Flap just, you know, snooze for a little bit and then your turret will be gone. That's how problematic this early game is for Team Falcons, and now Aurora Gaming are just taking advantage of that.
Yeah, this turn on last one, Aurora Gaming has control of it. Third one, I don't think Team Falcons is just really wanting to fight into it because they know they can't win the team fight, so you might as well go ahead and trade it out. Let Marco get a turret. He gets the tier 1 on the bottom. It's one of those cases, too, where you just kind of need... I feel like with Team Falcons' lineup, you mainly need everybody there for this fight. And Super Marco is going to have to go ahead and scale up on this Clint and see what they can do once this actually breaks out. Because right now, Aurora Gaming is just taking that calm, collective approach.
Yeah.
Lock down our objectives and move on from that.
Yeah. Very calm indeed. And it seems like they're not giving away anything for free. And what this entails is that Team Falcons, if they don't find anything to break this piece, that is to say, they could not win this game.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where even Flap, as we're seeing him, you know, throwing a rear and use, it looked like they wanted to potentially go for something. It doesn't happen, but up top, trying to make a play on Lunar under the turret. There's the quick with the way of the dragon. Nice kick there, but it is going to be a trade in kills again, a 1-for-1. They're going to trade the turrets, it looks like, too, if Supermarket can go ahead and knock down that tier 2, because Siggy Boom has been working on this one. He'll knock it down before that cannon minion goes. And Aurora Gaming is just opening up the map further here. Rosa holding on to the own Way of the Dragon. It is a trade up top, so trading for turrets, but right now, Aurora Gaming still owning the map. Let's see what happens here. At this point, now that they've taken it out, you can see the items building up 1,000 gold lead in the XP lane. That's why they went for Lunar, man. They had to go ahead and slow him down. But even if he's slowed down, it doesn't really matter that much. It's like all he has to do is crowd control, utilize that I'm offended, keep them in place, and follow through. Lord is up now, so this is tough for Team Falcons. They have to approach this team fight carefully. Oh, hold on. Ogwin. Popping the conceal. Gonna jump forward, spots out TNZ, he'll swing around. Dominant Ice picked up for Ogwin too. He's got a Radiance Armor and a Dominant Ice. I don't know how tanky enough he's gonna be if he's gonna be for this fight, but Aurora Gaming pulls off with the Lord for now. Let's see if he can manage. If he can manage to go ahead and take this Lord. It's gonna continue to reset here as they pull back and forth, but Falcons does a good job at least kind of delaying this. They want to keep giving some of that the green camps and the farm over to Super Marco, see if they're ready to fight, see if they can spot something out, whether it's an arrow or maybe a cheeky play from Ogwin here. See if we can make it happen. They want to go for this. Kyle, oh, there's the kick. That's the opening they were looking for, even with the iframes. Kyle's going to be in trouble. What a kick from Rosa with the stolen Way of the Dragon. And now, without Kyle, Aurora Gaming is going to make a straight line for this Lord. Team Falcons, though, I don't think they can do anything.
No. Oh, God. That's why I feel like the last big choice really questionable for me, Team Falcons. Not only are they not finding the kick that they wanted, they're giving away a kick that is good. You can see the Aurora Gaming took advantage of that, and this is not the first time that Rosa was able to land a way better Way of the Dragon. against Team Falcons, and that was the way of the dragon of the century for sure. And how about this? The Clint looking for some sort of a play, but he's now getting found out. Super Marco. Oh no, what were you trying to achieve?
Oh man, Super Marco trapped in the Wrath of the Dryad. Flap jumping in, trying to save him, and now TNZ joining the fight. There's the kick coming out from Ogwin, but look how quickly he goes down. A Deadly Magics will take him out. And Aurora Gaming, they lose TNZ, but now they're focused on Flap. He's going to gleam away, and they just have so much damage packed into this lineup right now for Aurora.
Yeah. A lot of mistakes that are committed by side of Team Falcons, I feel like, was devastating to look at. And now, if you're Team Falcons, what do? You've wasted a lot for a kill onto TNZ. There still is the Lord knocking on your base. Fortunately for them, they have managed a top lane, so at least it will not be a fast push, but that Lord fight really just now dictates the game now. It's going to be Aurora Gaming leading the tempo.
Oh, there's the setup with the Throne of Ruin, able to find two members here, but Kyle goes down and they're still going to fight. Ogwin goes for the kick, but there's Pagu zoning out Super Marco, and now Ogwin's going to be in trouble as Sigiboom will chase him down, gets the dash, but I don't think you're going to be able to catch this Cho, so they just go for the base. TNZ going on forward. They want to go ahead and push into these base turrets, but Team Falcons looked for a moment to stay in this. But now the waves pushing in bottom and mid. Aurora Gaming, knowing they have the numbers advantage, will focus on the mid turret, knocking it down as Rosa holds on to the kick. There's a big pull, and they get rid of Ogwin. They're going to clear out all these waves here, clumped up together, but the rest of Team Falcons is up. So Aurora Gaming takes two base turrets and then retreats.
What a clean take there coming out from Aurora. Really commendable plays that they're doing right now. They are not panicking. They're not overcompensating whatsoever. It seems like they know exactly what to do in this game, and they're winning so well. They know how to hold on to leads, and they know how to siege safely. This alone is going to be enough for them to really take control of this game.
Taking control of it, Aurora has the control right now. Team Falcons has really tried to get themselves an opening of opportunity in this game. They've gotten it to 13 minutes up to this point. You would think that even Super Marco is ready to fight. You can see his items: Endless Battle, Malefic Gun, Berserker's Fury. He's got some damage, but the problem is, can he get in range to use the damage? Even Kyle now picking up the BOD. There just seems to be such a good defense here from Aurora Gaming's lineup, and they're really waiting for these moments for Team Falcons to slip up. They've got to manage the waves here, so Aurora Gaming has control around this Lord, but they are in position. Now Team Falcons, and they make something happen. G-Kondo use on Pagu. He's going to be fine. Holds on to his Wrath of the Dryad, and no one going just yet. But a quarter health on this Lord. Aurora Gaming could go for this. A conceal is going to be used. Ogwin has the immortality. He's going to be spotted out, so it's a reset on the Lord.
Divider reset. It's going to be... Is this going to be... I think Aurora Gaming is incentivized to this. This is a half reset only. Very smart there coming up for Aurora. They're going to take the Lord.
TNZ gets the Lord, but they're going to go for the fight. Aurora Gaming looks to go ahead and overpower Team Falcons, and Flap barely escaping with 1 HP. Should be able to gleam, but Super Marco gets a kill. Ogwin, 1 HP. There's the kick from Rosa. Rosa goes down, but Sigiboom, unbothered, will unleash here, and Haji has to burn the flicker. Kyle with the eye fringe. TNZ goes back, and now they have Lunar, Sigiboom, and TNZ along this Lord. It's a 3 versus 3. Sigiboom working through it. Flap jumping in with the gloom. He pops the go away from me. Sigiboom has all the room to work with, and now Kyle trying to buy time. TNZ's going to be able to find him. They're going for the next. The Lord is still going to be there, and it's only Haji nearly left. Flap trying to do what he can, but he's also gone as TNZ gets a double, and now they can lock on the crystal. There's nothing an arrow is going to do here. It's a triple for TNZ, and Aurora Gaming will take game 1.
And when we said during the draft that some of the parts of the Falcons composition will not work, it didn't. Teams like Aurora Gaming are way too good with it, way too clean with it, in fact. The way that they handle Team of Falcons. That is just game number 1, a dominant win coming out from Aurora Gaming. Can Falcons actually come back? We'll find out after this break.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз. Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Thank you very much, you guys. Thank you, Wolf, and thank you, Naiso. Thank you for the casting of the game. I mean, this is 1-0 so far from Aurora Gaming, and it was a clean draft, clean execution, clean everything. I would like to remind you, I'm here joined with Hi T. My name is still Borka, and we're back here, and once again with a 2-0. 2-0, sorry. 1-0.
1-0.
1-0 so far.
I mean, as you said, I mean, it was a clean win, right? I mean, the map, even from the start, it looked really good for Falcons. I mean, I think Aurora had the whole game in their hands.
Definitely, they had everything in the hands when they draft the heroes such as Melissa and Harley. They take the control of the turtles here and there. They got 3 turtles. They got the Harley and Melissa. One of the high win rates here in the games of the future. They've been winning every game, as I called it earlier today. I remind you, this is the 3rd match of the day of the day 2. It's been. I lost the count of how many games the Harley and Melissa won today after I said it, because in combination those heroes have been winning every game. Maybe I should go coach Mlbb teams nowadays and help them drafting.
I think you really should. I mean you're already pro with Dota too, so yeah.
Yeah, and also I'd like to, before we start anything, I'd like to mention about Samra Kazna. Thank you very much for sponsoring our digital football, aka soccer, and it's been playing already from yesterday and day after before, and it's going to be until the 9th of August. Make sure get your tickets, get everything ready, and thank you very much Samra Kazna for sponsoring our soccer, and thank you very much for making this beautiful tournament happen. And just shout out to you guys. You guys are awesome and great. Moving forward, like what I said, Melissa and Harley, I've been seeing these heroes every time. I'm not sure why the teams are not banning those heroes or why are they not adapting the heroes.
Is it becoming a pattern? We still have to find out. I mean, that would be really interesting to see if it goes to the full day, right? I mean, Melissa and Harley.
Definitely, so far what I've seen, it's been, those 2 heroes have been winning every single game. I mean, there was only Barretts who lost the game before with that DFYJ, but nonetheless, Melissa Harley, great combo. You guys should draft it and you guys should win it. I mean, we'll see how the band's going to change and the draft is going to change from the team of Falcon. But if they want to step up and come back to the game, this is the exact time, because I would like to remind you, this is the single elimination draft. I mean, this is single elimination groups, like the bracket itself, and once you're out, you're out.
That's true. I mean, we still have the highlights coming up soon on the screen, but that was an amazing game that we just had. I mean, towards the end, I think it was a clean win for them. There was no stopping for Aurora Gaming at all. But it went a bit slow towards the early game, but Aurora Gaming still had the control of the map, I would say. I mean, you can see on the highlights, we had the teams and fans getting ready before just the first game that we were about to start before. The teams are getting ready. And of course, I mean, in 2 minutes, we didn't have any kills, and then we got the first one at 2:20. And then from there it went. I mean, the first blood for Ongwen. And it just went on from that. But I think the point, even the kills were a bit slow initially, but still Aurora had the overall control of the map. Yeah,
I agree with you that the kills weren't as there wasn't, I wouldn't say there wasn't exciting games to watch per se. It wasn't really like big fights or anything. I mean, Aurora got their turtle at before minute 2, and as you were pointing at Haiti, they actually were controlling it very well. They got their 3 turtles. I mean, now minute 10, we see all the 3 turtles has been taken, and now there are fights have been happening here at the beautiful Jektujuk Arena. Moreover, it just, again, we would like to point out the TNZ, right? The TNZ, the superstar of the team, Aurora Gaming, and he's been playing on Harley just exceptionally well, and he's been doing a very good job on how to carry the games. And I mean, Sigubum also taking Melissa over in his hands and just doing phenomenal, supporting his team all around the world, always on top of it. I mean, minute 14, we see how everything goes drastically south for the team Falcons, because the Aurora Gaming has been having that gold lead of 5 to 6K and more for entire game. It was clear control, clear execution.
Yeah. I think initially also the Falcons, they were more like they were advancing and then falling back and then regrouping and reanalyzing and then coming back again. So it was more of a back and forth initially, but then I think after around 13 minutes, after 12-13 minutes, I think it just went really chaotic after the load slain by TNZ towards the end. I mean, as you can see, the stats we got on the screen, 6 kills to 14 kills by Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost more than double kills here by Aurora Gaming, and I'd like to mention TNZ with his awesome performance as always. As I think it's a default to see TNZ being at the top of the high scoreboard for the kills. I mean, he was just doing fine. He had 1 kill, and he's been waiting his moment, getting his gold, getting his itemization correctly, and making sure that he's gonna take this game in the back. I mean, Aurora Gaming had this in control for a long time, and their initial plan worked extremely well, and we'll see if they're gonna play it just the same as on the game number 2, but we'll definitely take a look how they do.
Definitely. I mean, let's give a big shout out to Freedom for sponsoring this Mlbb, bringing it to the games of the future. I mean, it wouldn't be possible if not for Freedom. Big shout out to them for making us or letting us enjoy this discipline here in the Digital Games of the Future. Thank you, Freedom, for that. And we move on. We got more stats coming up on the screen pretty soon, and we are yet to find out who's going to be the MVP for this match. I mean, TNZ got a clear chance, but I mean, at the end of the day, you need to check the kill participation as well. I mean, when it comes to MVP, right?
Of course. I mean, I already know who is going to be a clear MVP here, and I'm pretty sure the viewers already know the MVP for this game particularly. I mean, Falcons, man, on the other hand, we would like to give a big shout out to them, and we see the comparison toe-to-toe between Super Marco and the Lunar from the team Aurora Gaming and the team Falcons. We see the hero damage output is actually insane from Lunar, more than 1.5, I would say, and we can take a look at the hero damage taken. He took a lot of hero damage on Lunar, actually, more than double, 80 82 or
Yeah,
88,000.
yeah, it
just
is
a
around
lot
86, yeah.
of damage has been absorbed by Lunar.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's a big difference between these two teams. I mean, but actually, it showed in the play as well. I mean, they did take the Aurora, did take the damages, but at the end, they came out as the winners. I mean, after I believe the game shifted, or they shifted the gears after the last load slain by TNZ, and after that, they've been just marching onto the Falcons' base. But in general, Falcon was a bit scrambled, I would say. Didn't actually get a hold of the map, to be honest. But I mean, tough team to play with. It's not an easy game, right? I mean, it's tough.
Definitely.
So yeah, let's not forget also give a big shout out to Yandex Go for being a sponsor to Future Games for the Future. Make sure you scan the QR code on the screen because you got everything on the app. Download Yandex Go and make your life a lot easier for everything. So do not forget that one. But yeah, one round down. Next round about to begin pretty soon. There we go. We got the MVP Sigibom.
Sigibom is a great choice.
Yes.
As he was playing on Melissa, he's been always on point of an kill participation, 65%. I would personally highlight more the TNZ because for
Yeah.
me TNZ stood out the most because
Right.
he's the always carry the game. But Sigibom is always on the top. He's for me is the toe-to-toe stands with TNZ. Yeah, definitely. TNZ
Yeah.
is also a good player. Both are good players. They played exceptionally well. I mean, the whole team played exceptionally well in the from Aurora Gaming. Their strategy initially worked extremely well because for an entire game, you could feel how they are controlling the map and how hard it is for Team Falcons.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Team Falcons really had a hard time in the last match, but we are yet to see if they are really gonna get their things together and then seal the title. Or we never know. Maybe they're gonna take the heroes, Melissa and Harley.
I mean, hopefully Falcons gonna pick the Melissa and Harley and show how it's supposed to be played, or they might upset on Melissa and Harley. But yet again, we've seen 2-0s before 2 matches. We've seen on other previous 2 matches we've seen 2-0. And is it the same case again for Aurora Gaming? Is it are we gonna see another 2-0?
I have no idea, but I don't know. For some reason, I have a feeling that's going to be another 2-0 for this match as well, and that leaves us only one match for the day. So we're gonna be wrapping up pretty quick. I think if this repeats in the coming matches, but again, it's unpredictable, as you say. I mean, you cannot actually negate the fact that one team is gonna compete well and then push both the teams to a third round to decide on who's gonna be getting those points. So we are yet to find out how that turns out. But big shout out for Aurora and Falcons. Both tried really well. Unfortunate for Falcons, they didn't get the first round, but they still got one more chance. So it depends on how they plan, if they are recalibrating, reanalyzing the strategies, if they are completely redoing the whole selection of the heroes, or if they're going to stick with what they actually did and maybe fix a few things that went wrong when they moved towards the game and they let the Aurora actually take hold of the whole map essentially in the last game.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, now they need to wake up. The Team Falcons has to wake up because they need to show why are they here as competing at the Game of the Future. Otherwise, they're gonna get eliminated. Once again, this is a single bracket, and as we can see in the background, people are getting ready slowly, and we can start the game anytime soon from now. Just stay tuned. But yeah, again, Falcons, they are one step closer to get eliminated. They need to win 2 more games in order to win on the side of Aurora against Aurora. So we'll see different drafts for sure if they're gonna change the strategy or if they're gonna change any drafts. And I would like to start, and we can give a word to our beloved casters, and Wolf and Naso, please take it away. Let's watch match number 2, and let's take a look how they can do well for Team Falcons.
It's Team Falcons now at the edge of getting eliminated from Games of the Future. And of course, Aurora Gaming on top with a dominant performance. Wolf and Naisu, your casters, thank you so much, Ilya, as well as Haiti, for breaking that game number 1 down. They were on point when they said that TNZ is probably the best player right now in this lobby and probably in the tournament. We have not seen, well, Kyrie has played solo, Kella as well, maybe from the previous series, but Tienzi is just on a different level of performance, and I'm excited to see more from him.
Yeah, I think Aurora Gaming as a whole is just, I mean, that's where the threat comes from. Tienzi has shined, Rosa shined, hell, even Pagu, right? Rome has been able to make some great plays and everything else. And so it's one of those cases where everybody has had some highlight plays for Aurora Gaming. Lunar, if he ends up getting, you know, playmaker XPs like the Barretts that we've seen him play, he's able to go ahead and replicate that too for the team. So I think for Team Falcons, who is also just a star, you know, a star-studded team, they just got to be able to match that right now. And so far, this meta has really just highlighted Aurora Gaming's decision-making and their play style. And so for Team Falcons still being on the blue side, they're still going to go with the Hirara here, Wolf. And yeah. I think it's going to be nearly the same thing. The Balrek is still open, so they're going to grab that. And maybe they go with a Eudora early on. Instead, they'll go with the Valentina. Rosa, fantastic job at taking those kicks from the Cho that Ogwin had.
Yeah, I think this, you're right. I think this might be the same setup as the previous game. I just wish that they won't go Cho again. That's the only problem that I have with the composition of Team Falcons, and I was very vocal with it in the previous game. You saw how difficult it was for Ogwin to play the game with that hero. That in mind, maybe Team Falcons will now prioritize their roamer, because what happened in the previous game was that they didn't have it. But with the position that they're in right now, they just could not pick up the Atlas easily. Not only was there a Beleric on the other side, but there's also the Valentina. They still will pick it though. But this is a much better hero for Ogwin, I would feel like. You know, if this were a different team, they would have just gone for the glue. But Team Falcons are a little bit stubborn. They feel like they can actually defeat the Valentina with the Beleric, utilizing their Atlas. It will be risky, but let's see how they can execute with it.
Okay, if they have to execute here, one of the things that Team Falcon's going to have to do is actually deal with the own Fatal Links being stolen. You know, that's probably the biggest problem that can happen. So far, I think this is the typical trade you see in Tienzi. This is no surprise. Harley's open. He's going to go ahead and grab it. One of the main things I feel like that Kyle has to do here this time on this Harara is being able to actually... We didn't see them really contest too much for the objectives. I mean, they tried, like they faced off towards Lord later on, but it was because of plays that were made, you know, around like the mid lane or up on the top side before the turtle broke out. And a big part of that, again, Selena was picked up, right? So for Haji, he had a Selena, you play around these arrows, and if you're not landing them, you know, that's kind of the unfortunate thing, whereas your efficiency when you're not throwing arrows out kind of goes down. And in comparison to what Rosa was able to do, I mean, that's one of the biggest factors. Yes, Haji's a great Selena, but I'm wondering if he's going to go with something else to make this a better time for Kyle and Ogwin even to move on this Atlas.
Yeah. And well, what that usually entails is to look for a good Haji hero that is mobile, sort of outplays that he can do, but at the same time also not item dependent, because the thing is, you want Haji to be active as soon as possible, right? You want to activate your KDA machine as soon as possible, and if you don't have access to heroes that don't require so much items, then you're not gonna have a good time. I'm thinking about like somewhere along the lines of a Farsa that could be good for them, but it seems like that could be the ban here for Aurora Gaming. I think that if Midnight bans the Farsa, I'm gonna lose it.
If he bans it?
Yeah. It means that we just think. It just means that we think alike. We think so much alike if they ban the Farsa here.
Let's see if they do that. This is their last ban. They are going to go with Uranus. So I guess you guys don't think alike, man. You guys don't think alike.
Yeah, he's better. Way better. Yep. So the idea for the Uranus is that I thought that they could pick it fourth, but Maybe they don't want. Maybe they want a different hero, but it would be good for the Claude and with the Claude. So it's just a good hero for Falcons to pick up, and also a good hero for them to pick up. But it seems like they will not. They will have a different idea for their XP lane choice, which I feel like will be different for Lunar. Maybe they last pick that hero. Maybe they go for the maybe a Melissa, maybe a Ru, maybe a Paquito. No, it's not available. What else is there? Maybe a Harith actually, or a Granger for Aurora Gaming.
See what they pick up the further gold lane. I think they sit on it though. Yeah, they're gonna go with the Minotaur. This is interesting, man. This is the Minotaur is something I feel like people get excited about when it does get picked up, just because it's one of those like off hero roams, but it serves a purpose. And you know, I like to call it the bouncy house. Like you take the team to the bouncy house, especially if they had, you know, for example, if they had a Guinevere or something like that, you just send the opposing team in the air. But a Minotaur, very fitting for Aurora Gaming's playstyle also, just because this comes with sustainability that'll help them out too.
But that also means that your Beleric will be EXP, right, for Aurora Gaming. So that's also an adjustment that they did. The Minotaur is perfect against the Claude, though, so that makes total sense why they picked it up. And the Beleric... okay, that's the Rafaela picked up by Team Falcons. Okay, Haji, and of course the Alice. The lineup of Aurora Gaming right now hard punishes this high pick on the Claude. There are already two heroes that make it difficult for the Claude. That's both the Beleric as well as the Minotaur. Good luck, Super Marco, actually. When those two tanky boys are up, there's really no way for him to survive a team fight if he pops his own Blazing Duet. Melissa, but almost like a Melissa, because the damage output of the... Because you don't need the models to transfer your damage to another hero, right? Is the Hanabi. It's almost like a passive thing for you. So yeah, it's like a Melissa, but not a Melissa with two tanky dudes.
That seems to be the case, Wolf. Two tanky dudes, but this time protecting a Hanabi, who, interesting enough, not many teams have pulled out the Hanabi, but it's worked here and there. And it's Team Falcons to actually take the Rafaela from the team that, you know, first showcased this back a week ago or so, or a week and a half ago.
And you know what's funny? They use it with the Beleric as well. So it's like, okay, you take my Rafaela, I'll take your Beleric Hanabi. Right? So it was Aurora Gaming that first employed the Rafaela, Team Falcons that first employed the Hanabi and the Beleric.
So let's just IMU, man. It's Valentina. It's Valentina in real life. But let's jump into this game 2. Again, Aurora Gaming with the upper hand of the series in this best of 3. Team Falcons, though, they have to win this game to move forward to game 3. And then it comes down to a decider game. Hopefully we get it, man. We've had a day full of sweeps. This one could be different.
Already an exciting start for the two teams, as there will be a lot of folks here in the middle. Haji, we're talking about how aggressive he should be in this game, in this series in general, and you're given a hero that has a massive uptime. The damage is not as much in the early stages, but eventually it ramps up. So you'll feel the overall effect of this Hanabi later on. This Rafaela later on. But for now, we're gonna be chill. Gonna be chill about it.
Keeping it together. I think this is one of the funny things too, just the Rafaela mid, what it does for the dynamic of the game. You know, it's like you get, obviously the heals. I think that's one of the biggest things. Good little burst damage on Pagu, but it's sustainability paired with mobility, because you get that speed boost. You also get that potential to kind of just stop the opposing team in its tracks with the ultimate, or you know, being able to revive. Sorry, I'm thinking of the old Holy Baptism, but getting that revive also that you can have is beneficial to you. You know, too bad this isn't Flying Clouds to make that even better for Team Falcons. So they go and fight regen for regen, but Kyle just makes a quick work of the first turtle. Frap should be able to get out of here. He can gleam just out, but I'm not sure if this is a fight they want to go for. Siggy Boom is a part of the fight, though. He's actually going to go ahead and lock things down, but it's Ogwin. He goes and gets away. Just hits the level 4. this fight they still want to go for it. Gleam into the throne of ruin as Sigiboom is the one to get punished, and Pagu is going to be next. There's the Holy Baptism. He flickers out Pagu, actually survives.
A very tanky dude out there. Even as he flickers out, he reaches so much that he's almost half HP when he gets back to base, but the fact of the matter remains, that's a massive pickoff coming out from Team Falcons. Why was Sigiboom in the middle of the fight? Well, of course, he was trying to go for the double lane setup, wants to participate in the Turtle team fight as well, but Flap finding a very good target to go for. Haji was taken out very quickly at that too.
Yeah, that's a bit tough. You know, again, dealing with the deadly magic, it's kind of a surprise when it comes through, and especially Haji on this Rafaela. You know, you can only heal so much. Good Minoan Inferior going to be used. Whoa! Whoa!
Okay.
That Fatal Links was a different kind of Fatal Links that I've seen, but Pagu eventually goes down. Looks like he threw him over the wall, and there's a return on it as they go for the fight here in the mid lane, but it's going to be a trade still.
Wow, okay. Good recovery here for Aurora Gaming. They killed two of the heroes of Team Falcons, and they included Sigiboom in one of those, getting the kill after his death, and then a double lane for this Hanabi. Aurora Gaming are putting a lot of emphasis into flash farming this Hanabi for their team, and I think it's a good decision overall, because that means that you will have your Hanabi as your AoE damage dealer way faster than the Claude will be there. And it's not like he is in the same predicament as the Claude. This Claude will have a lot of troubles facing the Belleric as well as the Minotaur later on. He, on the other hand, can just easily sit and relax because of the crowd control immunity that he has access to.
Easy pickup here. Second turtle going to Team Falcons right now. They are controlling objectives. Okun's going to just push Pagu back. So Tienzi has defaulted to pretty much just needing to go on a farm where he can. If he can somehow surprise someone like he did earlier on against Rosa, or against Haji, sorry, then that's one of the best things that he can do. So Rosa has continuously held on to these Fatal Links, and they've utilized it into the team fights, but they just got to get the upper hand. That's one of the main things. Now, Hanabi is in a weird position because even if you get caught out, Pagu's still fine. Pop of the Minoan Fury is actually not fine. A Fatal Link's going to be used, and then it crashed down on. Ogun will flicker to safety. Now Lunar's going to be next again. Stopped in his tracks. Flickers out, but the one auto attack from Haji will be able to get him.
And Team Falcons are finally getting a good break-even point that will be now in their favor. It has been a marathon for them for the past two games, particularly this one, but finally they break through. Those two pickups are so important that they now have a 2,000 gold lead. Super Marco 1-0-1, farming up top, getting the clear, and then Flap is going to start ramping up when it comes to scalability as well as tankiness. Radiant Armor picked up means that you're going to be comfortable heading into the next few minutes, and this is a good start now for Team Falcons.
This is the start that they needed in the series. Well, this happens in game 2. Fighting for the buff space here. Looks like they should be able to get away from it. Yep, they're fine. So now Aurora Gaming, where do they go from here, Wolf? I mean, we've just seen these kind of forced fights because, you know, they're clumped up in the mid. They really haven't been able to contest into a turtle. What is Aurora Gaming waiting for? Are they just waiting for Sigiboom to hit that power spike on this Hanabi?
Yeah, absolutely. They're also waiting for maybe 2 defensive items on both their tank heroes. So that means that the First Lord is their actual target in here. They're going to be fine just trading. They don't have to overcompensate for whatever Team Falcons is doing right now. All they have to do is just to sit and relax and farm because they've had a good start anyways. It's not like they are down in the dirt. They have a lot of things to work with. All they have to do is to wait for their opening.
Yeah, right now too, a problem is Super Marco farming up really well in the Claude. Hasn't had to do too much just yet. That's 3 for 3 turtles for Team Falcons. It's not looking good for Aurora Gaming though. I mean, they can wait and scale up as much as they want on the Hanabi and the rest of the lineup, but I think eventually, if we see them for some reason give up this First Lord even, as they have done for the past 3 turtles, then they're really playing for the late game. They're trying to make something happen. Good little dodge there from Rosa to to escape that stun coming out from Haji, but they're really trying to hold on to this tier 1 turret. Sigibo might need some help though, because it just seems like Team Falcons can take kind of whatever they want currently.
Yeah. No. On to the top, they push. With their Rafaela, they're always like ready to team fight. That's the funny thing about it.
Oh. Big Fatal Links across the board too. There's the trade. Minua and Fury already expended, but Kyle jumped out of the turret with Flap. Flap will go in, looking to take out Sigiboom. He gets the job done. Kyle comes in, back for the follow. He's not able to get down at Pagu, but they're just going to trade it out. Under the turret, Flap will go down. Yeah. Not sure if he needed to, but it is a trade across the map. One turret falls. Aurora Gaming finally getting a turret.
There is an argument that can be made that that was worth it, especially because they popped the Holy Shields. They took out Sigiboom, stopped him from farming for quite a while. But then again, it's not the worthiest trade. I still feel like they're going to be okay with it. But did you see Super Marco just hitting onto Lunar? They didn't have enough damage to take out the Beleric, and Super Marco was half HP at the end of it all. So that means that you're really feeling a lot of problems here for the club. But if you are ahead by 6,000 and you are actually have a different kind of carry in the guise of Flap, then maybe you're fine. Maybe this Super Marco Claude is more of a diversion, more of a tool than it is the carry for Team Falcons.
Seems to be the case. This Lord is just going to go over to Team Falcons. Aurora Gaming deciding they're not ready to fight just yet. And that's the Golden Staff. That's going to be the Trinity locked in for Super Marco. Just past the 9-minute mark, so really good on timing here. Now for Team Falcons being up about 5,000 gold, a Lord in tow. They're ready to go ahead and approach the base of Aurora Gaming. One step closer to getting to a Game 3. So far, there hasn't been much of an answer for this kind of pressure that's put on by Team Falcons into the team fight. Again, that's why Alice is so strong. You know, one of those things where it's just kind of this surprise factor when she jumps in, has a flicker, Throne of Ruin combo, because then Ogwin gets a little more usage out of his Fatal Links, or vice versa. It's either or. They can switch on through that.
Yeah. Going up top, that's going to be the Lord. And you're looking at the Alice with the Oracle and as well as the Radiant Armor. They want to go for Kilo to Lunar. This might be worth it. Now you eliminate one big threat on the Claude. This is good for Team Falcons.
Oh, man. Lunar gone. That is a tough one to deal with. This shield is already down, so this Lord is going to punch in. They're ready to force it. Conceal going to be used. Marco working on the turret. Ogwin just zoning off Aurora. They got to wait 10 seconds still for Lunar to be up. They might be forced into a fight anyway. Flap will not be able to connect on the Throne of Ruin. There's the Minoa and Fury. It's going to be popped up, throwing Haji in the air. He's low, but they'll just go for the base to take us to a Game 3.
And we did ask for game number 3 to happen. This time, Team Falcons has a great answer to what Aurora Gaming has thrown in them. The Claw didn't matter as much because Flap was amazing this game, and eventually Ogwin comfortable with this Atlas. We criticized the composition of Team Falcons, but they still managed to take it. I wonder what the panel thinks. But before we head back to the desk, let's take a quick break.
Үлкен әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are back after the Team Falcons versus Aurora for round 2, and we finally have a 1-1 for today. I mean, what a comeback from Falcons. It was really good game, to be honest. I mean, towards the end we were close to 4 or 5 kills, but then it just went all the way to towards the Falcons. But great game, I would say. Really exciting game, right?
Yeah, of course, they well executed on the second game. They came back and woke up actually and did actually very well. And I'm very happy for Falcons making it to the third game. Now it's going to be our 1-1. So it's going to be our third game of the match, because we had the previous matches were 2-0. And again, my name is still Borka, and I'm joined with Heidi.
Of course, and let's not forget a big shout out to Freedom for bringing Mlbb here to Games of the Future 2026 Astana, because we are having a great time here. And then for today, for the first time, we have a 1-1, because even the last 2 games were 2-0 so far. So we have finally one match with the third game that's needed to decide on who's going to be winning this match. But yeah, it's a tough match. It's a tough. We have 2 tough teams facing against each other. Aurora versus Falcon Gaming. I mean, Aurora swept it for the first one, but Falcon Gaming actually really fought back for the second one. As you can see the highlights on the screen right now, there was the game starting. I mean, initially I think it went a bit slow towards let's say 13 minutes or 10 to 13 minutes, where we only saw around 4 kills against around 5 kills. So it was a very narrow difference that we had. As you see on the screen, that was 1-1 around 3:30-minute mark. And they actually really had a good fight between the teams, but you know, at the end of the day, there can be only one winner, and from 1-1 we went to 1-2. That shows, I mean, Falcon Game is really strapped out, and they really had their belts fastened, and for this second game, like, they were really going to go for it, right?
Yeah, of course, especially when they were actually doing slowly but surely getting that gold lead advantage from the side of Falcon. By this minute, at this time, we see around more than 5,000 gold swing from the team of Falcons. And yeah, shout out to Team Falcons and the coaching staff, because they have actually banned Melissa this game in comparison to game number 1, and also they decided to play TNZ Harley, but the TNZ Harley couldn't do anything without the Melissa on this game. That's why they actually woke up, and they did very well on Team Falcons. Well done, well executed, well played, and well finished. Now we're seeing 1-1. So now 2 teams are on the bridge, on the edge of getting eliminated, and actually making it and advancing it forward on our bracket. Let's take a look at the scoreboard.
Of course, we have the stats on the screen now. As you saw, that was a very narrow win for Team Falcons, but they nailed it, to be honest. I mean, 10 minutes, 41 seconds. I mean, that was a quick game, to be honest. Soon after 10 minutes, they just brashed right into the base of Aurora Gaming. 6 kills against 4. TNZ 101. I mean, 1 kill, 0 deaths, and 1 assist, but really good collection of gold, right? And then we have on the other side, we got Supermarco did really well as well, 2 kills. And if you look at the overall kills, even that's very less compared to other games that we have seen today, because we are looking at single-digit kills here, and that too Aurora Gaming only 4 kills and Team Falcons only 6 kills. This shows both the teams are actually fighting so well in order to even remain the survival on the Sanctum Island, and of course to get the kills on the other team as well. But both struggled to get there somewhere towards the end, right?
Yeah, there was 10 kills in total from both teams, and it was 6 and 4. We saw the players from the team of Aurora Gaming finished up with 403 and 402, 1-on-1 actually, the kill on the scoreboard, KDA. Also, I wanted to mention on one player from team of Falcons, because they finished their game. They finished their game fairly easily.
Yeah.
They finished their game 1-1-5. So like the guy had 6 kills actually in total.
Okay.
With 100% kill participation.
Right. I mean, that's really interesting to see how that is coming about, because we've been waiting for a fight like this and we finally got it for the third game. And we have the stats for both the teams right in front of us. And if you look at that, look at the damage taken. I mean, that's really interesting. Both approximately the same, I would say.
Yeah, the damage taken approximately the same. Yes, I would say the same. And but hero damage, we saw Pagu made almost twice as damage as in comparison, toe-to-toe comparison with the Falcon player. Also, would like to mention the Pagu. I think it was a little bit challenging game for him in terms of early game in the laning. He had a little bit struggles from minute. As soon as the game started, he missed the button, and then from there he was playing too aggressively to the teams of Falcon. And actually, Falcon made it through, and they came back and did it very well.
Yep. I really like how the scoreboard actually went. I mean, the kills, it was like 2-3, and then it went, well, the one side comes up with 1 kill, and then the other side again steps up 1 kill, and it went all the way till the end. And also when the Falcon actually took the base, that was towards the end, and very close kill number as well, 6 and 4. I mean, we have never seen this height of a game recently, but yesterday we had a really good one. But apart from that, I think this is another one. I mean, for this day, I believe this is possibly the toughest fight that we have seen.
Yeah, definitely. It will be interesting to take a look at the third game, because Kyle is 104 on kill participation, 83% of the kill participation, but he's teammated with 100% kill participation there. That was very surprising, because he had a 115 KDA, and was actually excellent. But nonetheless, Kyle did phenomenal job as a hard carry player. He managed to clean the game and owning with a 800 GPM on his shoulder. Just purely amazing performance from Team Falcons. I mean, they've changed the couple draft, and they changed their bands, and we see the total different Falcons, and there was unexpected result, to be fair with you.
Yeah, so true. I mean, they completely revamped the whole strategy, I believe, and it was a good move that they changed or reworked on the drafting phase. So which actually paid off at the end of the game, because that was a very tough game that they had the first one, because they couldn't even get a hold of the map for the first game. But for the second one, they really put up a really good fight. But even though the fight was very, very narrow when it comes to it, was really head-to-head, and there was no clear lead to say, because it kept moving back and forth. And it was a really good fight, I would say. I mean, these are the kind of matches that keeps us on our toes until the end, and to see how that plays out. And we just saw one of the probably one of the most exciting games that we had today in the last, let's say, 6 games, I would say. We had 2-2, and then now we had 2 on the match 3 as well. And now that demands for a third round for the match 3 against Falcons and Aurora Gaming. And we are yet to find out who's going to walk away, because if Aurora does not manage to win the third game, I mean, their dream of facing the Onic for the finals, that's not going to happen. They're not gonna repeat getting back to the finals again after last year.
Of course, they can make a revenge, as we heard from Pagu.
Yeah.
So Pagu needs to step up and actually make sure that he can keep his word, because he needs to, before he is facing off of anybody else, he needs to focus on Falcons, because Falcons are here and they adjusted the drafts, and now we see different Falcons. So whatsoever, in order for our Aurora to proceed and do their best, they need to now step up and do well for their gaming. And moving forward, now it's going to be third match. What do you expect who comes out of the winner from both of the teams?
I don't know. I believe Aurora might have a slight edge when it comes to the next game, but again, I mean, what the Team Falcons actually showed is they can actually turn around a game or turn around a match how it goes, because the first game was they were really having a hard time on the first match, but they redid the drafting, they redid the heroes, I believe they redid the strategy as well, and then taking that to the second game, I mean, they really outshined their first performance. I mean, if they left with the first performance and then they lost the second one as well, I think that would have been different. So let's get to the casters.
Yeah, let's give it to the casters, to the Wolf and Nisoy, and let's watch the game number 3, and let's see who's gonna be on top of today's match between Falcons and Aurora. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, man, for the desk, Elias, as well as Haiti. Wonderful, wonderful series that we're seeing. Although it is a best of 3 series that we wish that would go the distance, we honestly thought that the games themselves will be close, but it wasn't the case. It's back-to-back snowballing games from both teams, winning 1 game each. Will this be the trend, do you think, for game number 3, Mr. Naisu?
Mr. Wolf? I hope not, man. You know, I hope we get a more of an even game because, like you said, it's been one-sided games on each side now, right? From game 1, game 2. And that is unfortunately I feel like that's the fault of the meta, man.
Yeah,
the meta right now.
Sure.
I mean, we saw this all the way through MSC. Then we saw this here for the group stages, and in the past couple of days, it's been a whole lot of that. I mean, if you go and look at some of the stats so far for Games of the Future 26, there are very few games that went, let's say, late game. What we're used to the late game is being, 20 plus minutes. And I think our longest game is 24-ish minutes, where a lot of the games have been around the 10-minute, 11-minute mark, some of the faster ones that we've had, of course. So, I don't know. I guess if I want to throw something out there for game 3, I'm hoping we can get like an even ground. Like give us, like let us see an Evolve Lord, man. Right? I feel like we barely get to see Evolve Lord anymore. We only see the normal Lord. Like let us see Evolve.
Yeah. That's funny. We want to see Evolve Lord. We want to see, buy and selling.
Sometimes I forget there's an Evolve Lord, man.
Evolve Lord, by the way, for those who don't know, that is the level 3 Lord that happens 18 minutes. I mean.
18,
that means that we want to see late game scenarios where it's very, very close between teams. Where the use is hectic, sometimes you would see players shuffling around their items, selling Winter Natures, Winter Crowns, eventually getting Rose Gold Meteor, all those items that will help you outplay your opponents in the latter portions of the game. We want to see that. And you're right. It has been a while since we've seen them, and hopefully this is going to be a different case in game number 3. The Parrots now being open, and Aurora Gaming first to get their hands on this dinosaur for the series.
I don't know. Sometimes when I see Midnight on the screen, man, and I can't read his lips, but I just know what he's saying. Because he's that reaction right there. You know that they're happy about the Barretts being picked up here. First pick going over to this blue side. This is Lunar's probably best performing here, I would say, in the past matches that we've seen him play. He's able to go ahead and set things up. They'll complement this. I'm wondering what they'll complement it with, but already for Team Falcons, their response, picking up that Melissa, the Atlas is open, so you go for that. The Valentina has been what Rosa has gone for. And because you have an Atlas there, do you just pick up the Valentina?
Yeah. I think it's worth it for Aurora Gaming, and not only that, I feel like Rosa plays the Valentina so well, right? So it's a good pick overall, and then you also have a player who can pilot that hero so well. So I like how the odds are for the Valentina, but there is a caveat to it. They're playing against a Melissa, and the Valentina might not have enough of reach for that one, so they compensate that with this Harley, and then eventually this Claude. Gonna be a solid pickup here for Aurora Gaming. Now, the Melissa, what do you now supplement this with? Do you pick up the Uranus now? Oh, it's banned out, unfortunately.
Yeah, they banned that out. They can pick up their XP laner now, but I mean, I don't know. They might hold on to it. pick up a mid lane. They can hold on to the jungle unless you unless you're at risk, right? Kyle just has something slip through. Hey, we hope there's a lot of people hoping they win. Team Falcons, there's a lot of fans out there. There's a lot of fans tuning in, but same with Aurora Gaming. Aurora Gaming has risen through the ranks over and over again. They were the grand finalists last year, and they hope to make it this year. That Nolan's going to be picked up by Team Falcons.
I actually thought that Rafaela will be the picker for Falcons, and that's because of the fact that Haji just played well in the previous game, and Aurora, the Atlas compared to an Atlas without Rafaela doesn't feel as tanky, you know. That's probably why Ogwin was so aggressive earlier in game number 2. It's because of the presence of the Rafael on their side. And I feel like Team Falcons will be incentivized to pick that up since there is no Rosa hero yet.
It's either that or I don't know. Are they going to ban it out? Like, do they want to go ahead and take it just red 4 for themselves unless it slips through and doesn't get banned out? Baksha is going to be banned. Interesting. Why the Baksha? I'm trying to understand the Baksha ban because you've already got your roam, you've already got your jungle.
Oh, maybe
XP.
You weren't. Yep. Maybe you weren't able to. Yeah, maybe you weren't able to watch it or something, but there was a time that it was picked up. It was the Baksha that the Falcons used, and there was another team that used it against the Barretts actually, because it's like a throwback. It's like you see this hero back in season 6, Barretts versus Baksha in the Explain was almost like the Uranus and Esmeralda of modern day.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. So Farsa was that. What are they going to go in the last one? Last ban here.
You know what? I feel Team Falcons wants to pick up the Rafael. I know it. I know it in my bones. It will red 4 pick it. So
what's Midnight cooking, man?
Why are you cooking Midnight?
What is he thinking? He's really thinking about this last ban.
Yeah. He checked up on the other side of the booth, maybe thinking if he can get some intel in there. Okay.
Yeah, let's see. They're talking this one out. I think this is such an important ban too, just because I think they've got it. They know that this is going to be picked up. So Belric banned out. Yep. Is this just Rafaela now?
Coach Moody, telepathy. I'm going to give you my... Yeah, there we go. Nice.
Yep. Okay.
I'm not happy about for the team. I'm just happy that
you called it.
Yeah.
You're just happy that you called it.
Yeah, it makes total sense here. You pick up the Rafaela, you take it away from Aurora Gaming, and what do they answer with now? There is the Eudora, but it doesn't have a good matchup against the heroes of Team Falcons. They might just be happy with the Valentina, actually.
Valentina, just for the Fatal Links purposes, and then you still need to go ahead and grab the roam. I don't know, is Pagu just going to result to a pick here? Glue? Up against, because you banned out the Belric.
Yeah.
One of the things, Matilda Valentina. Matilda's popped up a couple times, especially when you have the Barretts. Ends up coming into this third game. So you got a lot of mobility with this. Well, I'd say, you look at Aurora Gaming's lineup, and that is the ability to move around the map very quickly. Again, we don't know what map we're going to be playing on.
Yeah.
But if it happens to be, I don't know, Expanding Rivers or whatever we get here, Aurora Gaming can move quickly, but that's what the Rafaela does too. You get that speed boost, and they'll cap it out with an Esmeralda.
Okay, the Esmeralda is a decent answer, I feel like, especially with the presence of the Matilda out there. You supplement your teammates with shields and you counter that with the Esmeralda. I think, honestly, this is more of a throwback to me. Like, remove the Harley, remove the Valentina, and remove as well the Nolan. This looks like a very old matchup from Season 6, probably. Esmeralda.
Some time ago.
From a long time ago, yep. The Esmeralda has a decent matchup against the Barretts, but I feel like the Barretts still is favored in this matchup. all in all, both teams have completed their composition well. I feel like they were able to get the heroes that they wanted to get, and they were able to cap off the composition that they wanted to have as well. So this is again going to be a close match in a way that whoever that it will be a tug of war, but whoever gets the control might snowball again. So we're hoping to see that the tug of war will be longer though for both teams.
Yeah, we definitely need a longer game here, Wolf. It's game 3. You know, both one-sided games so far for each side, game 1 and game 2. It all comes down to this. I know there's multiple fans for both teams here in the arena. Only one can move forward, and one's going to be knocked out of Games of the Future 2026. Aurora Gaming, their sights are on the final, but they got to get through Team Falcons. We'll see which team pulls on through.
Matilda is an interesting tech here for Aurora Gaming. Like you mentioned, it allows you to move around the map easier, and also there is the Barretts that you combo it up with, but at the same time it's decent versus assassins in general, because you also can help your teammates, right? It doesn't matter how you save your teammate, either through extra shields or the guiding wind, but it's always annoying for any kind of assassin like the Nolan to not be able to eliminate his targets quickly. Because that means that he might go for an extra dash just to position himself better. So overall, decent tech that we see from Aurora.
Yeah, that's what we've seen so far. Every time that Matilda is brought up, you kind of got a way to weave into these fights, and interesting interaction too, just because you have a Harley there. When he uses space magic, kind of going into these fights, out of these fights, but then can guiding wind out of it too. It's one of the advantages of it. But I would say Team Falcons, they know how to deal with this. They know how to deal with the Matilda. They've kind of experimented with their own ways to make this hero work, but nonetheless, first turtle is up, but they're going to go for a fight anyway. Daytona's welcome from Luna, right on target. First blood going to the hands of TNZ, and now Turtle for the taking. That is going to be a revive, though. So Ogwin will be back up. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stall this enough. Kyle's working on this purple buff. He might be able to go ahead and swing into this fight, but he's going to be blocked by Lunar as TNZ gets the Turtle. Retribution going to be used. Guiding wind on out, but Lunar might not be able to escape. A fatal link's going to be used. They crash down once again in the jungle, and they're able to pick up another kill. A huge switch down with a blazing duet, but a fatal links again. Everybody being thrown into the air, and they'll disengage as Aurora Gaming tried to fight back in that one.
Did you see the value out of the Rafaela, the way that they were healed up after that very long team fight that we saw from Aurora Gaming? There were so many times that you felt like Aurora Gaming already has the advantage because they were trickling down the members of Team Falcons. Even Sigiboom going in there with the blazing duet, a full stack of the Art of Thievery, it wasn't enough because they were just healed up with one pop of the skill coming out from Haji. So Team Falcons are utilizing this composition well. Atlas plus the Rafaela, it's very annoying because they just have good synergy with each other. You can see that the Rafaela can speed up the Atlas, so the perfect match will have a lot more coverage, and then you're not as squishy as the Atlas because of your because of the heals coming out from the Rafaela. In turn, you will have the Frigid Breath activated even more. So it's like this is such a good combo that Team Falcons were able to concoct.
Yeah, I feel like they, they came up with this combo that works really well, but Aurora Gaming, they kind of answer it too, just by simply having a Matilda, and that's why, we talk about it so much when the Matilda does come up, just how much advantage it kind of gives in a way, but eventually, just like we saw in the last team fight, you have to not only worry about the healing and mobility that Rafaela gives to a team, but it's also that revive factor, and Aurora Gaming is one of those teams that made this happen just recently on the international stage in Paris. So they know how to handle it. This second turtle is up. But now Aurora Gaming with control. Ogwin trying to go ahead and put some pressure up on this front side. He's going to get eaten up, thrown into the wall. A blazing duet's all we're going to be used to. Where they're breaking out. Ogwin's going to be the one to go down. Not sure if they're going to be able to actually commit to this turtle, though. But with one down, Team Falcons at a disadvantage, still going to be fighting for it. The Muddles drop down, the guiding wind is there. Now Kyle jumping forward, they take quite a bit of damage from Rosa, but Turtle secured. It's going to be traded out though. Aurora gets 2 for 2.
Now the difference now is that Lunar was able to land that Barrett's ultimate, and oh my goodness, Barrett's is just so deadly. There's just way too much damage that you get out of one combo from the Barrett's, and then the extra stun that you get. You're just out of the fight for what, 3 seconds, including the stun, including the animation of the Barrett's when you're getting eaten up with the Didonus welcome. It's so disruptive, and that's the reason why Team Falcons are winning the fights.
Yeah, Team Falcons keeping it even, you know, and despite not getting any of the turtles, they're really just finding the golden XP that they need across the map.
Yeah.
No big lead being built up here. They need some more time to go ahead and get this itemization underway. But the same thing is happening here. And this is a crucial item being picked up by Pagu right now. He's got the Flask of the Oasis online now on the Matilda to go ahead and help a little bit more there. But I think one of the most difficult things for Team Falcons too is what we were saying, why Lunar, when he got his Barrett's pick, the hero he's been able to do so much on, it's getting past this big dinosaur, you know? I mean, the potential for him to just set things up is too much to deal with right now.
Yeah. And you can feel it. You can feel it with the confidence that Aurora Gaming exudes right now. Especially with 4 of their members here up top. They want to position themselves to get a push, and then the bottom lane getting freely farmed by this Claude. There's no real estate that Team Falcons are happily taking right now. Aurora Gaming are happy with this. It's like they're controlling the map by being so aggressive.
Yeah, they're really controlling the map. And that's, you know, what we were expecting when you're on expanding rivers with a Matilda. Oh, they're going to find a lockdown. A Fatal Links. Ogwin caught in the brush. Taken down again. Falling for the 3rd time. And that's going to result into the 3rd turtle going over to Aurora Gaming.
Very bad positioning out there from Ogwin. You have to stick with your Rafaela, I feel like, if you are playing this Atlas elimination match. Again, another Barrett's initiation, but this time there is Team Falcons to back him up.
Oh, they're there to back him up. He's trying to get away here, but he can't. Lunar slowed down enough. A kill picked up there for Super Marco. They should be able to go ahead and result into getting this tier 1 turret down. Meanwhile, Aurora Gaming looking elsewhere across the map where they can to put pressure. Kyle eating up that deadly magic, but he's going to be fine. So good response. Again, Team Falcons, despite Ogwin getting caught now 3 times, they're still able to find what they need to across the map. As long as they maintain equilibrium in terms of itemization and farm, they're okay. It doesn't matter if Ogwin continues to get picked off, because the rest of the team is still able to go ahead and get what they need. But obviously, Ogwin, he needs that Flicker Fatal Links combo. Like, that is going to play a big part in them winning team fights. Aurora Gaming's just doing such a good job. Once again, they make a move on Flap, and he can't survive that one.
No, even through the healing, Haji, not enough. Aurora Gaming are leading by a little bit of gold, actually, right now. But I think Siggy Boom being untouched all throughout all this mess, that means that they are just getting so much value out of their gold. They are now about to take their 2nd tier 1 turret. Super Marco almost alone in this bottom lane. Ogwin is going to be there to catch up. There's some benefit to Haji's speed boost, actually, that they allow Ogwin to just get into the defense for the team. But Rosa...
Oh, there's a setup. Fatal Links. Ogwin going to be in trouble again. He's trying to get away, but Siggy Boom goes in with the Blazing Duet, but it's Tienzi to get another kill. Just perfect timing. Ogwin's gone. He's going to be brought back into the game with the revive. They have to, because the Lord is now up. Oh, whoa. Flap. Whoa. Oh, Flap's trying to get away, and he just gets terrified and then stuck in a corner. Now Flap is gone. Team Falcons, do they take the risk to try to stall this Lord out?
Oh, well, they're trying to take Tienzi, but Tienzi gets away.
What a move.
Kyle outplayed. And that means that Aurora Gaming will have the distinct advantage into this Lord fight. Flap is still 5 seconds away Fortunately, this time he will have the Purify, right? Because earlier he didn't have it and he was face checking Aurora Gaming, which is apparently a mistake there. Coming out from Team Falcons now. Does Team Falcons know how to play this around this Melissa? They only have one tanky dude because right now Esmeralda is not yet that tanky. And it would only take some anti-healing coming out from Aurora Gaming to make Flap feel squishy. So we'll see. How can they peel for Super Marco this time?
Let's see what happens. I mean, even the front line is dealing with a really difficult time to actually eat some of this damage that's being thrown at them. Flap's really trying to. Marco takes some damage. They got to rely on the heals from Haji. Holding on to that tier 1, but again, Flap in trouble. Eating the deadly magic, he's going to be fine. Gets the heal. Now Ogwin going to be in trouble. The Terrify is so good as Ogwin goes down again. And there you go. Aurora Gaming fought for this Lord, and they will secure it.
It only took... Oh, that's why. Enchanted Talisman onto Flap. That's why I feel like he's very, very squishy. I don't know if that is an error or something, but Team Falcons will not appreciate that item of Flap. You see, being taken out so easily this game. There's a shutdown though. Kyle sneaks in, takes out Tienzi. Big goal going in his favor. That's a 4-kill streak, but Aurora Gaming still has the distinct advantage over Team Falcons.
Oof, it's a good shutdown, man, but again, Team Falcons really has to make work for this. They can make it happen. Still, Kyle going in for the burst. He's going to have to go ahead and disengage. Rosa up at the front side. Super Marco unleashing. There's a fatal links they're going to come through with. They go in for the stun of the Holy Baptism, and now Luna trying to get away.
Oh my God.
Muddles to zone him out. Man, talk about the team fighting with these compositions. It's such a pendulum, Wolf.
That's right. And this time, you can see Matilda saving one, and then Lunar just popping the ult as well as the flicker just to get out. Aurora Gaming are sustainable. Team Falcons did not have enough damage during that time, but they did have to commit 2 of their battle spells. So 2 battle spells for 2 battle spells. And now you talked about the tug of war between the 2 teams. Aurora Gaming are leading though. Super Marco on the back lines. There is the heal for Haji from Haji. It's gonna be fine, but the push up top commences. Aurora Gaming. They have taken a way better trade for that one. Now they're ahead by 1,000 gold.
And I love this. This is basically, you know, Filipino Ube versus Turkish Delight. Two compositions, you know, just going at it here. Both have their own sustainability and mobility to work with, and that's why the team fights are the way, and I think that's going to get them exactly what they're looking for. They go for Lunar into the fatal links, and now, oh no, Flap's going to get trouble again. He's just not tanky enough. A blazing to it into the team fight on the backside. Kyle could be in trouble. Now Pagu looking to take down Super Marco. He does have to pop the Purify. He gets away, but they're pressured in, and Super Marco can't get away, but Siggy Boom is actually the one that's punished. He thought he could take out Marco, but they will get a tier 2 turret in the mid.
Yeah, so much action going in there. So much micro movements coming out from teams that eventually went in favor of Aurora Gaming. Had it not been for that takedown on Siggy Boom, Team Falcons would have a disastrous fight because Super Marco looked to be eliminated there. Just a few seconds from getting taken out, but a little bit of an overextension from Siggy Boom. Kyle and Super Marco were able to punish. However, a big takedown because they're Aurora Gaming still took out 3 heroes. They got a lot of gold from that. And then the mid lane turret as well. There's so much that Aurora Gaming were able to achieve. Now the fight commences. And Aurora Gaming have set up their long lane way better than Aurora Gaming did. You can see TNC onto the back lines.
Oh.
Is Kyle ready for this?
I think he is. They know.
They know.
TNC, he's just there standing in the middle of the lane. Rosa waiting too. If they can just go for a Terrify from Rosa Ogwin. Gonna go ahead and spot that out. The Fatal Links are grabbed though, so Rosa, that's what they wanted. They get the Fatal Links. They're setting up for this Lord Dance. And this is probably going to be the best Lord Dance that we've seen so far in the series, just because of this nature of both compositions here.
It's close. It has been close.
Oh man. Haji, half health, off the deadly magic. They want to go for Lunar. They're going to go crash down on him. They're looking for him. Daytona's welcome, able to buy them time. They're going to go and spit him out. Kyle waiting for an opportunity here. Owen could be in trouble. There's the fatal links for the blazing duet on the backside. The go away from me, and Flap is still going to be up until he's not, as Tienzi takes him out with the deadly magic. Haji could be next. He gets the speed boost with the heal, and now Rosa trying to buy some time. They could just go for the Lord unless they push in. The revive comes through for Flap. So they're still in the fight here. Super Marco is still up. Oh no, TNZ goes with the deadly magic. He has the heal, but Super Marco's trying to heal back up by hitting the minions. He has enough to stay alive. Oh my goodness. Again, Team Falcons still in contention for this Lord. It'll be enough to push off Aurora Gaming. And now they're going to be the ones to start it up. Aurora Gaming wants to get here in time, but it's Kyle and Team Falcons to get the Lord.
Aurora Gaming already had the advantage. They were winning the fights. In fact, they had a man advantage over Team Falcons, but one resurrection coming out from the Rafaela is enough to fend off Aurora Gaming, because the reality is Aurora Gaming have spent a lot of resources, so did Team Falcons. So when the even trades happen, you have a resurrection that will put you in a little bit of an advantage. Eventually it was just a 4v4, but Aurora Gaming did not have the resources they had. If you look at Team Falcons, they have a lot of low cooldown ultimates, low cooldown resources. Apart from the Atlas, of course, they have the Nolan who's always fight ready, as well as this Melissa. It's unlike the Claude that relies on the Blazing Duet as well as the Purify. The Melissa, only a second skill is enough for him to output the damage as he is doing right now.
Now Super Marco's got the Mlbb gun, a little extra. TNZ, they're on the backside, potentially looking to take out Marco, but there's a response by Kyle. They're going to spot him out. TNZ has to go ahead and get out of the brush. They already dealt with the Lord, though. Whoa, Kyle. Going to burst that damage again. The deadly magic is deadly at this point. I'm not sure if they're going to be to the base turrets just yet. Looks like a tier 2 is all they can get. Even that mid lane still stands.
It's a war of attrition now for both junglers. And most importantly, they want to, both teams, they want to force some ultimates. Like if you force the deadly magic and it doesn't kill anyone, then you're okay. If you force the fatal links and no one dies, it's also okay. When there's no Daytona's welcome, Team Falcons are happier. So they're going to be happy to trade their fatal links for the opposing Daytona's welcome. And I feel like that is what Team Falcons are going for. But we'll see. That still is risky. Team Falcons may have taken advantage of the situation, and now they will be able to get a push up top too. The lead is now in their favor, but at 18 minutes, 1,000 gold lead is not that much. This is now going to be a close game.
And it's been a close game up to this point, Wolf. You know, the back and forth. Filipino Ube versus the Turkish Delight is what we're seeing in Game 3. We asked for a game to get to the late game and for an evolved Lord, and we're finally going to get it. That Lord will be up in about 30 seconds, and Ogwin picking up an immortality. The man's has been working. 7 deaths on this Atlas. It's been such a difficult time for him, but the same can be said over for Lunar, as he's been the one to try to set things up with the Daytona's welcome, you know, and Pagu is more of this supporting role where either they have to go ahead and be sure they can disengage when Team Falcons pressures them with that guiding wind. This is going to be a big point. Wind of Nature now available for Sigibone too. He has been going into these fights without that Wind of Nature. Now it's available, so he can go for that Blazing Duet. He's going to get his stacks. Ogwin's going to go ahead and see this. Patiently waiting for that brush. Once again, TNZ towards the back line, and Kyle's going to wait as well. They don't have to show. Kyle goes forward, so TNZ's going to spot him out. If TNZ can make something happen here on Kyle, they might go for this burst. Once again, Evolve Lord, much slower take because it hurts when they get hit by this, or they don't want to get knocked up. But Seal's used. They're going to go for it. Flicker forward. They're looking for the Holy Baptism. And now TNZ on the backside. He goes for Kyle, but he's spotted out. And now TNZ in trouble. Team Falcons was waiting for the moment. And even with the immortality, he's trying to get away. Daytona's welcome into him. And so TNZ will survive with Aurora Gaming on the backup. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still fighting it out. Siggy Boom taking the buff. And we're back to square one.
It's immortality that they were able to pop. This is very close, Daisu. And I think Team Falcons have understood the fact that TNZ will always go for the backline play. Sigiboom now caught.
Oh no, Sigiboom
does have the Purified. Can he survive? Yes, he can. There's the Matilda to aid him in that case. And they're going to be happy popping the Blazing Duet actually for Team Falcons. And they're waiting for their timing. Kyle does not have the purple buff. He himself will try to go for the backline, scouting out all of these bushes. You gotta be careful now if you're Team Falcons. They're scouting every single thing. They're checking every bush.
They want Lunar. They want Lunar. Fatal Link's going to be used. Kyle going to have to join this fight. Haji's already gone. TNZ just unleashing from the side. They're going for it, but Flap is gone too. And now Super Marco trying to stay alive. Ogwin as well on the disengage, but TNZ's going to be able to chase them down. Kyle splitting the fight up. He's able to find Lunar, and now on the run, Ogwin. He still gets back to base, and Super Marco will survive too, but Ogwin finally falls. They're going to chase down Kyle. They have a guiding win with Sigiboom. They're trying to slow him down, and Kyle on the escape, and TNZ's looking for the cutoff. Can Super Marco get here in time to help him out? He's trying, he's bobbing, he's weaving, and Super Marco will keep Kyle from dying there.
Oh my God, what is this? We were waiting for a close game, and we were granted it, and with all of that happening, with the kill onto Haji first, the Rafaela taken out as the first victim of Aurora Gaming, it was enough for Team Falcons to lose complete control. They did not. They weren't able to defend their mid lane. Now they want to fight this, but the Lord is already
Kyle. Oh, Kyle attempted, but now they're going to go for Pagu. Pagu gone for a whole minute. But Aurora Gaming, they were able to secure themselves the objective. So now, where do they go from here? Do they start approaching the base? Do they wait for Pagu? They should be able to go ahead and delay this enough for Pagu to be up and Aurora Gaming to make their move.
What an intense game, Naisu, that we're seeing right now. Team Falcons and Aurora Gaming on a different level, in fact. Pagu is soon to respawn. You've already used your resurrection now on Haji though, so I immediately wanted to wake Ogwin up 21 minutes into this game. Gotta be careful. Super Marco actually getting full push back. And Aurora Gaming are not gonna overextend or anything. They're not even baiting Team Falcons right now.
Yeah.
Gonna be happy just to collect the Lord for themselves. Losing Pagu meant that they weren't able to win the team fight, but they did take out the mid lane turret, and this will always be impactful in the latter portions of the game. Although you wanted your long lane to be pushed back or to get the side lane pushes of the inhibitors, there is a little value for taking down the mid lane, as you would always be pushing back.
Cool. They're trying to catch TNZ. Whoa, a flicker. Fatal Links, and they find TNZ. They're able to go ahead and find the jungler, but Sigiboom charging up in that mid lane. They're going to have to go back to defend into that push. So even with a pickoff, 50 seconds for TNZ to be up just in time for that Lord to spawn. Team Falcons, they're going to wait for this wave to make its way to this bottom turret. They want to at least get a base turret down, knowing TNZ's not here. They're going to have to go in. They put the pressure. They go for Lunar. They're keeping Sigiboom from going back. So they get the base turret. Now, Kyle, this is not a fight he wants to take. He just wanted to delay Sigiboom from getting back for that base defense. They've got to reset for this Lord.
I don't know how they did it, but they found the kill onto TNZ. But at the same time, Aurora Gaming were scattered around the map during that time, as you would expect. It's just the flicker coming out from Ogwin that caught TNZ out, and Rosa wasn't there to defend. Nobody else was ready to actually help out TNZ during that time. They didn't have the immortality. The flicker will not be available for Ogwin for 30 more seconds. And fortunately for Aurora, the lane that was pushed out was the bottom lane, which is the short lane of this Lord. Opposite side though, Team Falcons have built up a slow push. You gotta be careful about that if you're Aurora. And then Falcons are now clearing the wave in the middle. So this is a good setup for Team Falcons all in all.
Yeah, we'll take this time for this. At this point, we are in our longest game here, Games of the Future 2026. There's the fight initiation, circling Eagle. Super Marco trying to stay alive here. He already popped the go away from me. The rest of the team's got to actually protect him. So Lord's going to go for the reset. Both sides expending some resources for this one. Not sure if Team Falcons want to go for something here. Look at the placement for Rosa. Swinging back around. Might be looking for a cheeky play here. The top lane already cleared. Rosa going to be spotted out? I don't know if... I think Rosa was spotted out holding on to the Fatal Link, so Team Falcons pushed off it. Ogwin's going to go check this brush out. He's got to get Rosa out of there. So once again, the dance for this Lord, man. 25 minutes in.
An intense game that we're seeing. Each player trying to outplay each other. The team... Both teams, they know where to position themselves, and it seems like they're mind-sweeping every single bush. A long lane push is important, and it's going to be set up by Aurora Gaming right now. They now have the advantage of this Lord dance.
Quarter of health on the Lord. A bit of a knock up there, too. Lunar's quite low. He's going to have to make something happening. They're going to go there. There's the blazing duet coming out from Siggy. Boom, and a Fatal Links to take out Haji and Super Marco and Aurora Gaming. That's all they needed. They win the fight, and now Kyle has to run to the base. Pagu's there, and the rest of the team, he's got an immortality. Do they just go for the Lord, or they go for the end here?
It looks like they want to end because there's 5 of them. And Lunar's ultimate is up right now.
No, they gotta go for the Lord.
They have all the tools. Oh my god, Pagu, what a play. There's Circling Eagle on the right to target. They want to go for the Lord this time. They want to keep it safe. They know that they will have the advantage come the push, especially if they force out this purple buff. Kyle, you gotta be careful. They're overstaying this time, and now they're getting chased.
Oh, that's so risky. They're going to be going down for Flap.
There you go.
Immortality going to be popped here. He can't survive that. Flap goes down. Fatal Links into the turret. Siggy Boom's there to help out. Gets out with the guiding wind, but this evolved Lord is coming through, and Flap is down for 65 seconds. They can't stop this. Aurora Gaming sees the win in sight. Team Falcons tries to delay the Lord and bring it on through, but Kyle as well has to see Ogwin down. Now Haji reviving, going for this play. Lord is still up. Team Falcons trying to make it happen, but Super Marco, can he turn this fight around? Kyle's gone, but Aurora Gaming's working on the crystal, and they will make it happen to defeat Team Falcons in Game 3.
Massive overextension out there coming out from Falcons. They went in for the purple buff. They overstayed and they got punished. The Flap was taken out. There's so many moments in this game where every single mistake will matter so much. And Aurora Gaming were quick to punish. They have taken out Team Falcons. The drought for the Filipino representatives still is true, but on the opposite end, Aurora Gaming on top of Mlbb World. They may have lost MSC, but you know that they are very strong, and they've proven right now that if you give them enough, they can go the distance. Aurora Gaming eliminates Falcons Philippines.
And Turkish Delight winning against the Filipino Ube, man. They put on a show and a series for Game 3. What an amazing one. Probably the best match so far we've seen, especially in the past couple days here. Hats off to Team Falcons, and congratulations to Aurora Gaming. I think we're going to be taking a break here. We'll hear some more from Aurora on stage there on the panel, but let's go for a break for now.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз. Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз.
We're back here once again at wonderful Jekpejek Arena here, beautiful Astana. Thank you, Wolf and Neso, for this cast. What a game and what a performance for both teams. Let's give them a shout out for Falcons and Team Aurora. We have a wonderful guest here, Pago, once again joining our panels desk. Welcome back, Pago.
Welcome
once
back.
again.
Congrats again.
Good to see you once again. Was incredible performance by not only by you but the whole team and the whole team of Team Falcons. How are you feeling?
Well, first of all, I'm proud of my team. That was a long, exhausting game, and I'm really happy to be here now. Not like on the side after losing. So yeah, we are extremely excited.
Yeah,
great. Great. That was really a long, very long game, right? We didn't see that going all that while, like almost half an hour, we can say.
Yeah.
Like, were you getting exhausted towards the end? I'm sure. You're pro players. You're used to long games. I think you mentioned yesterday also. You play even longer games. So how was it? The third game?
The third game, for sure, a lot of emotions, right? Like a lot of mistakes from our side, from enemy side. The game was exhausting. Like kind of unpredictable. The game was so slow at one point. We just had to make a move, right?
Right. It's true, indeed. How did the drafting phase work out for you at the end? Once the drafting was finished, were you happy with how it turned out, or were you restricted in some way with the bans?
Whenever we get our comfort picks, like some, let's say, dark system a bit, I'm always happy to play like that, with those heroes.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I checked the stats and everything. There have been lots of Barretts, Melissa, Harley, and actually Valentina. Also, in this game, you guys have 3 of the best heroes at this tournament, at the very least, with a high % of win rate. And you just won the Team Falcons, who were top 4 in the last tournament, and they were doing very solid. You couldn't tell who's gonna win in the end of the series. Do you have any words to Team Falcons?
Yeah, for sure. Team Falcons are really strong, especially with the draft, right? Like basically Filipino teams, they excel in like slow matches, slow games, right? The macro-wise. But I think today we were just a better team, honestly. Yeah. But congrats to Falcons. They really made us sweat.
Yeah, I think you still did really well in the first game, because basically you were having the whole map for yourself, right, in the first game.
Yes, that's what happened. Yeah, we played our comp accordingly. We played it right, and we had no opening. That was clean.
Fantastic performance.
I don't want to take your time as long, but I have 2 questions before I will let you go. The first one, we spoke with Onic, and they're excited to see you guys at the finals, and that's the first one. And the second one is, is there? I forgot the second question that I had in my head. It just slipped away. Never mind. Just you have any questions right now?
No, I'm excited to see how this, if you're going to get to the same finals as last year, like 2025, are we going to repeat that again this year? I'm pretty sure you want to repeat that again this year, but not the outcome. You want to take the crown this time, right?
Yeah, this time we are trying our best this time. Hopefully we meet Onic again, and as I said, I want to get her revenge. Maybe 3-0 sweep, like the opposite of last year.
3-0 sweep, okay, that we heard that right from Pago. Now I remember it before I let you go. The communication from the team. So you have a 4 Turkish player and you're from Poland. How does it work? Does it have some issues with you whatsoever because of the communication issues? Maybe they speak Turkish time to time and you may not understand. Just wanted to ask you before we let you go.
Yeah, right. So first of all, the game language is kind of simple, like spell names, heroes, right? It's all the same for all languages. Right. However, macro calls sometimes, it's majority in English, so I can understand as well. Oh, but whenever our jungler is ganking someone, he can speak Turkish as well, like the planning. Okay. So majority English when it comes to big fights.
Okay. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's about the chemistry of the team as well, right? No matter what language you speak, the game languages, you're all synced as a single team, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. Really thankful to have you here again for the second time in 2 days. We are really hoping to have you here again in the coming days as well. But again, congratulations again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. Again, Pago, that was Pago from Team Aurora. You have any final words before we let you go?
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you all the fans. I see there's today much more people, so thank you guys a lot.
Thank you. That was Pago from Team Aurora. Pago, you can take a rest and relax for your next games. And thank you very much and good luck for tomorrow. I mean, you guys have now secured your semi-final slot, and yeah, best of luck to you guys. And now we're about to start our game number 4. I mean, there will be Power Rangers, Pro Esports, and Bigetron by Vitality. Now, meanwhile, we see the highlights of the game number 1 and 2 and 3. It's the match of 3. The game was very exhausting, I would say. You couldn't tell exactly what's going on until the end of the game. I was saying the minute 22-23 is by far the longest game, but actually there are definitely longer games. There have been, I think we've had, did we hit 25th mark today? You reckon?
I think we hit 25th mark today, because at the end it was really really exciting to watch how it goes. So I really didn't actually pay attention to the timer at all. Like, we were all so invested in the game that we just wanted to see where the game is going, because there were a lot of, as Pagu said, initially, I mean, in between there were a bit of slow phase, but still towards the end, I think it became really chaotic and really good fight towards the end as well. Because you can see on the screen, here we had Aurora game with a clear lead by the 15th minute mark. Yeah. I mean, we are talking about a 6-kill lead right there.
The thing is, it's like there is a lead on kills, right? But the thing is, the gold advantage is not the big swing. So it's actually, they're a little bit higher, but like right now, they're the same gold, in the gold lead. You couldn't tell exactly what's happening, but minute 20, there is a big, gigantic fight mid, and I mean, again, TNZ on a Harley, doing his best, performing really good and doing absolutely amazing, and Biggie Boom also doing it extremely well, and Pagu as a support, like, he's always there. 1-1-15, the KDA is amazing, everything is amazing. The tournament is also amazing. The fight here at 21, just lots of spell casting, people are just running back and forth, getting a kill. I've seen the people from Team Falcons were screaming so loud whenever they were getting those kills on team for Aurora, and that was the decider moment over there. Yeah. As soon as they got the fight on, actually we hit not 25th minute, we hit 27
minutes, almost 27,
27 minutes, and yeah, right on. Well earned from Aurora Gaming. Was not definitely easy, let's put it that way.
Yes.
So, I mean, good for them, good for practice. If they want to, as he's saying, 3-0 sweep from the team of Icon, right? They need to Iconic, and they need to step up and do better and better, because against Falcons, that was definitely not an easy game
at all. I mean, that was really a tough game, I would say. I mean, and also for us, all of it was really exciting to watch two teams going head to head, and of course, I mean, big shout out to TNZ. I mean, the way he played, I'm pretty sure, I believe towards the end he had more than 10 kills in this game, and we are talking about a 27-minute game, and keeping that energy towards the end, it's not easy job. And also in that enthusiasm, even at the last fight at the base, I think he had a double kill. And I mean, that's commendable performance, TNZ, all throughout the tournament, I would say.
100% TNZ's commendable performance, and the way how he just played was actually phenomenal. And all the performances that he's been playing at the Jekpejak Arena at the Game of the Future was incredible. Well, we're seeing toe-to-toe comparison between Slap and Lunar. We see how much damage damage taken. Almost 400,000 damage taken, and to relatively 300,000, it's just around 100,000 damage differences. We can take a look at the hero damage of 45 to 60k. It's a lot of damage. Yes. This is a beautiful game of Mobile Legends.
That's true. I mean, the hero damage, I would say, that was very close. But I mean, if you look at the grand scale of things, I think that was close, because we are looking at a huge match now. I mean, a very long match with a lot of fights and with a lot of competition happened right there in the map. Even though it went a bit slow towards in the middle, but they picked it up very fast. And we have the stats on the screen now, the team stats, and we are looking at the final 26 minutes 52 seconds as Steelborger said, like almost 27 minutes and 21 versus 10 kills, 11 kill lead there.
Yeah, TNZ with 11 kill and 2 deaths, and with the 10k networks. I would like to also point out the Super Marco with the 313 with 17k gold as well on his side. He has died only once in terms of in a game of 27 minutes. It's a very awesome performance by him. Also Sigibum with 4-on-114. It's just incredible game. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're all hyped up after watching game number 3 like that. It was amazing, and congratulations for Aurora Gaming for advancing forward to the semifinals. That's the third team that is going to be for our team, and I'd like to mention.
Yeah, of course, and a huge shout out to Freedom for being the general partner for and bringing Mlbb here in Games for the Future 2026 here in Astana. I mean, this wouldn't have been possible if not for the sponsors. So huge shout out to Freedom for bringing this alive and making us all have a good time with Mlbb here in the arenas. And we're talking about TNZ again. I mean, we just saw that TNZ's got 11 kills in the last game, and only 2 deaths, by the way. And we are talking about only 2 deaths in a very long game. That 27-minute game. I mean, it's not easy to stay alive. I mean, survive in this kind of a map against this kind of a team, right?
100%. I mean, people were screaming, people were cheering, and people were supporting their beautiful teams. And it was amazing games. As you can see behind me, people are getting ready for their games. And so far, SRG and Onic, Aurora is the third team who have joined to the semifinals, and we are about, not right now, but we're about to start quite soon our beautiful game between Bigetron by Vitality versus Pro Esports. Both teams from the same region, the region of Southeast Asia. Pretty sure they know each other very well. They have played tons of games against each other, with each other, so the players know each other very well. It would be interesting to take a look at the derby in such high level of game of Mobile Legends, and we'll see who's going to be on top of them.
Of course, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because this is a final match for today. We only got this one left, but it's yet to see if we're going to have a multiple rounds or if it's going to be just 2 rounds. But we had a really good performance from Pro Esports yesterday. But before that, make sure, do not miss any of these games. Make sure you grab the tickets from ticketon.com. You have the QR code up on the screen. Make sure you scan the QR code, get your tickets, because we only got 2 more days after this one. I mean, we are coming to an end of the whole tournament, and you really don't want to miss this. Seeing that energy back there in the last game, that was something, right? The fans were cheering. There were people standing whenever some moments came up on the screen, but that's pure energy right there. And also, we have the MVP on the screen, Sigibum.
Sigibum is always on the top, is always there to help out his team, always there to support and take an initiative, take the utility help for his team. 86% of kill participation. As always, he's there to help with his assist over there. I mean, Sigibum is always there for sure. Also, would like to mention TNZ as always at the top of the. I don't want to say killer, but he's actually making many kills throughout the tournament.
Yes, true. I mean, he's a true finisher, I would say. I mean, he gets that thing finished. I mean, get that off the table, because when you saw the Sigibum, the last MVP, we saw that he's got 14 assists. I mean, he's been setting the whole setting for getting the kills for the team, and we have the fixture right in front of us on the screen.
Yeah, we see the brackets here, guys. SRG is going to play against Onic tomorrow, and now we see Aurora have advanced to the semifinals, and the last team is going to be between Bigetron by Vitality versus Pro Esports. One of them are going to advance forward against Team Aurora, and the losers of semifinals are not getting eliminated just yet, because they'll be playing for the 3rd match, and there will be a grand final afterwards. Of course. Very excited to take a look at the teams, because they definitely know each other. There's not going to be a region into region, and such we're just seeing right now with Falcons against the team Aurora Gaming. There was a difference. And let's get to know a little bit more about Bigetron and Vitality, because we haven't seen them just yet. And stay tuned. Let's take a look at the video.
We are coming to you live from the most exciting event of the year, the games of the future. After joining forces with one of the world's most recognizable esports organizations, Bigetron by Vitality has entered a new chapter. Often abbreviated to BTR, Bigetron has already competed at top-level tournaments like Mlbb Mid-Season Cup and MPL Indonesia. At the Games of the Future 2026 in Astana, we spoke with the team about what this partnership means, the rivals who bring out their best, and the people who support them behind the scenes. Could you please introduce yourselves?
Hello, my name is Shogun. I'm the explainer of Bigetron by Vitality.
Bigetron and Vitality are two iconic names in esports. What does representing both organizations mean to you?
For me, I'm proud to be the part of that team like Vitality and Bigetron, and looking forward to winning the competition, I think.
How has joining the Vitality family changed the team, both inside and outside the game?
Maybe inside, not changed that much. Like, we just do the things like usual, but in outside, I think the fans come growing into our community like that, and it's very kind, the communities.
Which team always pushes you to play your absolute best?
I think for me, Aurora Gaming from Turkey.
Does your family know that you're participating? Do they support you?
Yes, they know, and they will pray for me. I hope so.
Do you spend all your time playing games, or are you doing something else?
For now, I'm doing college too, like side job. I think like I'm being a pro player, and then I'm just do the college also.
From representing two legendary esports brands to chasing success on the international stage, Bigetron by Vitality is determined to make its mark at the Games of the Future. With strong support from their fans and families, the team is focused not only on winning matches, but also on continuing to grow as players and as ambassadors for esports.
And we're back here once again. Thank you very much back for the backstage and for the wonderful video to get to know the team of Bigetron by Vitality, to know who are they, how they breathe, how they play, and just to get to know them just closer. And yeah, just being excited to see how they're gonna play versus Team Pro Esports. And I'm excited, beyond excited, to take a look how they're gonna play out on this stage, because they haven't played just yet, and they are the last team that we haven't seen so far.
Yep.
Because we saw the Pro Esports yesterday, and yeah, just excited to take a look in what shape the Vitality is.
Yep. I mean, being a part of the whole Vitality fam, I mean, that itself is a huge, achievement for the team. But yeah, let's not forget they're really pro players. But before that, once again, let's give a big shout out to Freedom for being the general partner for Mlbb, bringing to Games of the Future 2026 here in the beautiful Astana. And it wouldn't be possible without them for us to enjoy all this here in the Games of the Future. So big shout out to Freedom for that. And yeah, and I also want to give a big shout out to our casters. I mean, Wolf and Nicio, they actually killed the last game, I should say, because holding that energy for 27 minutes, I mean, they worked as hard as the players, I should say that, right?
For sure. I mean, after watching this game, I'm pretty sure they also hyped up just the way how our crowd here at Jack Arena were hyped, and it would be interesting to take a look. Now I'm curious about Bigetron by Vitality, right?
Yeah.
So far, we got all the, how to say to you, all the winners of, like, all the favorites have won their matches.
Yeah.
Besides Aurora Gaming, because Falcons were placed higher.
Yeah.
And Aurora beat them 2-1. So now Vitality are placed higher than Pro Esports, right? So as you guys can see on your quarterfinals. Now the question is, can Pro Team surprise them, and can Pro Team advance forward than Bigetron by Vitality?
Yeah, I think it's yet to find out. We still need to see where this goes, because we don't know this. The last match was the only match where we had a 2-1 score. All the other matches before that, we had a clean win for each team. So we still yet to find out if we're going to be settling with 2 rounds for the next one, or we're going to need a decider third decider third round to decide on who's going to win or not. But this has been amazing day so far. I think the last game was the game that we were waiting for, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I would like to also remind you guys can watch all the Phygital games at our phygital-plus.com. All the games that are available over there. It could be from 8 different disciplines, from the Phygital shooter, from the Phygital football, basketball, it could be just dance, it could be Dota 2 mobile, and mobile legends, and also, what am I missing? CS2, everything. Like, you can watch everything there. It's easy to use, simple, and yeah, moving forward. Now, what I was saying, the favorites were the Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah.
But now the question is, here they are, as you guys can see. The question is, can Pro Esports can make it, and can they surprise? Because there were a couple upsets already in this tournament that we've seen, and from day one, and it would be interesting to take a look. And also, you were mentioning couple games were clean, easy 2-0. I a little bit disagree with you on that part, my partner, because that wasn't clean, because people were leading 5 to 6k gold, 7k gold, and they were coming back from actually even team Onic. They were losing on the game too, and they managed to pull through. Here you see our handsome man, Pro Esports, and they are slowly gathering here at the stage. But yeah, like, there is so many things that are not like clean. Like, remember the game of Rune Eaters, for example, on the day one. Game one, there was a 20-2.
Yes,
that was a clean game for my eyes at very least.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't want to miss all this excitement. Make sure you grab your tickets on ticketon.com. You have the QR code right up on the screen. Make sure you scan that. Go to the website. Get the tickets from ticketon.com. Huge shout out to Freedom for being the ticketing partner for Mlbb, and of course the Phygital games of the future. You can get the tickets for any disciplines that you want to watch. But yeah, I mean, we saw the Pro Esports, how they fought yesterday. Like, they had even the final play, I think we literally told them they really put up a pro performance yesterday, right?
100%. And let's take a look if Pro Esports can make again the same thing what they did to Rune Rune Eaters at the first game of the match of day one. It will be exciting to take a look if they can make 20-2 or something relatively close to those number of kills. And really interesting to take a look how Bigetron by Vitality can make things, and can they surprise with drafts too?
Yeah. I mean, I've been read that the Bigetron is more hyper flexible when it comes to drafting, so I think they're gonna adapt well, even in cases of if somebody's banning what their preferred heroes are. So, but I mean, we are yet to find out how that's gonna go. And also, Bigetron is known for hyper aggressive gold lane scaling with heavy roamer protection. So we can't say we all have this data. We have the stats from the previous games, but once they jump into the game, I mean, it's in their minds how they want to navigate the game, and also in the split second that they change the decisions and the plans, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we were talking about the heroes, the Barretts, Melissa and Harley, and everybody's been keeping non-stop those kind of heroes. Valentina we were mentioning as well, but also would like to mention center credit for sponsoring the PC mobile PC that were for Dota. Thank you very much. Please download the app on your applications and get that app and manage your finance as well with the center credit. Thank you very much, center credit, for making it possible. And we move forward about the heroes. The heroes, the meta heroes, I feel like the more meta heroes you pick, the more likely you're gonna win. If you're gonna pick one overpowered hero, it's not enough. But when you pick a couple more overpowered heroes with a combination with each other, it's easier to play, and would be excited to see the draft. I mean, I've seen Melissa getting now lately banned. Per se, as soon as she get banned, the games are different. But what I notice when Harley and Melissa are in the same team, it's easier to execute. It's easier to play, and maybe you guys might be disagreeing with me here, but I don't know. That's what I personally see from my eyes, and that's what I see here at beautiful Jack Persic Arena at the game of the future. And
I mean, I have to agree to that pattern developing as we saw today, right? I mean, we had the Melissa and Harley on the same team, and both of those games were a win. Like, So and in the last one, I believe they had the Melissa and Harvey on two different sides. So that was a proper fight right there. But we are yet to find out if somebody's gonna ban any of these. Or even ban any of the favorite heroes or the comfort heroes, as I say, for the team members when it gets to a point of the drafting for the next game, because we are having the teams getting ready for the game, and this is the final match for the day. But we are yet to find out if there's going to be multiple rounds. But I would love to see another game just like the one we had before between Falcons and Aurora. I mean, that's going to be a hard one for the casters to go that long, but I mean, it's really exciting. I mean, it's really good to see a proper fight happening there in the map. I mean, won't you agree with that?
Of course, I would agree with that, because people came here to not just to see and travel around the world, but they came here to win, and they wanted to go as further as possible. And I'm pretty sure people getting eliminated here as early is as tilting as they came here, because every team would like to be a championship for the for this tournament specifically at the Game of the Future. We've seen just now Team Selangor Red Giants. They're super confident and they look strong, and they like to win the tournament, the same as Onic. I mean, the champions, they haven't lost a single game for the entire tournament. Yeah, just imagine that and understand how strong they are. Moving forward, I mean, Aurora Gaming want to do well and just compete stronger.
Yes, for sure. And also, let's give a big shout out for Sven again. I mean, they've got quality audio equipments right there. And also, which is really cool, is that Sven is actually gifting all the team that's part of any discipline on the finals with their products. So, which is really cool. Huge shout out to Sven for being a support and also a partner for Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. I mean, we got some really cool partners, right, for this Games of the Future.
Yes. Shout out to Sven. They are giving a great audio. Yeah. Thank you very much for doing that. And moving forward, now we're going to talk about the Pro Esports. The Pro Esports. Yesterday they won. Also, they were losing to the Rune Eaters at the game number 2. And they managed to come back and surprise them and give them a good shot and good fight. Yeah. And actually they managed to win them 2-0. Yeah. So could be the same case for Pro Esports against the now bigger team, Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the Vitality in itself is a huge family, right? I mean, they are well-known, let's say, esports organization when it comes to the esports competition. And everybody knows the brand Vitality. I mean, it's not new, it's not strange. Everyone knows the brand. So coming from that Vitality, the Bigetron actually carries that legacy, or the fans actually expect them to carry that legacy. So it's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. And as Steel Borko said, yesterday's Pro Esports performance was commendable, because we were actually, when the second game of their second round went, it was going, I mean, we thought it's going to be 1-1. But they actually flipped the whole thing and they made it 2-0, which was really commendable. Great performance yesterday.
Yeah, great performance yesterday. Now I'm just interested if they can repeat the same pattern as they were doing to Rune Esports, right? Rune Eaters, I mean. Now, could they do the same thing to Bigetron by Vitality?
That's going to be interesting to watch. I think we're still going to have to find out what happens with the next games, because this is the final one. I mean, just imagine the scale of the things that we are going at. Now we are almost the end of the day, and all we have left are 2 days. And that also, probably the most important 2 days of this tournament. Tomorrow we're going to have the semi-finals. Day after tomorrow, one grand final. And then day after tomorrow, we're going to decide who is going to take away the prize money, and then definitely that good-looking trophy, right?
Yeah, definitely. Also, don't forget about the 3rd place and the 4th place. Yes. I mean, we'll get to know who is going to advance forward to the grand final and who is going to go down to the for the 3rd place.
Yes. I mean, it's going to be...
Definitely take a look, and let's see in what position their teams are. I mean, it's going to be a serious game for the team Selangor Red Giants for tomorrow, but before then, let's take a look about a little bit more video to get to know more about Team Pro Esports. Let's take a look.
Hello again. We're in Astana, where Games of the Future are going on. Thanks for watching, and we hope you are having fun. We are happy to introduce our next contestants, Pro Esport. This is the South Asian Mobile Legends Bang Bang team that was founded in 2023. Despite coming together only 3 years ago, guys have already shown their worth by winning multiple tournaments, thus announcing their name to the esports community. Today, they shared with us their thoughts on the Dream Team. Hello there, and thanks for joining us. If you could create the perfect Mobile Legends team, which hero would you choose as your main damage dealer? Why?
Hello, my name is Salvik Dioplarba, and my team is Pro Esports. I think Layla, because he have a lot of damage in late game.
Good choice! Which hero would you pick as your tank to protect the team?
For me, Minotaur. He can ulti and crowd control all.
I see why you picked this hero. Who would be your ideal support player?
I think my teammate, Rosa.
Here's what creates a team spirit. Which assassin would you want on your side in a crucial fight?
I think Ling. He can just first kill and kill all. Yeah, he can just first kill and sorry.
Got it. Moving on. Who would be your perfect jungler?
For me, it's Coily, my teammate. His Ling is so good.
So now we know what makes a perfect team for a Mobile Legends athlete. Isn't it nice to hear how Salvik picks his actual teammates as perfect members? Hope Pro Esport Team will manage to make all the right choices and get a dream team.
And that was Pro Esports right there. I mean, it's interesting to see the teams, what they think and how they operate, right? I mean, we got a good chance to see both the teams before the match, right? Which is unusual. We saw the Pro Esports, what they have to say. We saw the Bigetron by Vitality as well. Now we have seen both of them. The next step would be how do they perform on the map and on their desks for the next game. So they're slowly getting ready right behind us. Everybody is really excited to see how to find what's gonna go out for the next one. But I mean, the final game for today, possibly, I mean, definitely 2 rounds, possibly 3 rounds. We still don't know yet. So are you excited for this one yet?
Yeah, definitely. It will be interesting to take a look at 2 maps. How the first map will need to be taking a look on from in what shape is Bigetron by Vitality, in what shape are they are. I mean, we saw Pro Esports yesterday and they were doing it just great. And let's take a look. And I think they're making voiceovers. What are you expecting from this game?
Oh, I'm expecting. I still don't know how this is gonna go out, but I really would love to see one of those matches which we have seen, especially with the Pro, how they performed yesterday. That single match which they turned around, and also the match that we just saw against Falcons and Aurora Gaming. We need that energy. We need that kind of a match in the arena, because we were literally feeling the energy in the arena. The fans were jumping, they were standing, they were shouting, they were cheering for the audience as well, their fans, their teams, their favorite players. So we are yet to see how that's gonna go, but I think it's time for the casters. We're gonna move to our incredible Wolf and Niso for the game to start. Take it over, gentlemen, and we're gonna go live with the next game, final match for the day.
And here we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's our fourth and last series for today of the playoffs. Games of the Future 2026 happening in Astana, Kazakhstan. This has been an amazing day so far. The last series was quite the series, man. 3 games, and game 3 was absolutely amazing to witness. 2 powerhouse teams battle it out, but unfortunately Team Falcons will not move forward, and Aurora Gaming inches closer to once again getting to the grand finals here for Games of the Future, just like they did last year. They've been on a great run internationally. We'll see if they can continue on, but right now we got to focus here on the last match, Bigetron by Vitality and Pro Esports. It's a best of 3. One of these teams, same situation, will have to go home and step out of the tournament while one moves on forward. And Wolf, it's going to be me and you to bring the action here. What do you think about this one, man? Is it a 50-50 after what we saw yesterday with Pro Esports? Or are you going to be leaning more towards Bigetron by Vitality here?
I think I'm going to lean on Bigetron by Vitality, and I think it's just, the achievements that they were able to get in MPL Indonesia, and then the run that they had internationally through the MSC merits, of course, a lot of commendation. I feel like although they weren't able to win it all, it was still very close with the Filipino representatives, and you know for sure that they are on a roll, in fact, in the international scene. So I feel like this team demands respect, and we will respect their worth. I feel like Pro Esports, although I really like this team, they made a big fan of me because of how good Coily was, as well as Kozen, the Filipinos out there in Cambodia. But we've seen a lot of chinks in their armor, if I may say so myself, because that's what I saw yesterday. They almost lost against Rune Eaters. And that's the thing, right? People will say that, they made a big comeback, but they still almost lost, which, of course, is also important to take note.
I think when you look at that, that match, if you missed the match against Rune Eaters there for Pro Esports, I think it's more of the factor that just a lot of people tuning into these international tournaments might not have been familiar with Rune Eaters. They're a team that plays a lot of tournaments over there in the CIS region. A team from Kazakhstan, a couple of their members have quite a bit of experience, and for them to potentially take it to Game 3 against a team like Pro Esports, which more of the international audience is familiar with, I think that's, again, the 2-0 doesn't do it justice, to that, because we surely could have seen 3 games for that one. Obviously, Rune Eaters needs to, get some more reps in on the international scene, and hopefully they can continue to do that, because, that was a home crowd team, and, it was Pro Esports who, again, was the expectation, right? Especially after seeing, like you mentioned, what they were able to do in MSC. But then again, if you look at the past couple of days here, Wolf, I think people's expectations have been blown out of the water, and that's why even you have to go ahead and agree with what's been said over on the panel between Ilyas and Heidi. They've been saying you really can't expect anything because Team Spirit was beat out, right? And they were the MSC champions. So it's like at this point, leave it up to almost a coin flip to see what happens. And I feel like that's where we are with our current meta as we jump into a draft for game number 1. We're going to see exactly where that's going. We got people cheering for Emon, man. I know there's a lot of people out there cheering for Emon. If you have to choose a team, I saw some people making sad posts online about Team Falcons. Well, if you guys want, there's plenty of Filipinos competing. There's both teams with Filipinos on it, so you got to rally behind someone. But yeah, I think I have to agree with you also, Wolf. Coily and Kozen, obviously 2 standouts here from Pro Esports, but not just that, but the other 3 players, Sa, PP, and Sarion Felix, all have amazing performances over the last course of their matches. It's just, I think Pro Esports' main thing here is playing as a team. They kind of play a little chaotic, and Bigetron by Vitality can do the same thing. It's just, I think they do it a little better than Pro Esports.
Yeah. When you said that this game could be, or this series, in fact, could be a coin flip, I do agree with that, because there could be, there could be so much that could happen. Like Pro Esports can activate Coily out of nowhere, and maybe he's going to be able to outplay Nail. However, when it comes to the draft, that is where we can see that it is controllable by the teams. And I feel like Pro Esports, have a lot to do when it comes to the draft there, because so far Bigetron by Vitality, if there's anything that I want to say about this team, is that they're drafting okay. I think they always know what they want to have. They always make sure that Moreno will have a good time, and they also know how to play around Eman during the draft. So I'm gonna be expecting a lot from Pro Esports. In fact, they first picked the Melissa. That's how much importance they put into winning the lanes.
Wow. I don't know how many times we're going to see this. Melissa first pick, blue side priority. But if you look at the bans, I guess they're willing to go ahead and trade that out. Uranus and the Juicin going to be the answer, at least over here on the red side for Bigetron. And good answers, I guess you could say. The Juicin obviously helping still with crowd control. Some good kind of ability to take care of yourself in the lane, of course, and you have that beacon. I'm not sure if you're also going to be running with that Purify, but nonetheless, this is already a good start. Now, Pro Esports picking up the Melissa early on. You already saw how many times she was picked up so far for Games of the Future. I think it's around now maybe 19 times, or 19 wins, sorry, about 19 wins or so. But you need to go ahead and supplement this. They do that with the Nolan and the Valentina pickup.
Okay. This is almost similar to what we're seeing from previous teams, like how Aurora was drafting, or at least how Falcons will be drafting. But I'm curious to see what Pro Esports will pick up when it comes to their tanks, so their tanky dudes that protect the Melissa, right? They play around the Melissa. Because so far BTR have taken away one, and the Atlas as well as the Barretts has been banned. So there's going to be less and less options here for Pro Esports in that department. Whereas for BTR, will they go for the Harley this time so that it will not be banned out? Or will they go for an Eman hero, which is going to be the Harith? So it seems.
Okay, Harith. It's weird. I almost would have expected the swap here, on the gold laners. Kozin getting the Harith and the Melissa going over to Eman. But not the case. Again, there's a reason why Pro Esports wanted to go ahead and pick and prioritize Melissa. It's just so weird how over the past maybe a week and a half in terms of competitive Mlbb, we've seen Melissa just kind of take that rise. I think pretty much she's in the #1 spot, bumped up there past maybe the Claude for the most part. But you are seeing where that threat of the Melissa is, I would say, a little more troubling for teams to deal with, especially when she hits that power spike. But then on the other side, it's the ultimate, right? It's just so good at kind of taking care of yourself. That go away from me ultimate is great. Yeah. So I think another thing though is, because you went with the Valentina, what are you going to be able to go ahead and take here for ultimates? Right now it's mainly just that beacon that's going to be coming out from Moreno's Jushin, but that's what BTR also has to decide on their last two picks. They're focusing on the XP options. Again, sorry I'm Felix. If you guys haven't watched Pro Esports in a while, sorry I'm Felix. Darn good XP laner, man. I mean, usually on the Barretts especially, like Barretts, but he's also a great Yuzhong. Paquito, if it's flexed into that XP lane, you could see the Phoveus and Esmeralda being banned out because of just how much of a threat usually Sorry I'm Felix is.
Yeah. Which will now be a weird predicament that Pro Esports put themselves in, because almost exclusively I think they will go for tanky heroes rather than damage setup heroes, because although Sorry and Felix flourishes with your Yuzhongs, your Lapu-Lapus, you kind of have to look for a tank now because you drafted both Nolan as well as the Melissa. You need a way to defend yourselves with these squishy picks. So I think that this is something that Pro Esports are now looking to correct, looking to answer, so I would say. And so far, what their response will be depends on Red 4 for BTR, because BTR can take away maybe a Hylos or a Batang, actually. That's their roam choice.
Oh, wow.
Or a
Matilda. Taking one from Pagu, man. You know, they just saw the Matilda work in the hands of Pagu. They'll go ahead and lock it in for BTR. This is a whole lot of shields. That's why they banned out the Esmeralda too. It makes a whole lot of sense now because, you know, multiple shields being built up here by their heroes so far. We'll see what that last option is going to be in the jungle for BTR shortly here. Right now, 2 picks left. Pro Esports, they still need their jungler and they need their XP laner. or no, sorry, they need their XP laner and their roam currently, unless, I don't know, Wolf, we did count out the roam Valentina earlier today, but I don't think that's happening here.
Yeah, roam Valentina, ooh, okay.
Is that the reaction?
Well,
is that the reaction?
Yeah, that's my reaction. Oh, okay. So the Alice makes a lot of sense here. I think this is the game where I can say, yeah, the Cho can work. There's really not much that he has to think about. But this time it's going to be the Alice, which is also a good hero here for Pro Esports. It's just that they're going to be waiting for the game to progress so slowly here. BTR, they can choose to go for a jungler that's really quick when it comes to taking the objectives. Maybe a Gwyn, perhaps, for them. Or how about the Leomord, actually? What if they will be the ones to take the Leomord? That'll be interesting.
If they go with the Leomord, that'd be so kind of curveball. It'd be a big curveball, because I'm not expecting a Leomord, but what else could you possibly take here going against a Nolan, knowing so many of the other assassins are banned out? It looks like, okay, it's going to be the Hayabusa. Is this the move for Nile and the rest of the squad here for BTR?
Yeah, I think that this is good. And the reason why that is because of the Hayabusa. Because of the Melissa, I mean. The Hayabusa does not care about the go away. As long as you have enough damage, you feel like, if you calculated it properly, one shadow kill will be devastating against a Melissa that is not going to be safe from the go away. Of course, there is that factor of the wind of nature that can eventually be picked up by the Melissa, but all in all, I think this is a decent pick that you can actually utilize in this meta game against the Melissa.
Yeah, against the Melissa again. First game of this best-of-3 series. It's a single elimination, so what are the teams going to be knocked out here for Games of the Future 2026? Bigetron by Vitality. Probably one of the favorites in this one, but Pro Esports has shown us before, even after a sweep of yesterday against Rune Eaters, that they're here to play, just like in the previous international. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn here. It's game one in this best-of-3. Now, Wolf, we have to talk about going into this, going forward. Again, it's a Matilda across from you in the hands of Finn. You don't necessarily have the same match that we saw with Raphael versus Matilda. So how does Pro Esports move around the map against something so mobile for this lineup for BTR?
Well, you wait your opportunity. Maybe the later the game goes, you have enough tank ability so that even when your opponents are mobile, the longer the fight goes, at least you can region up and you can fight afterwards and you can go for the outplay. That's probably what Pro Esports are going to be banking on. It's going to be a game of patience for them. Whereas for BTR, they are going to be very happy being aggressive. I think they're just going to be waiting for their first items, and then you can see them to not stop fighting.
Yeah, they can be patient, but if BTR doesn't want them to be patient, I think with this kind of lineup, they can press on the pedal to the metal if they want to early on, because of the fact that they can kind of displace themselves with that guiding wind. Obviously, circling will be really big. I think the main theme of the day, though, man, has been just how difficult it is for any team that decides to go ahead and draft in a Cho. Now in the hands of P here, they have to really work for those kicks, you know? I mean, we've seen it before where there's a great setup, but then obviously the Cho gets blasted, he's gone, and even if you get that kick, sometimes it's not the target you want, you know? And even if you go for a kick, because there's a Matilda there, there's a potential chance for them to just get away with it. So it looks like this first turtle, Coily gets it.
Coily gets it, and they want to go for more. They're diving in. In comes the jump coming up from the Valentina. That's the first blood. But Zushin actually knocks up too, but so BTR by Vitality, they want to go for a little bit of retaliation in here. They healed up for a little bit. Shogun is just level 3. Now that can reach level 4. That's 2 kills for Pro Esports, but in comes the Jushin. Moreno being shut down. Coily takes it. Pro Esports just had enough of experience and enough levels for them to outgun BTR.
Man, you saw what BTR wanted to do after that fight broke out and the turtle was secured by Pro Esports. You know, they waited for a moment that would allow Nile to jump in with that shadow kill to try to go ahead and capitalize on some kills, but they just got outmaneuvered, and then when they jumped in, they got punished. So that's not the fight that BTR was wanting to take. Maybe it was now BTR that needs to be a little more patient approaching these fights. I thought they'd almost give up that first turtle too. They chose not to, and now they've got to go ahead and recuperate them around the map. There's nothing too crazy though, about 1,000 gold or so for Pro Esports, but if there's anything that last fight showed us, it's that Pro Esports is willing to take this fight right to BTR and not be so patient with it. I mean, they're the aggressors, and this is how Pro Esports is played.
Yeah. This is their MO. This is how they want to deal with this, but curious to see how Pro Esports will take advantage of this situation. They have 1,000 gold lead over BTR. And if you're the Cho, if you're the Nolan, you want to keep on being aggressive. It will come to a point where this Alice will now be a threat. So you gotta have to wait and prepare for that moment. And that moment might be in the next turtle, which is going to be happening soon. Some exchanges here in the bottom lane go away for the Zaman Force, but in comes the Circling Eagle. Big ultimate that was spent by BTR actually, which might mean that Pro Esports will now have the advantage over this turtle. Look at Coily jumping in. Moreno has to pop the ultimate now. Sa is there to force out Moreno. Whereas Niall is just working on this turtle. It will be taken by the Hayabusa. They get out of there as well as Moreno. That's daylight robbery by BTR by Vitality.
All right, BTR wanted the objective. They got it. They knew some ultimates were expended down on the bottom side. They want to make sure that, okay, slow it down a little bit. Pro Esports is playing fast. We just need to go ahead and get objective and then allow Niall back into the jungle, scale up in the Hayabusa. It's one of the problems, right, with Hayabusa. Usually you want to go ahead and make sure that you're either getting these kills early on or just at least maintaining farming speed. Oh, there's a kick.
Oh, there's a good kick. In fact, Niall going down. That's Hayabusa out and about now. They want to punch PP, but we'll get it. They will have enough damage through Finn, through the Jushin, and of course, damage coming up from Eman. That's going to be 4-2 though.
I'm sorry, Niall. As I was saying, you know, Caster Curse, he ends up getting targeted down. As I was saying, he should want to go ahead and maintain that farming speed with Coily, because that's what a Nolan does so well, right? I mean, when Nolan first was introduced into the Land of Dawn, we knew that just he could farm so quick. You know, they try to do some changes here, but essentially he's still a quick farmer. You know, he's able to go ahead and jungle really quickly. He has that burst window that he has really well. He's already sitting on 2 kills, and there's a big threat to that if Niall kind of falls behind, because as Hayabusa has been, again, there hasn't been many players that have picked him up, and even less players that have actually made him work successfully. So you really have to rely on your team to set you up. A Sky Piercer is now picked up by Coily. So we'll see what you're able to do. I think even as the easiest target maybe here for Niall, being that being Sa, the Valentina, that's why he's holding on to the beacon, man. Sa knows that as long as I have this beacon, at least I have a little bit of wiggle room to work with. And Pete has been so aggressive with the kicks, giving that space over. Last turtle up, though. It's 1-for-1 right now. This is going to be a full-on fight for the last turtle.
Yeah, going to go in. Coily takes a turtle. Shields for Pro Esports, but BTR, they still want to jump in. They are actually being warded by this Alice with the floater in the backside. The quad shadow, the shadow kill is not going to matter so much as all the members of Pro Esports are sharing the damage. Coily with the pokes. They go for the Terrify. No one dying just yet. Jumping from there, forcing some rotation. Sa actually forced to use his ultimate, and that is going to be it. Pro Esports just takes the turtle for themselves. No casualties on both ends.
Yeah, that felt really weird, right? Just a full-on team fight breaking out, but no one falling. Even the shadow kill really didn't do too much damage, but that's just the power of having this Matilda once again. You know, there's the shielding, there's the mobility. Looks like there's a tension here.
Oh, tension indeed. On the bottom, the Salmon Force as well as the Guiding Wind able to aid Eman, but they will not be able to keep their turrets secured. While that's happening, there is the Sky Piercer. Niall wants to use this already up top. He's threatening for a kill onto the Alice. Try to go for the play up top, but the Alice is just way too tanky for him to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see that Sarion Felix picking up the Radiant Armor for the first item. Across the board, not too much difference here aside from the jungle. Again, that's why we were saying Niall wants to continue to farm up. He just picked up the Sky Piercer, about 1,000 gold behind Coily. And given how things went, that's kind of expected. Now, one of the main things is Sarion Felix picked up that Radiant Armor. His whole job is to survive that amount of magic damage that BTR has, especially when he tries to go for entry with his flicker, whether he has it or not, gleams in, Throne of Ruins, and tries to go for that setup. So as he gets more tanky, the more chances he'll have to go ahead and make that happen. A Blade now, Hipsies picked up for Coily, DHS, so you got your 2 out of 3 items for Kozin. It's Pro Esports just continuing to build up here. There's a kick.
They do initiate with this time, and now they take out Shogun. Even the Uranus will not be able to stand against 4. Jumping from Coily, but Rob said they actually coming over BTR with the circling eagle. The Throne of Ruin on the backside. Coily down because of the quad shadow, the shadow kill. Now Nael in trouble, but saved by Finn. Onto the backline. Sorian Felix still wants to go in. Under the turret, has to back down. Eman does not have the ultimate. And Kozin will be there to fend off the entry from BTR. But what a kill. Coming out from Nael. The ultimate to take out Coily.
Oh yeah, Niall. I believe he got the stacks because he had the Sky Piercer. Is he gonna look for a solo kill here on Kozin? Take a couple shots with the turret. Okay, Kozin's gonna be fine. P's making his way up. He might try to make a play here. Muddle's already dropped down.
Shadow kill used just to get out. There's the kick. There's the damage size here as well. The save coming up from the field. It's enough. Even when Nael, he gets out. In comes the Salmon Force. Now Kozin in trouble. He is taken out by Eman. And a turnaround from BTR. Nael survives with a sliver of HP.
Oh, literally 1 HP, Wolf. Barely surviving. Good rotation there on both teams, though. But meanwhile, Lord's being worked on this whole time by Coily. So that's a Lord secured by Pro Esports. And so right now, BTR might be able to respond and follow through on the map, but they're losing the objectives that matter. And with this, again, they have no turrets down. Pro Esports only has 1. They're going to have to make some moves here. Finally, that 1 turret does go down. Going to be looking for more. Mid lane is where they're holding it together. They're going to try to push them off. So for Pro, they want to approach the base turrets, but they're probably not going to get it off this first Lord. I expect them to just maybe get down some of the tier 2s at most, depending on how they play this map. Emon getting closer to coming online. He's got the Divine Glaive now. He'll probably start working on that Holy Crystal. And so they're getting in that fighting position. It's just BTR, for the most part, has had a little difficult time trying to approach these fights.
Nael finds Sasa is out, and Valentina out, down for the count. And there is no exchange as Finn survives as well with the skin of Steve. As this Matilda, good punish coming out from BTR, taking out Sa, the Valentina, in the guise of that Jushin. Not enough to save himself, and then the bottom lane. Although there will be a turret push coming out from Pro Esports because of the Lord, they still will defend. The BTR in the middle will lose their turret. Good shot coming out from Pro Esports, as BTR will be losing some real estate, but does get kills.
Okay, so Niall's got the damage to go ahead and get a kill like on Sa. But they do lose the tier 2s up top and bot, like we kind of expected off that Lord. Again, a very quick decision from Pro Esports, but BTR is still doing a great job at kind of staunching the bleeding. That's kind of what they have to do. You know, working from a bit of a delay that they had in the earlier portion of the game, but they've definitely gotten to a fighting form now. Malefic Aurora picked up, so you saw the damage Niall was able to do, especially on the squishier heroes here of Pro Esports. Well, now he can shred through them a little bit more. And a lot of this, again, just has to do with deciding on, does Niall approach these fights first to go ahead and use that shadow kill, or does he just wait for that right moment, again, with the Sky Piercer to go ahead and get that proc with the shadow kill? And so there's a couple different ways that they can approach this, and why Pro Esports going into face first into this fight against the Jushin and the Matilda is really difficult.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they tried to do that kind of play, but that's Pro Esports now. Jumping in forward. PPP or P. Just call him P, right?
Yeah, just call him P. That's a lot of P's.
A lot of P's. No, he's going to receive the shadow kill, but he's going to attack it like a boss. Here comes Sorian Felix for the exchange. They haven't committed yet, just yet. Terrified to Shogun. Nail wants to dip back into the fight. No reaction or overreaction coming up from Pro Esports, as this is going to be a very tricky scenario. Pro Esports, they have all of their ultimates intact. Nolan will have his pretty soon, and that's also true for BTR. This Lord Dance will be so close.
All right, Lord is up. 13-minute mark. Niall waiting for that purple. He's going to go ahead and secure this buff. Rose gold picked up by Coily to help with this. They're going to try to push BTR off this Lord. It's sitting at half health.
Oh, sorry, I'm feeling out. Oh, Shogun is low. But the punch break coming up from BTR. Going to the backline. Shadow kill is not going to be close at all. Moreno is now low. The kill out from Sa. And now Niall on the backline wants to take out Coily. Coily survives for now, but not P. They will take out the Cho. Now Eman is onto the backlines, but Niall gets the double as he takes out, sorry, I'm Felix. BTR just waited for their proper moment to get eliminations, but if it's still a 2-for-2 trade-off, Lord has been reset. Sa finds out that Niall is going to be looking at this Lord. Eman dealing the damage. Here comes Sa, shows himself. Coily as well. They do have the damage coming out from Kozen, but it is enough to fend it off. Shogun just standing in front of them to zone them out. That's the Lord taken by BTR cleanly.
A really good zone set up there with the Zaman Force and Shogun on the Uranus just kind of posting up to make sure they were able to kind of secure that Lord. So Lord secured, and now it's BTR's chance to go ahead and make some moves here across the map. You know, they had the first Lord taken from them. Now they're going to fight here, possibly. Shogun, okay, should be able to heal back up. Consecrate popped. He's got the Guiding Wind available too if they need it. But they got to deal with this Tier 1 turn, at least open up the map a little bit for BTR to go ahead and start utilizing this Lord. Pro Esports still in a really good position to fight if they want to. I think that's one of the main things now where it's how do you take care of your gold laner for the most part on both sides. But Pro also has to be really cautious about where Niall is. They already get the beacon out from Moreno. So that's at least something for Pro Esports to worry about. They're just desperately holding on here. Pete, pop and conceal.
Going in for more of a dagger coming up from BTR. They will go for the circling eagle onto P. This time they know where the Cho is. They clear the wave. They manage to keep their tier 1 turret in the middle intact. That's really good for Pro Esports, but they will lose their top lane. It's the sentry. The push commences for BTR, the slow siege. There's no initiation just yet, and I think the BTR are going to be happy with just taking out some of the other turrets. They eventually take out the tier 1 turret in the middle. I think that should be it for the Lord push for BTR.
Yeah, Lord push is there. They're going to go ahead and try to take this purple buff. It's secured though by Coily. He's able to go ahead and get it. Again, I think BTR, given the situation, they're happy with what they got. They got some damage down to the base turret up top of Pro Esports. But nonetheless, it's so close here, Wolf. Again, both compositions pretty much even across the board. It's more of the execution now that we have to see. And that's why it's so difficult. It's one of those things where what battle spells can we get out? What ultimates can we get out? How can we turn these tides, turn the fights in our favor? And that's all that matters here. P, a big part of that. That's why he's got the immortality now too. He can be a little more risky. Just not too risky to the point where he ends up not getting a kick that he wants. Oh, they're going for Emon.
Oh, they want to go for Emon. A quick burst. Oh my goodness. Pro Esports, they throw in everything onto BTR, and Emon could not even react. Not even a Purify clicked out there. Pro Esports, a massive pickoff. It's 20 seconds before the big objective, the second Lord of the game. And a big pickoff, eliminating the gold laner of BTR.
Emon should, I don't know if he's actually going to make it in time. It depends if Pro Esports blitzes the Lord, but I don't think BTR is going to let that happen. So Emon will be back up in 12. Lord is up. It's going to be started up here. Sa holding on to the beacon. They are going to blitz it. They're going for a potential fight here, Wolf.
They just spoke. They just spoke. And that's going to be enough. Big zone. Even just the models being thrown there by Kozen is enough to stop BTR from progressing. That's a big, big advantage that Pro Esports have taken 17 minutes into this game. P wants to go for a kick. No.
He's just chilling.
Not much. He's just chilling. There's not much Pro Esports insight when that happens. So, yeah. I think there's just this forcing some reactions up to Eman.
Yeah, they're just kind of waiting here. Orange buff's going to be worked on. Niall will be able to get it, but the Lord is making its way slowly up top as a tier 2 in the mid. Going to be zoned out of it, especially with the muddles there. This is one of the upper hand advantages that you get with the Melissa. And now they're to the base. That cannon minion's going to go down, but they got to deal with this Lord. The other waves managed very well by Pro.
Push. Comes in Eman, taking some damage. There's the kick onto the Uranus. That's Shogun. It'll be safe for now. Gets out of there. Didn't even have to picture. Oh, comes the turnamen onto the back line. Everybody's bursted down as well. Good fight coming up from Pro Esports. Once again, circling Eagle far too slow for BTR. They don't have the turrets anymore. And then comes the push. Nail. Is he in the back? Oh, he will be able to kill him. Sa with a shadow kill. Wants to go for more. Go away. Coming up from Kozin. Enough to fend up BTR. But now it has expired. The damage coming up from Kozin is threatening right now. But now the members of Pro Esports are getting low. Minute by minute, second by second. The Shogun is just fronting this, posting them up. Nail. For some reason, finds a lot of kills in here. But will be taken up by Kozin through the models. B weren't able to take care of business. Now B with the kick. Coilies, they're ready. What an alley coming out from B. Now it's Finn to be taken out with two low members of Pro Esports. They're not dead yet. And that meant that they were able to get more kills.
Oh man, what a fight. Shogun was able to eat up so many hits from Kozin. He even picked up the blade armor in that fight, buying them enough time. And yes, multiple deaths there to stay in the game. BTR, though, holds on true. Pro Esports could see the win in sight, but they just couldn't get past that front line that was set up by BTR. A really good defense. Despite it all, BTR manages to stay in the game, but they lost all their base turrets, so it was expensive as hell to stay in it. But now Pro Esports, they got to go ahead and do it again. They got to reset here. They got to win another Lord fight up in about 20 seconds. This one going to be evolved. They've got to fight for it. Potions now being traded up, picked up. Divine Glaive for Emon. Emon got blasted last time, so he's really got to be careful on his positioning and maybe just sit like shoulder to shoulder with Finn, wing to wing. I don't know, because he can't get blasted like that. They might have to give up this Lord. It looks like that's going to be the case. They're not going to be able to swing over there in time. Shogun already gave them the information, and now BTR. They got to be ready for this defense, man.
Let's look at their defense. They won't have any of their turrets. Pro Esports can use this Lord as a battering ram. Together with the amount of damage that they have, as long as they protect Kozin, you can see how much damage he can deal through just the muddles from a safe distance. Gotta be careful as well, BTR. Don't get hit by that muddles coming out from Kozin. You gotta be able to get out of there. Kozin gotta be careful, don't move like that. Quickly identifies that he has to back down and cannot show himself into the lane. Sorry, and Phyllis will be the one. Whoa, circling eagle. Sa is the one to be bursted down. Go away. Gonna be used here very early. Tumanakam coming out from PPP. Now Skoili is able to get the kill onto the backlines, onto the Matilda. Kozin still surviving for now. Long enough for his teammates to help him out so that they can take more members of Vitality. They can take up two. Now Shogun in trouble. 3 versus 1. Mega kill for Kozin. Great usage of the circling kill coming from BTR, but Pro Esports were prepared, and now the defense commences. BTR 2 versus 4. The Lord is here. They're jumping forward.
They want to end it
with some baits. In comes the damage. In comes the push, and they will take it. Pro Esports takes game 1.
Ooh, what a game 1. Just when I thought a heroic play was going to come out from Finn and Niall on that circling eagle guiding wind combo into the shadow kill, it just was unfortunately not enough as Pro Esports comes out on top with the team fight, man. Again, a great showcase of team fighting between both teams. Wolf, it's looking like we might potentially go to a game 3 with this one because this is a longer game than we're used to. Not plus the 25 minutes, but very close. We're going to be taking it to a break before we head on over to the panel.
күмістер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And welcome back here. We are at the last game of today, last match of the today. My name is still Borko, and I'm joined here with Heidi. And thank you very much, the caster. Thank you very much, Wolf and Niso, for casting the game. We just watched the game between Pro Esports, Dumpstering, Bigetron by Vitality. Yep. Once again, like I said, there's nothing to expect. There are clear favorites for most of people, especially for me as well. Bigetron by Vitality was the clear favorites, but however, it doesn't really matter because now at the games of the future, people can make their miracles, and the miracles that did Pro Esports with the draft. Honestly, I would like to shout out Pro Esports for their staff for the draft. They picked Melissa and they banned Harley later in the stage of the game. They just played phenomenal. They looked strong. The game was entire series. It was a draw. Yeah. But Pro Esports magically they were doing a little bit slightly better and became a victor of from the game number one. What do you think? What's your opinion? Everything.
I mean, really long game again. One more time, right? I mean, more than 20 minutes again, and I think around the 18-19 minutes, I mean, Pro Esports actually pushed Bigetron once, and then I mean that was good. I would say, really good defense by Bigetron as well at that moment. And after that, I believe the Pro when they got the evolved loads and then it changed. I mean that was a clear win after that. I mean they were really. I mean it was pretty clear by towards the end that Pro just banging straight there and get the base done.
Man, definitely there were, but before that, we'd like to appreciate our sponsor Samro Kazna for making and sponsoring our digital football for. Actually, they've started 2 days ago and until the 9th of August. Thank you very much, Samro Kazna, for making our digital football. This happened at the Game of the Future. We appreciate you so much. Moving forward, yeah, I mean that was a good draft. Each day by day, game by game, I am understanding the game itself, mobile. Yeah. And it's actually very interesting. And the draft is a very plays a huge part, to be honest with you. True. So like they picked Melissa as the first, as I was saying earlier, one of the best heroes throughout the tournament, throughout the game itself. And unfortunately, Bigetron by Vitality couldn't do anything against the first pick of Melissa from the Pro Esports. Honestly, that's a shame, to be honest. I'll call it out. Call it out because, I mean, you guys know the hero is been picked the most, one of the picked the most for the tournament, and you guys had nothing to have a proper answer. A little bit questionable, however, there is another game, and I believe there should be changing, right? The drafting order, so there will be a first pick from Bigetron by Vitality, and let's see what they can do. Otherwise, I think if they're gonna make a mistake on the draft or whatsoever, we may see a Pro Esports can make a 2-0, just like what they did to Rune Eaters.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's yet to find out because the next match is gonna decide if we're gonna have one more match or not. But we have the highlights on the screen at the moment, and we can see the Pro Esports actually leading by around the late game. Not late game, and for this game, it's more like mid game. Around 9. Usually we call it late game, but not this one. But yeah, I mean, Pro Esports been leading, but Bigetron actually did put up a fight around this time, and it was only 2 kills difference. And this was where it went really. I mean, they actually did a few attempts, to be honest. I mean, Pro Esports went to Bigetron a couple of times, but I should say, I mean, Bigetron a really good defense right there, because that went really well. Worked out a couple of times, but not towards the end. I mean, towards the end they took it away. I mean, we are still at around 18th mark. This is where Bigetron did actually show up a really good defense, I would say, because the whole team came up to the base, but they left a few teams. You can see B is almost 1 HP, Coily is almost 1 HP. They had to fall back, and even Cousin was close to 1 HP. They had to go back. I mean, that was a very risky moment for Bigetron, but they did really good as for the defense side of things. But then, I mean, once the Evolved load actually came out, they took the Evolved load, and then after that, I think it was a piece of cake for Pro Esports. They had a big advantage right there at the end.
Of course, they kited well, and we're seeing here the last team fight before Pro Eaters are going to destroy the Bigetrons by Vitality Strong. I would like to mention what the casters were saying during the draft. They had a good point on a factor of the similar draft from the Pro Esports, really close draft to Aurora's draft. I mean, they picked Matilda, they picked the Kylie's hero as well. Yeah. As the game again on Aurora, and they come up as a victor on this match. But remember, this is one match, and we're seeing the scoreboard here. And you would like to share something?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are seeing a 5-kill lead, so it was actually a good fight. I mean, I should say Bigetron really put up with the fight, and we are seeing a lot of good scores right there. I mean, Nail took 7 kills with 2 deaths from Bigetron. Really good performance right there with 17k gold. I mean, the most, I mean, the max that they've got for all the team. And then if you look at Kausen with 5 kills, Coily with 5 kills as well. I should say Coily had a really good performance this round.
100%. I mean, I would like to make a couple shout out to Coily, P, and Kozen. They were doing phenomenally. Yeah. Coily with the most gold advantage here on 18k, and also Kozen not dying, also being holding a 5-1-5 and doing his job to make sure to hold the ground and do well against the team of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, good performance by Coily and both the teams, to be honest, right?
Yeah, both the teams. I mean, Vitality, if they wants to step up, they need to step up right now, because they can't take it not serious, because they're at the edge of elimination.
That's true. And before we move on to the next one, big shout out to Yandex Go for being one of the partners for this Games of the Future 2026. Make sure you scan the QR code up on the screen. Download the app, because you got everything in one place. Anything that you want for a smooth day, you got it in one place. So check that out. Big thanks to Yandex Go for being one of the partners for Games of the Future 2026. And let's move on, because we still have to watch the other stats as well. Plus, we're going to soon find out who the MVP was. I mean, we got the stats right here up on the screen. That's a big difference, right?
Yeah, that's a big difference between Nile and Tukayoli. It's quite interesting that there's a 50k damage taken from the Coily, and 70k damage taken from Nile. Yeah. And moving forward, there's as I said earlier, we're doing we're at 1-0 at the moment, and we'll be looking at the game number 2. And moving forward, also will be either number 3 or number 2. I'm not sure yet, but I mean, Pro Esports, I'm pretty sure they surprised all the entire scene and entire world with their 1-0.
Indeed, for sure. And also a big shout out to Freedom for being the general sponsor for this Mlbb at Games of the Future 2026. And we're going to be soon moving to MVP, finding out who was the MVP of the last game, because we only have a couple games to go. Either we're going to be having only 1 game or 2 games. We see yet to find out. We got the MVP on the screen right now. Coily, I think I wouldn't be surprised, right?
Of course, well earned, well deserved. 519 KDA. We see 850 GPM and 94% of the kill participation. He's been participating, I believe, in all kills. Besides, he just didn't participate in one of the kills. But it really doesn't matter, honestly, because the fights were always. It was always in the middle. It wasn't. The most team fights were happening after minute like 10 to 12 and 17. So like the main fight were later on in the game. So because mainly the games were quite even. I would put it that way.
Yeah.
And it just Pro Esports, they managed to hold their ground and manage their nerves. And we're hearing that the casters are ready and players are ready. We'll give our words to Wolf and Nice. So please, guys, take it away and let's watch game number 2.
Thank you so much, Ilyas, and again to Heidi over there on the panel. You guys are doing a fantastic job. We are about to go to game 2 here. Once again, BTR by Vitality faced a game loss in game 1 against Pro Esports. You know what? And Wolf, I don't know if that's what I was expecting, because the fights were back and forth, and we talked about even before we went to the game that we were leaning more towards BTR, but Pro Esports proves us wrong, and whoever else was doubting them, they found the key of just focusing in on Emon, taking him out of the picture, and then running it to the base to win here. Let's see if things are going to be different in this draft for game 2.
Yep, and I guess you will always have to think about the Melissa in here, especially with how good the two players are, but it will be banned out by Pro Esports themselves. They're not going to let Eman hold that hero. There was a time when there was a team, I feel like it was Team Vamos that actually used the Melissa up against Eman, and then Eman takes it game number 2. Eman destroys them with the Melissa afterwards. So yeah, Pro Esports does not want to fall into that kind of scenario. So yeah, it makes total sense here to ban this Melissa. Next up in the discussions should be the Marcel as well as the Barretts. It feels like this will be the decision now for Pro Esports. Which one would they be willing to give up for BTR to first pick?
That's a good question, man. First pick here, blue side, BTR. What do they go with? Again, you know, we've been surprised by a couple first picks because the Melissa's not going to be there, the Barretts or the Hirara, which is usually the common choice, and even the Marcel. Now you've got a lot left open for you to go ahead and trade in. They're going to go with the Fanny. Wow, not what I was expecting. But I think, again, every time I see an early pickup of the Fanny, it's a mix of what feels like, you could say confidence, you could say a little overconfidence. But now you have to deal with the fact that you're showing your hand this early on.
Yeah.
And it can be counterplayed into now for Pro Esports. They know how to handle a Fanny, right? Coily can play the Fanny. But you know, what does this mean? BTR taking it first pick.
Well, it means that they also want to win the jungle battles. There is no Hirara, anyways. They ban it out. There's no Melissa that they have to be afraid of. However, it still opens up the idea of the Beleric. I think that they're eyeing for the Atlas eventually here for BTR. It usually paired up with the Selena, but they can also go for the Rafaela route, which we saw was also successful in the previous series. But then again, having the Fanny very early in a game where the Hirara is banned out means that you are so confident actually with your Fanny player. And I feel like Nael is a really good Fanny player.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at this point, man, a lot of these teams, you know, they've got really good junglers that can handle these mechanically challenging heroes like the Fanny. Probably still one of the most difficult heroes to go ahead and learn. And you know, even in the likes of Kyrie or Coily or any of these specialist players, we still see the same thing though. The problem is, you pick up a Fanny, and let's say you're pressured, right? You're pressured in your jungle. The whole team has to come together. The whole team has to help you secure your buffs, especially early on. That purple buff's so important. Because otherwise, then you're just resulted into, okay, I'm going to push across the map. It's the same thing that we saw back when the Ling was popping up more, when this meta was being developed, and then the Ling just kind of fell off, right? And that's kind of the case where it's like, if I can't get my buff, if I can't join these fights because I'm getting stunned or blasted, then what I do? Fanny has a little more room to work with, right? She can cable on through, kind of get out for safety, even if she doesn't necessarily have the buff, but it's just better if she does. So the main point is controlling the jungle, letting Niall get the farm that he needs, the buffs that he needs, and then hopefully they can set up off the fight. That's why they also have the Selena. Again, I mentioned this earlier when Haji played the Selena. I was like, probably the next, maybe the even. I don't know who's better, man. Honestly, it's so hard to call. Either Haji or Moreno. They're both fantastic on the Selena pick. And so that's part of the plan here. As we get through the rest of the bans, we'll see what else is going to be planned here around this Fanny pick, because the other thing is you don't have the Kufra as an option anymore.
for Pro Esports. That's what we saw pick up yesterday.
Yeah. But at the same time, though, Moreno with the Selena, the maestro, is going to have a good time in here. We did say that it will be the pickup for BTR, and they did pick it up for themselves. And this is already looking good now for BTR as their first 3 picks. However, I could say that Pro Esports has got something else going on as well. With this Paquito, it means that this will be their flex pick. I can fairly remember Cesaria Felix actually played this as well. This means that it could be played in the EXP, the goal, as well as the jungle. And it will be slowly be revealed. But it seems like BTR are not biting that trap. They will know that there will be a jungler option, so they will just ban out the Nolan for themselves.
Okay, ban out that Nolan. Now on the red 4 here, once this last ban comes out, I think they still go for the jungle. You still have to leave it up in the case of maybe the Paquito somehow goes in the jungle. Again, we've seen this a couple times, although it is rare. I think this last ban will kind of tell us, and also the red 4 pick will tell us where Pro Esports is going with it.
Yeah. Right. Well, what this entails is probably you pick up your XP now, at least for Pro Esports, because that's the least that you will reveal. Against the Uranus, you are tempted to go for the Esmeralda, but at the same time, you want some control onto the Fanny. So you might be looking towards somewhere along the lines of an Arlet, or maybe a Yu Zhong, actually, for Soria Felix, which he plays so well. No Barats available, so will not be an option for them. So they go Kufra. Wow.
I didn't think it would pop up. That's why I was like, well, the Kufra is probably not an option anymore since you have the Belric. But so does this mean Belric going in the XP?
That's right.
Paquito going in the jungle. Kufra's the rogue now. Pro Esports has done the flex.
Yeah. There is an option for the gold lane Paquito, actually, to go with an assassin, but we won't find out up until the last pick. That's the beauty of having the Paquito when the Barats is banned out. BTR, how do they respond with this? I can go for probably a storm, like a Brody, for example, for Eman, which is generally good. Oh, they went for the Claude up against the Beleric, and there is the Paquito as well as a threat. So I'm actually not sold with this, but at the same time, they don't have the Gatot Kacha, which is a way to defend the Claude anyway. So I still feel like the real carry of this game for BTR is going to be the Fanny. It's the real centerpiece of this composition. And the Claude is more like of a lane stabilizer where you correct your lanes with it. You whittle down the heroes of your opponents with your damage and the Blazing Duet. And there could be the Fanny to clean up everything afterwards.
Okay. I like, dude, honestly, I like what Pro Esports did here in this draft. You know, they went with a lot of flex potential with the heroes that they picked up. We've seen shades of this, but that's how they want to go ahead and deal with the Fanny and the rest of the lineup from BTR by Vitality. This could be really difficult depending on the way the Kufra especially is utilized to go and play against the Fanny. Because even if the pressure isn't there in the jungle, then when those team fights break out, brother, all you need is a bouncing ball, you know, and it kind of ruins things for Nile. So again, we saw this Kufra pop up yesterday. Could end up just getting Pro Esports the sweep against BTR in this one, unless something else happens. But that's kind of the theory we're throwing out here. Again, this for me, Wolf, I'm gonna have to lean towards Pro Esports, man. You know, I know we went with BTR in the first one. Who are you going with, real quick?
Yeah. I like that. I like the BTR lineup, but at the same time, I do agree with what you just said. So it's pretty even for me, to say the least. And I'm just excited to see what is in store for us in game number 2, because this time it's going to be the Fanny. I always like watching good Fanny games, and now it's going to be up against the Kufra, which in turn would incite a lot of outplays, a lot of mind games between the two players.
Okay, well, we got a pretty zoomed-in look right now. I'm not sure where Nile was going to go for. I know he cabled through Finn. Okay. Really close look. I'm trying to see where also Nile ends up going and grabbing his green camp. He's up at the top side now, though.
Now, Fanny going in for some Kramer invasion.
There we go.
Not entirely sure if he was successful with it.
Yeah.
But Coily seems like he has the higher levels with the double buff. And this Paquito from Pro Esports from the jungle has to make a lot happen in the early stages. Well, I guess not literally the early stages, but from the mid-game perspective, like 5 to 8 minutes. If you are able to get a lot of eliminations during that time, that generally will mean that you will allow your team to be in a comfortable spot.
Okay, so at this point, we go wait for this first turtle to go ahead and pop up here. No early first bloods. It looks like even across the battle spells, nothing was expended, which is kind of odd because usually in that first exchange, you see at least some battle spells being burned down. But this time, not going to be the case. First turtle pulled through by Finn. Again, we're on broken walls too for this one. So a little more, I guess, uniqueness that can happen here depending on how Niall plays it on this Fanny. Even sweeping through turtle takes or eventually lower takes. Here they go, though.
Indeed, that's Moreno taking out PPP. The jump in, though. Oh, look at the Tumanak of the nail. It's going to be taken out. Gatot Kacha is far too late to save his teammate. But the Beleric from Soria Felix with that flicker is good. So will be the exchange. I would assume that there was an arrow that was able to land, but taking down Nail early on in this game, this is really good for Pro Esports.
It's good for Pro, but they're going to lose the turtle anyway off of that arrow. Again, that's why we talk about Moreno being a key playmaker here. Now they're in the jungle.
In the jungle, going in for the kill once again. They want to go for PP. Is down. No bouncing ball. That's a good fight coming out from BTR. They needed a recovery for this. For this Fanny, and they were able to find it. But it's going to take more from them if they want to get back into this game.
Okay, so off of those first takes, BTR play into their strengths, man. Again, Niall being able to move around. The bouncing ball hasn't been too much of a problem to deal with. But again, I think a big part of this is just the arrows. I wish we always had an arrow counter. I wish that was possible someday when the Selena's like in play, just because sometimes, you know, they're being landed off cam too, and they are quite effective, not to mention the traps here. Taking a look at it quickly here for the emblems, pretty standard stuff across the board. Blade of Hepsi's already picked up though for Niall. And yeah, there's one thing that you can say about Pro Esports is this is going to take a little bit of time for them to come online. The Paquito, though, the Paquito in the jungle, for some teams it works. I feel like this is more of a 50-50 pick in the jungle.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You really have to master it. But at the same time, there are so many players that can make it possible. Rather than Triad. Here comes the damage coming out from Coily, and it's enough. They take out Nail once again. Sorry, and Felix will be the one to get the last hit, but you see one Wrath of the Dryad into the combo from the champ. That's enough. Now the counter play to knock up Kozen back away from the Zaman Force. Flicker committed by the goal laner of Pro Esports. Now they go on to P, who is unsuccessful taking down a trade down the bottom lane. And Kozen will not only utilize his flicker, he will also likely lose one of the cards here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's going to lose this. Trying to alleviate some of the pressure here without that. But there's an arrow. He wasn't even aware that Moreno, the Maestro, was still there. And another arrow landing. That's 3 kills now for Moreno. Picking up his boots. He's got the arcane boots, got the glowing wand, but he's just on point right now with these arrows.
Yeah. I will prompt the reaction onto the bottom lane for BTR to be there. Kozen is a full level, in fact, behind his competition. A gold lane Claude. Oh, it's going to be very tricky now for BTR. Now will secure one neutral objective. It's going to be enough for them to a little bit of a leeway here in the early stages. However, Pro Esports seems like they are going to be moving towards the bottom lane. PPP. Oh, gonna be using a Tyrant's Rage onto Finn, but Finn is very tanky.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for Emon. A really good response there from Finn to be there just in case. Again, both teams really wanting to protect their gold laners. Right now, too, Kozen hasn't died, but he's just dealt with so much pressure. Like you mentioned, he's down, you know, a whole level. He's going to have some time to catch up here. Meanwhile, Emon able to go ahead and farm up
so far, BTR has really just continued to play around their strengths. Nothing too fancy. It's just the way that they're moving around the map, and Pro Esports has been trying to stay equal to what BTR is doing here. So you still got a minute for this turtle to come up. It's going to be the last one of the game. So far, 2 for 2 going to BTR. And right now, Pro Esports might be in one of those positions where, you know, they have to wait for that first Lord. They should just probably give up this next turtle with the way things are going. They really got to allow things. Oh, and that's going to make it worse. Coily goes down on the top side of the map.
Oh, quick takedown by by BTR, actually, with the Fanny now. Looking really good start for Dale. Even after those 2 vets from the Wrath of the Dryads was started by Sorry and Felix. He's now recovered. Now to the bottom lane. PPP. No more bouncing ball means the Fanny can just go ham. Forcing them out. Gonna catch them with a jump, and in comes Phil as well. They do take him out with Dale. No, this time, no bouncing ball anymore. PPP will not be able to outplay Nail. Nail is low though. He goes Coily with a retribution, and he will get the kill. But the stun and the taunt. Coily now in trouble. Make a kill for Moreno. Finn will eventually fall from the ticking damage of Sa, but that was BTR taking 2 important heroes from Pro Esports. They're not done. Moreno wants to take out Sa. Sa copies the Selena, but that is not going to be enough. He will just be able to copy 1 dash. And that's it. Pro Esports losing their members down the bottom lane.
Yeah, what a messy fight for Pro Esports. Again, under their turret, started on the tier 1, got pushed back. BTR did a great job at juggling around that. That's going to go ahead and result them in 3 for 3 for the Turtles here. As Coily, it just seems like he's trying to do too much reach, too much range to deal with. Oh, under the turret.
Under the turret they go. They will not be able to push now, BTR. This is Zaman Force, the entirety of Pro Esports, just utilizing all of their ults, just not all of their ults, but most of their ults just to defend the mid lane. Oh, Zaman Force right now, Coily doesn't have the retribution too, so this could be a push. Shogun, no help from his teammates, but he still will go to the back lines. Well, that actually allowed Nael to get some camps here in the jungle of Pro Esports. All the while that's happening, 2 pushes commenced. BTR cleaned up mid, and it was Eman to take out the turret in the bottom lane. A tier 2, in fact. The stun connects, actually. Oh no, Finn! That's Coily, actually. I think he dashed the back because of the knockout strike, and Moreno knew that that was going to happen, so he actually use the abyssal arrow towards the area of where Coily will retreat.
Hey man, they call him the Maestro for a reason. These arrows, another lands. Okay, it's on P, but that's going to be a turret that's just about to go down. So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a break here while I kind of get things situated. Looks like it might be on BTR side, but man, you can see it. You know, this is one of those instances where they can feel it. They've done everything right up to this point. They look like they're going to be able to go ahead and make it happen. Again, they are approaching the base already. This Lord's going to be up here shortly, but it just feels like Pro Esports can't play against the arrows. It's not even just the arrows, man. It's the way that they're rotating around the map. BTR just kind of has things figured out. Meanwhile, Pro Esports, you know, they're leaning towards maybe their one and only angle, which is Kozin. It just feels like Coily's been shut down in that jungle Paquito, and they're not really able to move across the map that they had hoped for. And even so, you know, maybe that was kind of what bit them in the behind in the draft, flexing a little bit too many heroes to make this work. Looks like we're going to be jumping back into this game. Again, 9 minutes in, that Lord is still 40 seconds away. But right now with BTR's lead, they're looking to take down some of these holy defense shields if they can. Oh.
After the drive committed onto Shogun, sorry, Felix has to get out of there. Shogun is fairly healthy. After utilizing his ult, the holy shields will pop in the middle. No more holy shields up top. Coily standing in front of Shogun, unable to do anything as of yet, apart from them clearing the waves. They really just can't stop BTR from taking away their resources.
Man, Wolf, this is one of those cases where, you know, Pro Esports, it just seems like backs are so far pushed against the wall that they can't really do much but watch And now it's going to come down to one of those situations where do we take a risk? Do we take a potential chance to make something happen? It's not going to happen here on this first Lord. It's freely going to go over to BTR. They can't even get past this side of their jungle. So it's going to have to come down to a base defense. A conceal's used, though. An attempt there from Finn. Another arrow's going to land, but he's ready to go ahead and charge in if he needs to. And the big part of this, again, with this first Lord, getting ready to go ahead and spawn in and push, is a lot of these shields are already gone. So this might result, if not into a game-winning push, depending on how the team fight goes, it could just be all base turrets being taken on, or at least 2.
Yeah. Slow and steady, the push for the side of BTR. They're not even clearing the minion wave in the middle. They want to make sure that at least 2 lanes will converge at the same time against the base of Pro Esports. And this is their design. 3-pronged attack. Lord up top. Bottom lane Finn. Charging. The taunt does not connect. Coily with the pokes. Shogun into the battlefield in the middle of the fight. P cancels his skill 1. And the Lord pushing naturally up top. No engagements just yet. P still cancels his first skill. Shogun, in comes the gonna catch Alpha of the Guardian, does not catch anyone. In the section, Wrath of the Dryad into the turret. Oh, PvP overshot! He wasn't able to hit! And now Soria Felix is gonna be down from the backlines. In comes Nael. It will take 1 kill for that one in a turret. As PPP overshot with the Tyrant's Revenge. Shogun is low right now, but he is gonna be able to get on the stun onto the Coulson. Harith, oh my goodness, Moreno. He will be shut down by Sal, but that is a kill onto the gold laner. It would have been nice for BTR if they can be able to push now.
I think they want to go for the end.
They do want to go for the end. They have 3 minions. They have a lot of stuff going in, pressing against Pro Esports. They found Coily. Niall will not land some of those cables, but they will be able to take out the roamer. That's PvP down. Niall wants to go for the wall technique against Story and Felix. But there are no more minions available for BTR to work with. The juggle is enough. Pro Esports will be able to live for another day.
Oh man, it was looking grim there. Pro Esports, though, staying in the game. They were so close to ending it here. I mean, look at the difference in terms of items for BTR, nearly 10,000 gold ahead, and they got all the base turrets off that Lord. It was really extended time in the base of Pro Esports, and now everything else is going to be taken from them. It's the Hunger Games, BTR taking the buffs, taking the camps, and prepping up for this Lord. It's up in 15. Again, Pro Esports, I think they just have to wait in the base and hope for something to happen here. The problem is these arrows, man. 6, 1, and 3. Yes, Moreno has 1 death, but he's just been so on point with the arrows, and it's making it so difficult for Pro Esports even to move forward. Finn and Shogun, tanky as hell, up on this front side. Lord already secured. They go in with the Unbreakable.
Niall down. Sorry, Felix is super duper low. Command collects that kill. It's a -1 for Pro Esports. His defense is gonna catch up with the jump. Gonna land. For now, the Lord is gonna be marching in through the middle lane. Sorry, and Felix. He might be in time for this defense.
Yeah, no flicker available. Lord coming down this mid lane at 15 seconds for Sario and Felix. Here's the defense.
Oh, Coily jumps it forward. Now he's low. Now Blazing to it. Will be cancelled, actually. PPP will now be the target. But the rest of BTR, they want to push the base. They have taken out goes in. Big target. And now BTR will take game 2. Into game 3 we go between Pro Esports and BTR by Vitality.
That's what we expected again on our last series for the day. Just like we saw previously, we've got one more game ahead of us. BTR by Vitality showing us just how strong they can make this work. And maybe you got to ban the Maestro Selena. You know, if you're Pro Esports, make some changes there because it was on point with the arrow after arrow, resulting into kills here. And now it comes down to one game ahead of us. It's going to be a great series. Hopefully we get another extended game, 20 plus minutes. Let's go ahead and toss it over to a break before we head to the panel.
әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Welcome back, and what a comeback by Bigetron, by Vitality in the last game. I mean, just what we wanted for one final game extra for this day. My name is Heidi. I'm here with Steel Borko right there with me, and this is going to be, it looks like it's going to be a very interesting day because I mean, we are seeing game after game. I mean, the first game went 2-0, second game went 2-0, third one we had the third round, now the fourth one we had the third round again. But that was a really good comeback by Bigetron because the first game they had a really tough time, but the second game they really pulled their things together, and then they actually did put up a really great fight for the last game.
Yeah, I mean, great game from Bigetron by Vitality. They needed to wake up, and they woke up at the second game. Now it's we're gonna watch the game number 3. I mean, hopefully the Bigetron, they realize their mistakes from the game 1, and moving forward, we'll see how they're gonna do in the third game.
Of course, and let's not forget, let's give a big shout out to Freedom for being the general partner for Mlbb, bringing this Mlbb, this astonishing tournament, Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. So big shout out to Freedom for making all this happen, and of course we're having a great time here at the arena, and the matches are going crazier than before every single time, because we are in the 4th match for today. We only got 2 more days left in the coming days, and 4th match left, and 1 single game to go, only 1 game to go, because we are talking about best of 3 at the moment, and the only best of 5 we've got is day after tomorrow, which is for the final. So we are looking at the best of 3 and only the 3rd one to go. 1 final game before we all say goodnight. But we have the highlights up on the screen. How did you feel about the game in the starting? I mean, it was kind of slow, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit slow. Then slowly but surely, Bigetron was taking advantage of the map and applying the pressure. As you can see, 1 minute 3 there. Bigetron is applying pressure for the team at the Pro Esports, and they keep slowly but surely going to take their ground.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Bigetron, I think early on, as you see on the screen, 7 minutes, and they already had 4 kills as the lead with Pro Esports. I mean, in the last game, Pro Esports were killing it, to be honest. But this one, Bigetron actually came up and then grabbed their chance, every single chance that they got. And you can see the fights running really crazy. I mean, this is a 5-kill lead that we are talking about around, 6 kill lead around the 8 minutes mark. And this was also another late game. I mean, long game to be honest for this one as well. I mean, as the games progresses after game, we are looking at longer games as we go, right?
100%. I mean, shout out to Moreno. He was playing phenomenally, and the team who were Bigetron, by this minute, they're carrying 10k advantage on the gold.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of gold over there. And again, Moreno, monster kill, getting kill after kill after kill here, Moreno. What an absolute goat here. And
yeah.
good fight from the team, Bigetron Vitality here.
Yep, of course. I mean, looking at 13th minute, almost at the let's say 2/3 of the play. 14 versus 5 kills. I mean, this was good fight. They were already at the base, and this was kind of the same as you can see. I mean, there was only one left at this point, and then they took the Bigetron with the win and took down the base for the last game. I mean, they are you can see the happiness on their faces after the game.
Right.
And here are the stats for the last game. Bigetron by Vitality with 16 kills and Pro Esports with 5 kills, where we are looking at Moreno, 6 kills, 1 death and 6 assists. I mean, that's a really good score right there. I mean, even though he didn't grab gold much, but I think for the kills, I mean, he really did great for Bigetron.
Moreno played phenomenally, so did Finn, and unfortunately Kazakhstan, on the other hand, 0 kills, 0 assists, 3 deaths. Don't want to say anything negative, but he felt useless in this game. I mean, he needs to step up and show his games in order to compete for $1 million here at the beautiful Jack Arena here in Astana.
Of course, I mean, we were looking at towards the end around 10,000 lead in terms of gold. I mean, 10k. So that's actually a very good lead. I mean, I should say towards the end, Bigetron really had the game on their side when they took down when they went and took down the base of Pro Esports. I mean, but we cannot say any team is less than the other, because both of the team performed in both the games. The first one was taken by Pro, and then now the second one taken by Bigetron. This is going to be a very tough fight for the third one, right?
100%, and we'll be seeing how they gonna do it and how they progress in the near future. Then, like in a couple of minutes from now, and just a reminder for you guys, we're in the edge of elimination. One team advances forward to the semifinals, and some of them are going to go home, and some of them are going to go advance to join to the semifinals and join SRG, Onic, and Aurora.
Of course, and we're looking at the stats of the teams at the moment on the screen. I mean, 95k damage taken by Pro Esports, whereas it was for Bigetron that was 33k. We are talking about around 60,000 damage difference.
Damage taken, yes, it's crazy how much damage took Coily this game, and 60k damage is a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of damage for a team to be. I mean, the difference in the damage that we are talking about, because that in itself, in some cases, is the total damage that any team might take. Because when we saw the other team, and that's only even less than half of it, what they have taken for a Bigetron. But yeah, great performance by Bigetron. We are still yet to see who's going to be the MVP for the day. And of course, we are waiting for one final match to go today. And then, I mean, coming 2 days are going to be really exciting, right?